without the track changing too much. You'll then see them go up in compound steps. So you might see them do a C4 in the equivalent of their Q2, and then sometimes even a C5. But it does look a little bit too big for a C5. But expect more big things from the Frenchman in Alpine.
He's on track again in the background, so we'll see if he can improve on that.
I was interested yesterday in the race running that we've done with the simulation, full simulation by various front running teams. That actually, in the cooler conditions, the teams shifted a compound along from what we normally see here on a race weekend. If I was standing here as Pirelli, watching that, as Hulkenberg gets up for about 6 in the final corner of the lap, but if I was sitting here as Pirelli watching that, I'd think, well, how soft can we actually get away with this year in Bahrain in terms of the tyres that we're going to bring to the Grand Prix? Because these race teams appear to be able to simulate these Grand Prix distances, albeit in much cooler conditions. But why don't we give them a bit of a softer compound to deal with when we hit the track? Dealing with something as well. Red Bull still with the covers up, aren't they? And not out of track yet.
They're already locked in the tyres.
You have left it all behind, but not when I needed time. And now I'm here while you were there. Your actions back then that made it clear.
But it makes me and Bernie Collins very excited, as we've been talking about it, 'cause he's now close to the C3 and he blows the
It
shut.
just keeps me going for a while.
A sort of super soft if we were running, and he said it was actually no better than the C3, and he duly spun in the first corner.
I just like to watch the tyre manufacturer trend as soft as possible. I think it gives us better Grand Prix. I think it adds strategic options, and I think that it adds jeopardy as well, because there will always then be a couple of drivers that don't get the tyre quite right. As soon as, for me, it's a key deciding point when I first open Pirelli's document for the weekend, and I look at it. If there is a tyre which is hard, very hard in the compound range, I think, no, they're going to lean on that tyre for the whole of the Grand Prix. We're going to get a one-stopper, and it's going to detract from the weekend.
Beautiful lap from Pierre Gasly.
What a time, Pierre Gasly. Over the line, and it's even faster still. We got to practice as well. Get back in the groove.
You should have done the Pierre Gasly.
This is going to sound extremely unhinged for people who tune in at very specific times.
If people are watching with it on in the background and just getting on with the tasks, and they're just hearing us shout about Pierre Gasly, let's have a look at George Russell making his way down the hill.
That's where I was standing earlier on. Big inside front lock-up for George Russell. It's looked stiff at the front, that Mercedes, all weekend. Saw Antonelli as well, making loads of sort of similar errors, didn't we? We put it down to inexperience, but perhaps the front axle of that Merc is just a bit tricky in the braking zones.
I haven't seen Russell have so many lock-ups or scrappy moments, but that will definitely chalk up as one. The tyre, the soft or hard compound is a big ethical question, isn't it, about racing? Because this is when Pirelli were brought in back in 2011, and that was kind of the mandate, was the Bridgestones. Vitaly Petrov did the whole race in Abu Dhabi on a set of Bridgestones, and it was like, we need degradation for better races, we need softer tyres. And then you get to a point where you have loads of management, you have, okay, thermal degradation, which is the antithesis to good racing, which requires management and eventually pit stops, or you have the hard tyres, and then the drivers are kind of happier in many ways because they can lean on it and lean on it and lean on it, but there's no deg, and you don't get the tyre offsets to promote the racing. So finding a balance is the hard bit.
So, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, on driver sort of enjoyment of the races, yes, important, but once you've agreed and been paid to be a Formula One driver, at that point, you deal with what you're given,
yeah.
Right? And if that, you know, this is not a track day. It's not a load of mates driving around on some
what I mean
rock
is,
solid.
what I mean is, what makes good racing? What do you like to watch? Do you like
Sure.
to watch drivers nursing tyres and then eventually they go off dramatically F2, GP2 style and you get wacky racing and that sort of thing? But it will also require a lot of management of various phases and tyres going off in dirty air. Or do you like to see maybe fewer overtakes but drivers pushing lap on lap on lap because they can? And finding the balance between that, I think everyone has differing opinions on it as well.
I would split that by track, actually. I think on a prepared circuit like this, potentially to entirely contradict what I said earlier, which I'm sure will fall to the notice of no one, I'll say that it's nice to watch the drivers push, but around a street circuit, I like to see them go soft. I'm a proponent. I've proposed it twice in this commentary box. I've only been in it twice. That
Say it again.
I'm going to say it again until somebody listens. That I want them to get rid of the hard tyre at the street circuits as soon as we know the softest two compounds are safe.
Well, good news is someone has listened, and there's now a C6 this year.
There is.
We're going to go softer
Still
on
go-
compound.
They'll still go round and round and round on the C4 or whatever the hardest one is, won't they?
Is introduced to try and give the Alex Brundle high deg street circuit feel.
Brundle effect.
Sam.
Well, I've got a question for the two racing drivers in the room and the race strategist in the room. I'm not going to ask you, Alex, but you can answer if you
I
want.
will answer first.
Yes, you're right. What do you think about tyre warmers? Because there's been a lot of discussion about getting rid of tyre warmers, and I've not really come down on a personal position on it, so I'm just curious as to what you all think.
Go on, Ruth.
Well, you know, I used to be a purist F1, but I had my first endurance experience this year, and I did a 24-hour race in Daytona, they don't have tyre warm-up. So they don't have warm-ups, they have like a significant tyre warm-up. And there was so much strategy in the crossover between the difference between the warm-up of the medium and the soft tyre. It was absolutely fascinating. So if you'd asked me in Abu Dhabi, I would say don't do it. But now, having enjoyed so much the jeopardy, the calculation, the trade-off of degradation and warm-up, I'm all for it.
Trust me, Ruth, some of those sports cars don't have tyre warm-up either, as well as tyre warmers.
It was 17 seconds on a medium and about 7 on a soft. So it was a lot of warm-up, but everyone had to do it. It reminded me of that Imola Grand Prix where we had a lot of different warm-up on the Inter. But yeah, fascinating from a strategic perspective. So I'm not going to block it in case I had the vote, the final vote.
Alex did a faraway look.
I think we can get
mentioned.
Yeah, I think we can get away with it. There are other series who are having exactly this discussion at the moment with regards to environmental issues and whether we should be taking tyre ovens and tyre blankets around the world. And they've eventually fallen to the no tyre warm-up rule. And there was much gnashing of teeth to begin with it being sort of considered dangerous and difficult. There were various accidents and incidents, but now it's just been incorporated into the nature of the series and how they run. And I think it's actually that crossover period which is the difficult bit. I'm not sure Formula One would actually cross that bridge without binning it. I just think the pushback from teams and drivers would be too huge for it to actually ever occur practically.
I love the idea of getting rid of tyre blankets. It makes so much sense from a racing action point of view. It's still the same for everyone. There would be definitely some strategy implications, and it would be, you know, hard going wheel to wheel coming out with no tyre temperature. And I had it in my whole career until I got to Formula One. You know, F2, GP2, no blankets. You're in the cut and thrust of a battle in the race. You come out of the pits, you've got your rival next to you, and you've got to judge somehow where to brake. And it's challenging, it's fun, it's a good spectacle. The problem is in Formula One, getting heat into this compound or these compounds of tyres is so difficult that you actually need the blankets to get the car working at all. And if it's, you know, in scorching temperatures, maybe you generate it eventually, but going out on stone cold tyres that are designed for a Formula One car, the weight of the car, the stresses that they've got to deal with, the compound is built differently. And if you just leave the pits, there'll be some races that just never generate the temperature ever, and you're driving around with 1,000 horsepower and it becomes a bit of a joke show. So it's would need the tyres to change to accommodate it.
Yeah, it is important to note that it's not a case of just sticking the tyres on cold. It is an entirely different product, as you say, Pan. So that would be an issue. To be honest, you know, the times I've done that in professional motorsport, I have had a radio message that's asked me to do a burnout, and when I asked how much of a burnout they wanted me to do, they said as big as possible, and I do it just for that out of the pit lane to get rear tyre temperature.
All right. So I think everyone has nicely answered Sam Collins' question there, posed to the experts in the commentary box. One of many issues ahead of us in the 2025 season. One of the main narratives of the year, the new wave of talent we have joining us in 2025. And some of those rookies were talking about the step up to Formula One in the lunch break, in the press conference.
Question for the four rookies, for all four of you to be stepping up from F2 at exactly the same time. Like, how nice is that to be sharing this together? How strange is it? Like, just what are your thoughts on that move?
Kimmy, do you want to take that first? You got the mic near you.
I mean, it feels great. I mean, Gabriel, I know him since karting, so it's nice that you know, we've been coming up the ladder. Pretty much, we were a bit upset because when he was in junior, I was in mini, but I mean, it was nice. But then also with Ollie last year, I think we got along pretty well during the F2 season, and also with Isaac in F2. So it's nice that we all got the opportunity, and it's really nice that we are all sharing the F1 track together.
Gabby?
I think Kimi said all of it. It's amazing. It's cool to see young drivers getting into Formula One now. For I think some years already that, you know, there was always one or two coming in, but finally a year that a lot of us managed to get the opportunity, and I think all of us deserved, you know, good results in junior series, good results in testings that we have done. So yeah, looking forward to see what we can achieve on track and the fun battles we can have as well.
Great stuff. Isaac, anything to add?
No, it just shows the, I would say, we have a strong generation, obviously, and yeah, it just highlights this, and it's good to obviously raise guys I know already, so it's a bit more familiar once we get to it on track, you know.
Great stuff. Ollie, I'm going to call you a rookie as well. I don't know if you want to answer that question.
Yeah, I'm a kind of half rookie, but no, very happy to be sharing the track with people I shared the track with last year, and it's good to know that I'm not the only one in the rookie camp. At the start I was the only rookie for a while, and then the others got announced, which was a nice feeling. You know, we're all going through the same experiences, new tracks for us this year and stuff like that, so it's nice not to be alone on that side of things.
The rookies talking to us ahead of the new season. Interesting to get their thoughts. They have, as they were explaining there, we're looking at a replay of Oscar Piastri, sparking over the bumps down to turn number 1, but they have grown up together and they've made it to Formula One in the same year.
In a prod to producer Joe, but also to tell everybody at home, it's interesting, McLaren have reverted their rear bodywork to the original specification they started this test with, and not the new specification that Lando Norris was running with yesterday. So that's quite interesting, considering what we were saying about expecting to see the fast runs here. I've just been told I can actually show you what I'm talking about quite neatly using our tech pad here in the studio. So here you go. This is the McLaren on the first day of testing. On the right-hand side of your screen, as Lewis Hamilton is having a moment with the Ferrari on the left-hand side of your screen.
Omni commentary from Sam Collins.
Exactly, but have a look at the cooling exits here in the center of the car and on the rear of the car. I'll magnify that so you can see what I'm talking about. These little cooling slots on the exits of the car, just here and then just around here as well. Now, yesterday, McLaren came out with this version for Lando Norris. I've been given the wrong clip. And I will show you shortly the correct version with the upgraded McLaren that's a little bit different. But for now, we'll have a look at the Williams going around the track. But I'll bring up that bit in a moment.
Absolutely love it when TV goes wrong until you're parting it, and then appreciate you highlighting the changes that McLaren have made at this stage of the broadcast. Sam's still wrestling with the tech pad as we're on board with Lewis Hamilton. He set a personal best in sector 1, and he's continuing on down to turn 11. You've got the live speed there in the right-hand side. Let's have a look from the drone how the rotation of the Ferrari is looking through turn 11.
Jake, see, that Ferrari looks really difficult to drive this afternoon. I was watching it a little earlier on. Exit of turn 4, entry of turn 11. Look, way wide through the mid-corner of turn 13 as well. Anywhere where it's got its tail to the wind, Hamilton's really struggling to get it into the apex. This is going to be a better lap for him, but it doesn't look happy. Big understeer through the mid-corner. It's probably one of the better corners of the lap. Let's see what he does across the line here, but it looks really, really nasty behind the whatever they've done to that Ferrari for Hamilton, whatever they're testing. Of course, you take avenues, they don't always work, but that doesn't look friendly.
So Lewis Hamilton checking his mirrors to see where everyone is. And you can see into the garage as Hamilton continues on in conversation with the team back in the garage. And Oscar Piastri is on an outlap.
Do I see that as a new set of mediums for Lewis Hamilton as well on the tyre screen?
Getting a thumbs up, Brundle. Getting a thumbs up from the other side of the commentary box. So, yeah,
performance run on a new set of mediums.
Not dialed in.
Great. Didn't look great at all.
It's interesting seeing Hamilton, Hulkenberg there having a little slide in the Sauber as well, but also the McLaren earlier in the hands of Lando. Just a lot of the sort of front runners struggling with plenty of oversteer now in the car, and it just looks, the cars look so good at the start of the week, and now they're probably starting with quite a conservative baseline. Get the rear doing what they want, and then you start to add front end so you can just turn the corner quicker, until you find the problem where you're finding too much oversteer and you need to dial it back. And the more front end you can run and it sticks, basically the better. But it looked like Norris had gone over the top of that given the conditions earlier on. And certainly I agree with you, Hamilton there, having to fight the car way more than he'd have liked. That car has looked decent earlier on, but again on day 3, McLaren and Ferrari just looking like they're having to work a bit harder, the drivers.
No, it's not terminal though, is it, mate? Because how many times in testing have you gone, I like that, whatever that was, to just see what the limit is of whatever it does. Kind of what you're saying really with the front end. But so often you go, okay, that's given me a little bit more speed and performance. Just chuck loads of that on, and let's find out where the limit is.
If you don't find the limit, then you might have untapped potential. So it could be something as simple as just cranking on front wing, get more front downforce, and if it sticks, brilliant, we're going to be really quick. If it doesn't, you have a really snappy oversteer car. We're sitting here watching it on the screens and thinking, oh, this car looks a handful, but actually they could just trim out a couple of turns of front wing and it'll come back together.
And everybody writes Ferrari struggle on day 3 of testing, and we all get steered in the wrong direction, which again is another reason why there's a generous pinch of salt to everything that goes on, but it's fun to surmise.
Esteban Ocon going very nicely. Ruth has informed me that he's on the C4 tyres. He has a personal best sector 1, personal best sector 2, and we're on board with the Haas driver who has the 14th turn of the racetrack to go. And he makes his way on that C4 set of tyres up through the gears, across the line, and improves to 6th position.
It's a Haas at speed, guys.
Can you believe it?
And it's a race sim, so that was a C4 tyre. And very interestingly, when we were chatting to Carlos earlier, he said that he was expecting 3 to 4 tenths between the C3 and C4 in the similar conditions. This is as similar as we get in testing. And there was only 500ths on the straight between Ocon's C4 and C3 run. And he got 0.455 seconds between those two compounds. So actually, that Alpine able to extract the theoretical delta between the C4 and the C3 tyre in a way that yesterday Carlos, obviously different conditions, different track, wasn't able to do.
But Carlos looped it at the first corner as well, didn't he? So it might have just come down to tyre prep, or it might be that also Esteban underdrove the C3 and he's found enough. But interesting that he's found something anyway on the C4 tyre. It's one of the first uses we've seen of it actually being good. Again, Carlos referenced Leclerc yesterday, ran the C4 and didn't find much either.
Lewis Hamilton white just a moment ago, coming through turn 10 and recovering to the circuit. A lot of lockups down at turn 10. The left-hander sends you into one of the DRS zones, and Hamilton returning to the racetrack.
It's really interesting. Earlier, we got a slow-mo in the middle of Andrea Stella's interview, fab interview with Laura Winter, where he gave us loads of information. I don't know if you spotted it, the amount of undulation in the sidewall of the McLaren as it went in. It was really bouncing over that front tyre. And when you watch it as well go through turns 12 and 13, you know, you look at the frequency. It looks kind of quite soft. Before this run with Hamilton, where the thing just looks horrid, but it looks kind of quite soft. The McLaren has a much more aggressive kind of undulation frequency to the bounce. It really gives you a feel for the difference in stiffness. You can kind of see it when you compare sort of, I guess, the front of the car as it dips to the road, as Piastri's on a set of hard tyres now on his way down towards turn 11. But so interesting to see those opposing kind of viewpoints of how to set up a Formula 1 car. It's something they used to tune out, of course, with the inertia dampers. You tune out that bounce in the tyre, which, of course, they can no longer do because they were banned in this most recent regulation set.
Big snap for Piastri coming out of 13. Looked like he was going to be through there easier than some, but still having to correct the sliding that's happening at the rear of the car. A little bit more at the final corner as well, and that's probably why he didn't improve his final sector as he comes across the line. I'm thinking, I don't want to harp on, but Pierre Gasly's done a great lap, hasn't he? When you see Ocon on a C4 be 3/4 of a second down, I don't think the track is in a great window. The track temp is still high-ish compared to what we've seen, the air temp 17 degrees. And Gasly's time actually stands still as a pretty solid one.
I'll let you into a little secret of what goes on in the commentary box during a race weekend sometimes, when, particularly in free practice 2, where you start seeing some qualifying simulation runs come in. Jolien and Alex will start talking through the qualifying simulations and what's going on and talking about the action on track. And at that point, I tend to go off and fiddle and look at pictures and try and find out more bits about cars, because I'm not going to jump in and interrupt, qualifying simulation lap with a bit of a new engine cover on a car here or there. And so I was just looking at the screen, sort of as I normally do when it looks like people are up on flying laps, and going, it looks like, the run plan, the pattern of the cars, it looks a bit like qualifying simulation time. I might go and do a bit of reading or a bit of buffing up on trying to get some more content for you for a little bit later in the day. And then I looked up and Pierre Gasly's still there on top at 30.4, which, well, it's quick for today, but as Jolien said, it's a surprise.
Here we go, and I thought you were going to talk all over the lap.
Behind the scenes with Sam Collins. I was enjoying it. Pierre Gasly's enjoying his time on circuit at the moment, having gone fastest earlier on in his quali sim. He's going to better the mark. Fastest of all, Sector 1, Sector 2, add it all together, and that is the best lap of the day so far, a 1:32.82. Time to find in that final sector. He didn't put his personal best in at that point, as the graphic shows you with the yellow font, if you are one of our newer viewers. Go on.
He does also have the best Sector 3. He just said it earlier. Yeah. He said it earlier. That Sector 3 was a 10th off what he had previously achieved. And is this why? No, that's the exit of turn 4 where he's off track limits. But, that's relatively equal because I've seen them all off there, more or less. Even last night, they were being very generous with the amount of track they were using. I was worried that they were going to charge Antonelli a double track rental fee at one point. He was using so much curve on the way in,
it's
and so much curve on the way out.
He is greedy on the turn in, especially. That has been very distinct so far across this test.
Can we get a little bit excited for Alpine? Because you got to bear in mind, I know we talked about the disaster.
This is Formula 1 testing.
I'm getting a bit excited for them. You got to bear in mind that we talk about the disaster of last year's car, and they kept over so many of the bits, the crucial parts from last year.
Ooh, nice and close between Russell and Hulkenberg, nearly tripping over each other, like we saw yesterday with the McLaren and the Sauber.
But let me remind us remind us all that Gasly qualified third in Vegas in a dry session in the third last race. Hulkenberg had a little clash with someone on day one, didn't he? Someone at turn 8. Piastri, yeah. That was nearly a carbon copy.
He's chosen violence this year.
So
it was the other way round, wasn't it? Piastri went in and actually caught the rear of Hulkenberg, actually.
It was, Hulkenberg going slowly, being the similar trait, but different way. Anyway, can I please talk about Alpine? Because Gasly qualified third in Vegas, and the car's got pace, basically. He was running third in Abu Dhabi. And for all the chat, they actually developed the car so well. And the Brazil was obviously a bit of a freak situation. It was skill.
A bit of a talking point after Brazil.
But it was a lot going into it. But the pace of the car in dry conditions was genuinely very solid. And this is an evolution from where they left off. And I know that it's testing, and I'm sure they're not going to be half a second here in the field. But I'm wondering if they might be able to trouble some of those front runners on occasion.
That will be the hope for the team. This is also very much a Pierre Gasly track as well. He's always gone well there. Very good form across his Formula 1. No, I'm just saying. I'm telling the people the full picture. He loves it round here.
He does love it round here. He's often beaten me round here.
So, sorry, Ruth. The other thing I found out, I'm on a roll now of hype, but McLaren haven't finished a race here in the top 6. So when we're thinking McLaren are close, and yesterday we're looking at Lando v Liam Lawson and the race runs, and we're thinking the extrapolation of Lawson to Verstappen is maybe 2 or 3 tenths, let's say. The extrapolation of a McLaren in Bahrain, where they've never gone well, to a McLaren in Melbourne or other circuits might also be a couple of tenths. And all these things are added to the melting pot, are they not, Ruth?
Well, it is testing, but you know they hadn't won a championship for a while, and they did.
Can I sound an absence klaxon actually for the moment for Max Verstappen, who we haven't seen for absolutely ages, and is sitting now sort of away from the pace in P7. This surely is a heavily interrupted test day. Bit of a disaster, no?
I'm just wondering, Alex's, if they're putting a whole load of new bits on that Red Bull, getting ready for some late performance running, because it
could easily be a very, very big setup change, and they're incredibly confident about the car as well. But we haven't seen them in a very long time.
Exactly. I mean, because the screen.
Have a look on the right-hand side.
Yeah, as we come past the garage.
Last time we looked, the screens were up.
And I think they probably still will be. But that, as we've heard repeatedly, it means the floor is off the car. But that means it could be a new floor. And that is a big change. We know McLaren have tried a new floor earlier in this test. It was seen going in the back of the garage. Doesn't look any different from the outside, but it's probably new underneath, and that's what matters.
We're going to go on board with Lance Stroll into turn 11. That's our replay. Scrubbing wide. All the steering lock on, and still there was no purchase.
If in doubt, turn the wheel a bit more, and it didn't pay off for Lance there. Right over the slip angle.
I've got a question for Jolyon. It's a thing about glory runs. Glory runs are what you sometimes see in pre-season testing, where a team overperforms its expectations towards the end of pre-season testing. Now, I've noticed that Alpine has closed up all of its cooling gills, its rear bodywork has gone into its low drag configuration. I mean, they've been playing around with that all through the test, but they've gone for their lowest drag setup that we've seen so far on that blue and pink car. Are they really just pushing to try and get a lap time, impress the bosses with a fast time based on what happened last year?
Oh yeah, I mean there's no doubt that's it's a qualifying simulation run.
I think because they were one of the 3 teams that didn't get a race sim done yesterday, that their priorities have been either reshuffled, or this was the original run plan, which is instead of doing the race sim and then having the qualifying sim at the end of the day, they want to get this done early, get the car in position so they can guarantee to get a race sim in, even if they got red flags. So I think they're probably just shifting things around a little bit to make sure they can make race distance, because there's a real, even if it's psychosomatic, there's a real sense of getting your car to do a race distance before you go to Melbourne.
Is this going to be a reality check for them and me as Russell on the same tyre comes through turn 11 now? Are we seeing Mercedes on more of a performance run that must be more akin to Gasly's Alpine? He's not as quick as Gasly in the middle sector. George Russell had a little bit of oversteer, or a lack of traction coming out of turn 10, really.
Dream alive for Palmer as Russell heads down towards the final sector of the lap. Go on, AJ.
Let's see where Russell goes across the line. What was that final sector like? Fastest, ahead of Pierre Gasly. Palmer slumps down in his chair. And it's Russell with a 1:30.054 with the fastest time so far, with 3 hours and 1 minute to go. And we can go downstairs to the pit lane and check in a Red Bull with Bernie Collins.
Hello, thank you very much. We're down here at Red Bull, so we're just looking over this car. There's a lot of work going on around the car. There's been not frantic, but quite a lot of mechanics at various points around the car. You can see the rear of the car particularly looks very stripped back. Engine covers, side pods, and a lot of equipment off the car. So you can see GP just leaning in there for something he's noticed that's not quite right. No sign of Max Verstappen anywhere near the car at the moment. There's mechanics underneath that are starting to put some setup equipment on the car, and those are little targets that a scanner just slightly to our right hand side in front of the car, that is scanning the points. You can see the mechanic touching the tips of the floor, scanning the points with the scanner, tracking where he's going to make sure that that floor that they've just put on and the setup changes that they've made, that's legal and the floor is exactly where they expect the car to be. GP's just giving me a little no and nod at the moment at the side, but that's what they're doing. They're just checking that this car is legal with the setup changes that they've done before they set it out on track, and this scanner at the front is able to check all the various heights of the floor before they do that. But it looks like a considerable amount of work that has gone on in this Red Bull before it goes out on track. And then the final little thing to point out to you is if you just look at the roll hoop and the roll hoop camera. So all teams run the roll hoop camera. We have them black or yellow for various drivers. And this one's beautifully covered over by two hastily discarded mechanics cloths, if you wish to believe that. Or the roll hoop may be covered over to prevent the cameras running in the garage and other teams seeing what's going on. Back to you guys.
I'm loving that detail. Thank you for the update down there in the pit lane, Bernie. And all the glamour of Formula One, and then occasionally you're just going to put a dirty cloth over the camera to make sure your rivals can't see.
Well, the camera starts broadcasting exactly as Bernie says when the car is on, and so if the car is on, everyone else can see. So yeah, hastily discarded, GT.
So just hook themselves around the highest part of the car.
What of a sticker and beacon.
Sam,
I think we were just talking to Ruth as well just now here in the commentary box. I'm of the opinion that Red Bull has just fitted a new floor based on what we've just seen with Bernie, because the car's been away for a long time behind the covers. I don't think they go to that effort with the legality scanner for the floor they've been running for the rest of the test, because it doesn't really matter. But Ruth, I don't think you're necessarily the same thing.
No, I think they're getting ready for a race sim, so they want to get everything as close to race spec as possible, and then they're going to put race fuel in it. And then I reckon about 4:30 they'll start a race sim, give them time for a bit of glory running before the end of the day. I think that's a plan. I think we all agree for once.
I think that's a valid point. I'm still not sure though. I think they might actually leave it. They did introduce some upgraded parts at the start of the day. This is the last opportunity to really do that.
Oh yeah, I think they just want to make sure that the new bits they're going to do the race sim on.
Oh, you think right? Okay.
Yeah, so getting the car, doing all the checks, which again is part of the procedures because we have digital scrutineering these days. But making sure that if you're to do with like kind of both in terms of dimensions, but also where the car sits, you want to get everything measured as properly as you can before you put 110 kilograms of fuel in it and potentially go out running for an hour and a half. So.
It's going to be interesting to see which setup they opt to run with. They have the two different nose trims, still new nose just introduced earlier today. Not much time on it, so they're either incredibly confident with that nose, or it was just an experiment of something that isn't quite ready.
Who knows, Sam? But we'll find out shortly when that car goes out.
You can do a dance remix to Who Knows, Sam. We'll play that all season long in practice. We're riding on board Nico Hülkenberg. What year is it? He's driving for Sauber. He's returned to the team that was once part of some great drives. He had some great drives with the Sauber team. Some good personal bests of fourth through the years in the early seasons. Strong stuff for him, but he's back there before
Wind has picked up. Wind has rotated a little bit. There's small tailwind out of turn 10.
Yeah, wind definitely picked up quite a lot.
That might explain why Russell struggled a little more to get the power down out of turn 10. When you have the wind behind you, you gain straight line speed, but you lose a little bit of downforce. So it's kind of boring to hear on the radio, but it's also important information for the drivers that Hulkenberg had just oodles of understeer again as we joined him at the end of that lap in the Sauber. And I'm wondering if Sauber are not at the races at the moment. Let's see again. We've seen this a couple of times so far today. This is where, if you've got the wind picking up, coming out of 10, then it's sort of coming across into 14. So it would push the front out and give you a little bit of understeer, maybe inherently. But it's been a few times now, just in the Sauber, not wanting to turn. And that's not really a problem many other teams are having. They're struggling more with the rear end, but that Sauber not having the front in some of the medium low speed corners is it's just a time sapper.
Yeah, I agree, and it looks like it's kind of in the middle of a race sim, a qualifying simulation as well. Kind of short runs on that C3 tyre, so I think it's it's as good a kind of practice you're going to get in order to get a lot of data. And as we said, there's still 2 weeks between now and Melbourne. They have a lot of data, and potentially it's something that's more setup based, or condition based, or characteristic based. And by that we keep talking about the characteristics of Bahrain. It's to do with like the balance of high speed and low speed corners, temperatures, how windy it is. This is actually statistically the 3rd windiest track climatologically of the season.
Silverstone and Baku.
No, so close. Silverstone's P4 actually. It is Baku and then Zandvoort because it's on the beach. Climatologically, so on terms of average when we go racing.
Yeah, Zandvoort is sort of protected by the dunes.
I don't. Just take it up with the Met Office.
I think we did see the highest wind speeds I've ever seen, certainly in F1, on an F1 session during Zandvoort last year. We had a really high winds just coming off the channel there.
Yeah, I did. I
could be skewing the data.
We did a track walk, didn't we, Ruth?
Yeah, I accept your apology now. It's okay.
No, but what I'm saying, when you're down in the banking, you can't feel it. You got perfect airflow.
That's worse.
I ran a lap of the track as well.
As Max Verstappen is now re-entered the let's segue from that to get ready for his racing, where he's going to be trying his new floor.
I enjoyed
perfectly
that.
inspected by Bernie Collins.
Yeah, I enjoyed that track guide. I thought that was an excellent guide between driver and strategist.
Oh, they've got rid of they've got rid of the rag. They got rid of the rag. Excellent. Good job, boys.
It's not strong. But I genuinely thought it was a good track guide. Another moment at the final rail corner of the circuit. Turn 14 for Lance Stroll off the road and rejoining.
We heard from Andrea Stella earlier on saying that Oscar's going to be going on to some performance running this afternoon. I think we've just seen the start of it on a C2 tyre. Bit of fuel out of the car, a better lap from him, a cleaner lap from him. And I think this could be now Piastri onto some shorter runs. And then he'll chuck in a load of fuel and do a race sim as well towards the end of the day.
Yeah, fully agree, which is kind of a similar program to what his teammate did yesterday afternoon. You kind of end up either doing kind of a baby half qualifying run, a race sim, and then a kind of bit of glory hour running, or doing it all in one go. It all comes down to the fact if you get something like a red flag that interrupts your racing, which as strategists and reliability engineers is kind of really, really annoying, because it kind of, you have to almost freeze the race. So it's not like a red flag in a normal race where there's all these rules on what you can do to the car and you want to optimize performance. Actually, if you get a red flag in the middle of your race sim, you want to kind of pretend like it hasn't happened. You don't really want to change tyres, you want to kind of get everything back up to exactly where it would have been so you can carry on.
Lewis Hamilton on a personal best on the C3 tyre. As Brundle earlier on, diagnosing Ferrari's not looking particularly happy with Brundle for his commentary contribution. Who knows what they've got him doing now? Pit lane.
Well, hopefully he'll go out to that turn 13, turn 12, 13, and we'll get a gauge on the wind and the cars. Hamilton, C3, 3 tenths away from Gasly. And half a second away from Russell.
Hamilton, Gasly and George Russell, the benchmark time. Personal best in all 3 sectors of the lap for Lewis Hamilton. Big gain in the middle part as well. Not much in the first sector, but up to 3rd position and jumping out of the way of the Williams going through there.
So this is a performance run for Hamilton. there's no two ways about it. Going out, doing a fast lap on a new C3, and then the car running low, that's where we're going to send Brundle to in a minute, so he can tell us all about it. And it looked better, and the time was clearly better as well. What we don't know is the fuel level. So that's the big caveat, and the engine modes as well. But for like track conditions, tyres, car characteristics, that is now the same as Russell and Gasly earlier on. And it's not particularly impressive at the moment.
Yeah, and for those of you that have been listening to us all day, Jolien said about his love of people running 50-kilogram runs, about how much it was his favourite ever run plan. And there was it's only the Mercedes that are doing this kind of slightly different qualifying simulation, so not a pure qualifying simulation. They go out, they do one time lap on a brand new tyre, come back through the pits, usually do a flap adjust, and then do some constant running. And they've done that ever since kind of 2014 has been their pattern, which kind of tells you that potentially that Mercedes is not running super light. Obviously that doesn't tell us anything about the Ferrari, so they could still both be carrying fuel, but I would say the data agrees with you there, Jolien, that the Ferrari still looks like, in these conditions, a bit more of a handful.
How many laps did Russell do when he went top of the session before he came back in?
He's still out there. He's still going.
He's not come back into the pits.
He's not. He's got 50 kilograms of fuel in the car at least. You okay?
How many did Gasly do?
That's going to make you sad. He just did push, charge, push, and then boxed. So I think Gasly's probably running lower, but 0.6 of fuel is the difference between like 30 and 50. Maximum really you're ever going to get is 0.9, which is 20 kilograms of fuel plus maybe 10 kilograms of sensors. So your maximum error bound is probably about 0.9, which is huge in objectively when you think about the whole season. So it is a lot more about kind of comments from someone like Brundle, where you get to see the characteristic of the car, and rather than the kind of raw lap time and where they're gaining and losing. And I think you're right, the kind of the high speed of that Ferrari in the 7.8 does look a little tricky.
Interestingly, Hamilton has come back in after his one lap as well. It's a kind of if you're going for sort of, in inverted commas, performance running, there's no point in running on a tyre that's not a new tyre. If you go for race running, then there's two very different things. Either you go for a qualifying run on a Saturday, or you go for a race run on a Sunday. How you drive it is very different, and your engine modes and obviously your fuel levels and everything else are very different. And the setup as well. Part Fermé rules mean you can't change very much, but it's sort of strange.
The Lewis run plan is more of a kind of pure qualifying sim. So he did one time lap, came in, and then probably did a flap adjust, so changed the kind of the angle of the wing, which will be a translation for him because they speak in sticks rather than angles.
From one strategist to another, let's go downstairs to Bernie Collins.
Yeah, so I just wanted to quickly show you this. Aston Martin's about to do a pit stop, and one of the things we mentioned earlier, that this time of day is the time that they could have both car crews in the garage. So the night shift and the day shift will have combined so they can get a practice pit stop. Otherwise, they only have a single crew here. So that's the first time that I've been in the pit lane that I've seen both crews together be able to do that practice pit stop.
So looking down into the pit lane. Thank you, Ben. Lance Stroll. We were able to catch that. It's good that we were able to catch that as he came in. Now looking at the racing balls and back to the Palmer hype train that is Pierre Gasly out on track. 2 hours and 47 minutes to go. And there's the sector breakdown between Gasly on the C3 and Hamilton on the C3. Sam?
Well, I think Gasly's just been in the pits, had a little bit of fettling, and has headed back out. So I think we are about to see more Alpine magic out on track, which will make Jolien Palmer very happy, I suspect, because we've had there's been a bit of a strategy debrief going on to see what the Alpine...
You are all about behind the scenes today, Sam.
Absolutely. Jolien, I know you have an opinion because I can see you looking like...
Because he's awake.
Yeah.
A personal best for Pierre Gasly as we jump on board with him up towards turn 11. Let's see how sweet this Alpine is handling. Beautifully to the apex, squeeze on the gas. You don't want to run that curve on the exit, it'll just drag you wide, and Pierre knows only too well. Easy peasy flat, and he is right on it with George Russell. It's a showdown in the final sector. beautifully not over track limits on the exit of turn 13, bobbing over the crest, down towards the final corner, braking about 75 metres, that's plumb. That is plumb. Wait for the front to turn now. There's a bit of understeer there with the wind changing round. Gasly drives to the line. Does he go top? Oh,
he's done it! Pierre Gasly, come on down. Fastest time so far. He goes ahead of George Russell by 100th of a second. Lewis Hamilton's on a personal best as well. Testing's turning in to some performance runs at the moment as the floodlights will illuminate. That's the story of day one. And Hamilton climbing the hill all the while. So Gasly putting the fastest time in there and moving ahead of Russell by 100th of a second. It's Oscar Piastri who has the ultimate speed in that final sector. And Gasly the best in the middle, and Russell still the benchmark through the first sector of the racetrack. And checking back in, the 7-time world champion. And he is checking back in with his team. So he's abandoned that after a personal best first sector.
That was the same set of tyres for Hamilton. That was just a front wing flap adjust, we think, for Lewis coming through the pits there and going again. No time on the board. Armful of oversteer through the mid-corner, through the exit for Max Verstappen, who's back on the track. First lap for him this afternoon. 1 corner to go, C2 tyre to bed in. And there's a load of understeer, and that's why it just drags you wide onto the curb, and then you cannot commit to the throttle. And it's not going to be a great lap for Max, 1.6 seconds off, but at least he's back on track.
And you can see with Verstappen coming towards us that Red Bull has reverted to the original specification of nose that they started the test with. They introduced that new specification earlier today. It's gone away again, and that's quite a shift. It makes me think that it's a bit of an experiment, or maybe an experiment that didn't work out.
Was Max shaking his head as he came over the line there?
It looked like it, didn't it? The way to tell the noses apart, just for the reference as we move our way through the start of the season, is it's the element of the front wing that the nose is attached to. So the second one is the new one, and if it's attached to the first element of the front wing, it's the old one, which is how Sam is telling them apart. But Verstappen, I'm not surprised, he nearly was out of frame when he went through turn 13. Not the easiest lap for him. As he crossed the line, the driver going for 5 world championships in a row. This is the moment at the 13th turn.
It's loose on the very entry there for Max. He can handle the car on the nose, but it is just slower when you're having to make so many corrections, and you can just see the rear just slewing round on him as soon as he released the brakes and got the car turned in. And then the very next corner, he has a load of understeer, so a bit of a mixed bag for Verstappen, not feeling the front and rear connected, which was actually a big feedback of his in the latter part of the year, just not feeling the grip, and one corner having the car like that on the edge of oversteer and over the top, the next it's just pushing into understeer, and he's not feeling the whole car act as one. And hey, it's one lap and we've just caught the end of it, but the characteristics there of the Red Bull didn't look great on that C2, and there was what looked to be a shake of the head from Max as he came across the line.
Yeah, and I think they're going to want to try and get a baseline setup, which doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but you need to have something that is drivable before you go into your race sim, because the last thing you ever want to do is interrupt any kind of like extended high fuel running, because the car is not really drivable there. So we'll have to see if he continues or boxes, won't we?
Well, we're going to find out right now. Into the final corner, and it looks like he's going to continue. Yep, giving it the beans coming out of the final corner, so still on the same tyre. Maybe we can keep with him for the lap.
Riding on board through the first sector of the racetrack. We're going to let you listen in to the whole lap if we'd stayed on board, but we've gone to trackside. It's probably my time to start talking at that point. And Verstappen looking for slightly more compliance as he rotates the car through turn 8. Then you climb the hill. It's lock-up central ahead of us. So many lock-ups across the test down into the dramatic corner, and there's another one into turn 10, and off the road he goes.
We've seen a few of them so far this week. Not many from the Red Bull, but that is one for Max, who was slightly down on his first sector. It looked tidy enough through through the first sector, really, which is turns 1, 2 and 3. Turn 4 maybe losing a fraction. The deceleration of the car was good, got to an apex and had decent traction out of the first part. This is where it eventually goes wrong for him. Tricky section. You got 9 into 10, braking and turning, never easy, and it's a lot of entry speed, and he just cannot commit to the brake pedal with that amount of entry speed and steering lock on.
Another look at the lock-up at turn 10, and that's 2 push laps in a row where Verstappen has not been able to manipulate the car to his liking. The driver who in the press conference yesterday said this year's car couldn't be any worse than last year's. Made me smile because he won 9 Grand Prix last year, so it wasn't exactly a shocker, just wasn't as mighty as the one that had preceded it.
You're only as good as your last race, isn't it? And even though he had such a good run at the start of the year, all of those pole positions as well, it's how he ended the year and how Red Bull ended the year that was the big head scratcher. And that was the kind of feeling at the end of the year, wasn't it? The McLaren and the Form team, and they won the Constructors. But still, Max won in Qatar. They found more performance again when it mattered with an upgrade package at Austin. And it looked like they were getting back on top of their struggles. Had the tangle with Piastri in the final race, of course, and couldn't fight for the front spots there. But it was by no means as disastrous as the narrative would have you, I think, the performance of the Red Bull. McLaren charged up, Ferrari were good, Mercedes had their moments, but Max was constantly there or thereabouts. There were a few races where he was just nowhere.
And I think those races where he was nowhere was really down to a engineering misstep around the Hungarian Grand Prix time. They fitted a very big upgrade package, and it didn't really work particularly well, and Verstappen didn't like it. They took it back off the car, and then they were trying different things, and the car seemed to go away from Verstappen rather than him having any issues. He was still driving well, and as we heard in the press conference, he didn't like the car towards the end of last year. But it felt to me, as Jolene said, it felt to me like they'd solved those problems towards the end of the year, got the car going back in the right direction. And then this car, as we've heard from all of the engineers, is all focused on curing all of those ills once and for all.
It's a fun stat. Alex Albon has almost exactly to the decimal point the same average finish as Nico Hulkenberg.
That is deep into the statage for this time of the test.
And Alex Albon is deep into a race sim. He's actually on the second stint of his race simulation, having done a first stint on that C3 tyre, and he's now on to the C1, which was a little bit out of the window yesterday, but potentially looking a little bit stronger today.
83 laps on the board for him. We haven't seen him too much, but he, as you said, has been ploughing around, gathering the data, doing the race run, feeling the car on various different tyres.
And everyone trying to assess who has come up with the best package for Formula One in 2025. We've been getting our way through, crunching the numbers, looking at the data. You never know entirely the fuel loads, you never know the run plan, but that's speculation. That's continued all the way to the drivers. Let's get a few of their thoughts earlier on about who is looking good ahead of the new season.
Question to Lewis and Liam again. Yesterday, quite a few people in the paddock were quite impressed by the long run that Lando did in the McLaren in the afternoon. Just wondered, had you seen it? What did you make of it? And do you think that what we get this afternoon will be a little bit more relevant data-wise?
Well, obviously it's a lot hotter today, but yeah, the McLaren did a great run yesterday, and I think also Max did a decent one today, given it even with the temperatures. So again, it's hard to know what fuel loads everyone is running, as we're all doing our own programs. So you have to take everything with a pinch of salt. But yeah, I mean, they won the Constructors last year. We expect them to be one of the quickest, if not the quickest, as with Red Bull, who dominated for many, many years. So for us, we're just trying to improve on. I haven't even done the long run yet, so I'm about to do it this afternoon, and I'll get a bit of a better understanding of how this car behaves in a race stint. It's going to be my first race stint with the team, so I've only done short runs of like 10 laps, so it'll be interesting. We've definitely got some work to do to improve.
Thanks, Lewis. Liam?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, similar comments. I think obviously not a huge amount. Everyone's got new cars, but not a huge amount has changed. So we can probably expect, the performance, especially of McLaren last year, to probably start like that this year. So of course we see it. We're looking at everything. We're obviously just as focused on ourselves. For me, I'm obviously very focused on adapting. It's a lot of different things in the way that you actually drive this car. To be honest, that I'm learning. So yeah, we'll obviously be looking at everybody else, but at the same time, I've never been here when it's been this cold. I don't think anybody's been here when it's been this cold. So when we come here to race, I think it'll be also probably very different conditions.
Well, Lewis Hamilton talking about the speed of the Ferrari, Liam Lawson and his thoughts on the overall picture as well, and then gearing it towards his program as he begins his first full season in Formula One. But Lewis Hamilton with the line there that he's got work to do. The Ferrari team have got work to do, and he continues past the pit lane, and that is where we are heading to right now, where Bernie Collins is going to walk us through the architecture of what's down there in the pit lane. Well, I'm sure we'll hear from Bernie at some point. I thought that point was now, but with 2 hours and 35 minutes to go, it has turned out not to be now. That's the thing, if you laugh at the tech pad, get you. Fingers crossed, everyone. We're going to try again. Bernie, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can indeed. It's working perfectly.
Yes.
Over to you.
Day 3, we're all testing, we're all learning. It's so true, but I'm down in the pit box, and one of the things that you get asked a lot is, what is the advantage of being P1 in the pit lane? We know McLaren are experiencing P1 in the pit lane for the first time here. Now you can see on this concrete apron some grooves running along the length of it. Those grooves are straight line through the pit lane, if you like. You can see that the McLaren pit box, the first pit box, very angled out. That's because the car has a lovely clean run in and then can be positioned back out into the pit lane. Ferrari, conversely, the next pit box down is very angled in, so the nose of the car is in, and that's because they know if they were racing McLaren, that McLaren and into their pit box. So it's only the P1 pit box that has the luxury of really angling their pit box out to get the best drive out when they've fitted those new tyres on. So just wanted to bring you that little insight. I always look at which way the pit box are positioned, try and get a read for how teams are thinking. Hopefully it brings something to you guys at home.
Thank you, Bernie. Appreciate you pointing out something that we might brush over normally across the course of a Grand Prix weekend. Good to go into all the detail we can in pre-season testing. And position of the pit lane, Ruth, not the only thing that matters down the pit lane as well, as also, you were saying, other advantages.
Yeah, great hit by Bernie. Absolutely love it. Strategist to strategist.
Do you just want to have a strategist chat?
Yeah, we just want to hang out and talk about
Bernie, can you still hear me? Yeah, it's a bit of a risk, isn't it?
Yes, I say another advantage, other than all the beautiful performance elements that Bernie just hit, is that if you are first in the pit lane, you get to start your pack up earlier, so everybody's got to pack up at the same time, but because you have a bit more space, all the boys and girls that do pack up that are first in the pit lane have a bit of an advantage. Mercedes had it for a long time, then it went to Red Bull, which means that this year the McLaren boys and girls are likely to finish packing up on a Sunday faster. The race does not end at the checkered flag, ladies and gentlemen. It goes all the way to the next Grand Prix.
Yeah, it was wandered down the pit lane. Some days you spend all day in the commentary box and you have to actually go and stand in some sunlight at the end of the race. So whilst the post-race show was going on, I had to wander down the pit lane, saw that packing up process in Austin, and also saw Franco Colapinto's fans delirious climbing the pit wall because he'd finished in the points. I mean, what a Franco Colapinto podium would look like in Formula One would be unbelievable. They were chanting his name in Brazil, like they would a football stadium.
If he got a chance in that Alpine, could it be on the cards?
Goodness me, it's just chaos today with you. Honestly, you're bigging them up, and then suddenly the Palmer rug pull, and they're talking about potential driver change.
No, well, look, Colapinto's there. You can't ignore the fact that
we saw Paul Aaron as well. They've got an amazing lineup of incredibly talented drivers, but only 2 seats.
Yeah, and Jack Doohan has looked very solid as well in this pre-season. He hasn't put a foot wrong, and It's just a conversation, isn't it? Having Franco Colapinto sign, all the rumours about it is not. It's not very nice for Jack Doohan. So
you were saying,
if he's listening, Jack, I'm very sorry. You've done a great job so far, and
you were saying you had that experience with Esteban Ocon.
Maybe we'll have a Doohan podium in Melbourne.
We've had some crazy races in Melbourne, as Team Enstone know, from the finish to our most recent crazy race, when they didn't really do anything wrong. Do you remember all the chat about Ocon and Gasly being teammates and how he was inevitably going to end in tears? And it imploded, but it wasn't really their fault. It was just a frenetic restart at the end of the race after Kevin Magnussen pulled over, didn't he? It didn't look hugely like a red flag, but it provided a lot of drama at the end of the Grand Prix, as we see the Williams go over the line as well. And yeah, Jack Doohan, part of that Alpine Academy. That was a deliberate choice. That was a targeted choice for Jack Doohan to join Alpine and believe that he would get an opportunity through that academy. It was a deliberate choice to leave Red Bull and target that seat, and it's worked out for him.
Bit of driver chat because the Alpine's in the garage, so Jolien can't get that excited yet because they're changing some braking components there because they can see those brake parts have been removed. There's a new team in Formula 1 next year, which means there's 2 new seats available for drivers, and I've heard only very thin rumours about that, so I'm going to open that one now.
What have you heard, Ruth Buscombe?
I got 2 words for you. James Hinchcliffe.
Oh man, I did not think that was the direction you were going in. Here we go.
Yeah, I think that'll be a very exciting scene, very hotly contested scene.
Yeah, it will be. As the grid expansion is fairly rare, and the quality of driver that we've got on the grid in recent years is mighty high. Nice to hear James Hinchcliffe's voice. Good luck to Hinch and our absent friend Will Buxton.
He's not dead.
Start. I'm just saying. Good luck to them as they start their IndyCar season at the start of the year.
Neither of them have enough super license points to drive for the new team next year.
You don't know what could happen this year. I'm not letting
Sorry,
James...
neither of them.
Neither of them.
As
Sorry,
in,
you
list
thought it'd be
the
James
people you
and
thought I
Will.
was linking to the seat?
No. I was just trying to get off that subject and onto the subject of Max Verstappen, who most certainly does have enough super license points, but also has...
Who raced against Will Buxton, by the way.
He
last
did
run of the
indeed, and
Grand
beat him. Red Bull have reverted to the new specification nose now. Verstappen's gone back out, and you can see there's flow visualization die on the right front corner of the car. Here's a lovely shot of it. You can see with that where the air's flowing over the front of the car, rapidly towards Verstappen's helmet, actually. But I just wonder, they're experimenting, and it feels like there's been a conversation in the back of the garage, doesn't it? Max went out, clearly wasn't happy with the car, gone back in, got the new bits on, and has gone back out again. And, well, car still doesn't look particularly fun to drive, does it, Jolien?
He's hanging on to it a little bit through the first sector, but it's quicker than it has been before. It still looks tricky through turn 4. Again, then it's understeering a lot at turn 8. Can't get the front end. It's not looking easy, this, from behind the wheel for Verstappen. Russell's had another crack at a C3 tyre, by the way, and didn't improve. He was a couple of tenths away from his best, so having done that elongated C3 run, he's had another go at it. This is Verstappen on a C2, understeering quite a lot through turn 11, didn't quite get up to a perfect apex. 13's the tricky one. 2 stabs at turning in, fighting it. It's cleaner. This is a C2, remember? It's a harder compound than we've seen most of the rest on. 1 corner to go. This is where he picked up all out of that understeer on the previous go. And again, he's having to wait quite a long time there, turning it in, front waiting to bite, and then hovering in the mid-corner as well. And what is Max Verstappen. I think we've not seen Piastri yet on a C3 tyre, have we? Oscar's out on track, and I think that might be our reference point for what a C2 time is, for what it's worth. And Verstappen is 4 tenths down.
looking at more of the Flovis. Fantastic pictures.
Where's Sam? Where's Sam when you need him?
Sitting right next to you, Ruth. You can see the airflow. It's actually really interesting. It was really definitive there. You can see the rear lower wishbone there and how the air that's flowing over that is going up and into the cooling duct on the side pod. Really clearly, you don't normally get such a clear look at how the front wishbones are interacting with what's going on downstream, but that was so clear. Lovely bit of footage, and I think certainly it's something we're going to be taking a long, hard look at over the next few days, or a couple of weeks before we all arrive in Melbourne.
The opening Grand Prix of the year, returning to Melbourne for the start of the season. Wonderful stop on the tour. We look beyond the rocks.
That's arty, isn't it?
Yeah, that's nice
class.
stuff.
That's nice.
That's nice stuff. The man heading to his home race. No Australian has ever won the Australian Grand Prix in World Championship spec. They had a non-championship race there that Alan Jones won years ago, but no one's ever won a round of the Formula One World Championship in Australia. Being from Australia, where are we looking forward to travelling to on the Formula One calendar in 2025 is the sort of question you get asked in the commentary box when it comes to day 3 of testing. What's on your highlight reel, pal? Where are you looking forward to travelling to?
Australia. I love Melbourne as a season opener.
You do. You like the track as well. You like driving the track. You're a big fan.
I was just a fan of it all, really. And the track's actually better from the days when I was racing. The track changes that came in a couple of years ago. Overtaking is now possible. It's a DRS frenzy around there. High speed, beautiful Albert Park. And when we've had the sort of European winter, the Bahrain winter that we're in now, and then you get to Melbourne, fans in full end of summer spirit. I love it, and I think it's going to be a cracking season opener for us in a couple of weeks.
Do you know what? Melbourne is a brilliant motor race every single year. It truly is. It's a fantastic sporting spectacle, but it's also utterly terrible in terms of trying to understand where a car is working, which cars are good in which condition, because it's such a weird circuit. It just has this strange characteristic that a car that works well at Melbourne may not work well anywhere else on. It's one of those strange ones. Brazil is another example of that. There's just a few outlying tracks on the calendar, and Melbourne is just a strange venue. So I don't think we'll get a true picture of the pecking order in F1 until at least we get to Suzuka round 3. And even then, the weather's interrupted things so much recently, that's not that repeatable. So I don't think we're going to get a real understanding of who's strong and who's not until April or even into May, and it's great.
And also, it doesn't necessarily matter who's strong at the start of the year. You say we're not going to get a picture until April or May, but the cars will have changed potentially by May as well. Remember just last year with the tightness of the field, how small upgrades delivered right can transform a season. Where are you looking forward to most this year?
Ooh, there's a lot of stops on the tour that are exciting. Where am I going to pick? I'm excited for the first sprint race of the year in Shanghai. That's going to be pretty exciting. And always enjoy a trip to Austin, I have to say. That is one of the highlights of the season. That's turned into a real modern classic. Great track, great atmosphere. The fans are so enthusiastic over there, and then the city itself is just a dream. Ruth, what about you?
Yeah, I think Austin's definitely up there. Yeah, food overtaking, the SCs, what more can you ask for? Miami, I've got friends that are basically family that live there, which is great. But there's only one answer for me.
Which is?
Viva Las Vegas!
I forgot how much. It's been 80 odd days. I forgot how much you adore Las Vegas.
Yes, you know, it's just like the land of statistics, of bright lights, of stunning racing.
That's not the first thing I associate with Vegas.
Yeah. Synonymous with stats.
Synonymous with statistics. I love it. Yeah, you know, different strokes for different folks. You know, I'd say if I was a Formula One driver, I probably would say something like Suzuka because I get to drive around it, but I don't. You know, Vegas it is for me.
I'm pretty sure I'm not going there this year, at least for Formula One, but I'll be here.
He's here all year, folks.
Yeah. But favourite of them, you just mentioned it, is Suzuka. It's a wonderful venue. If you're a Formula One fan and you pick one race to go to all year, regardless of where you live in the world, for me, Japanese Grand Prix at Suzuka is so special. It also has the best food.
It's magnificent. It's such a good. I had to wait a long time before I got out to Suzuka to cover the race there, and occasionally have to leave Palmer behind, commentating through the middle of the night, watching him on Combox Cam get grumpier and grumpier. It's happening right now. It's happening again. It's the same
because I'm getting
thing.
flashbacks.
It's a brilliant event. I concur with what Sam said. If you ever get a chance to Suzuka, take it with both hands. It's Pierre Gasly, all aboard the hype train, along with Palmer, currently top, having done some quali simulations earlier on. George Russell in second place, then Lewis Hamilton. So third in the order, doesn't look too bad, but when we've seen the characteristics of the Ferrari, it doesn't seem too happy at the moment. Top three as we tick into our final 21 minutes behind the microphones before the real thing starts in Melbourne.
Has anyone seen Aston Martin this afternoon? Lance Stroll's done 18 laps. They've gone from being sort of quietly looking all right on day one to just being quietly not looking anything.
There was a bit of an update from the team earlier that Fernando Alonso wasn't feeling the best. So he had that early season Fernando flu that we've seen a few times. So he wasn't in the car as scheduled this morning. And as you're right, though, we haven't seen very much of that green machine this afternoon, if at all, have we? Or has it just been parked in the box? No, I don't think we've really seen it, have we?
I'm thinking, assuming the top four are going to be the top four in various order, in probably a pretty close order, hopefully. Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren and Red Bull. We've obviously seen Alpine show something today with Gasly. We've seen Williams.
You should have mentioned it, Jolien.
I don't know if you've noticed, but Gasly's just been pumping in the times.
You should have said something.
Easily. But Sainz did the same yesterday in the Williams, and I'm expecting Albon to have a bit of a crack at some fast laps in the Williams later on today. The shot for any of these teams to potentially be fifth and nudging towards the top four, sneaking an outside podium, seems very, very open. And I'm starting to wonder if Aston Martin have made the progress that we thought they might have done on day one. Big year for them. Transitional year. Adrian Newey joining the team. He's not going to be having any impact on this year's car, but he might be later on in the year, but really working for next year in the rule change. But it seems very, very open for everyone else to have sort of best of the rest moments.
I agree, but I do disagree about Adrian Newey because Secret Squirrel informed me, could never possibly reveal my sources, that when he was announced in the factory, he had an 8-minute standing ovation from all the engineers. And I say that level of inspiration, I've never worked for Newey, I know him, and I got to work for a lovely man named Rory Byrne, and having a legendary designer does make you, stay a little bit later on a Friday night and push it and work for it.
Yeah, clapping by the sounds. 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
You usually don't see that sort of reaction unless Palmer wanders into the gallery.
Yeah. So Sam is tech.
But that's kind of my reaction is to that is that all? I mean, Newey's achievements cannot be
To be fair, I would take a bullet for that man. And when he actually became my friend, I was so nervous the next day that I was like, did I make a good impression? And it was probably one of the best moments of my life.
He's a truly lovely individual, actually, Adrian Newey. I know him a little bit as well. However, you did just mention the name of his arch nemesis, his arch rival, Rory Byrne. Now, that's a name that isn't as well known as Adrian Newey. Rory Byrne is a South African engineer who's worked on a huge number of super successful designs. Michael Schumacher's championship winning cars, I think every single one of them was a Rory Byrne originated design. He's also still working as a consultant on the current generation of Ferrari cars. Not sure how hands-on he is on the design these days, but he is still involved. So we haven't seen the end of this decades-long rivalry between Adrian Newey and Rory Byrne.
Yeah, basically, think Lewis Max 2021, but with a calculator.
8 minutes of standing ovation is just staggering, really. It's like Usyk and Fury had the 11-minute face-off in boxing, and you think someone's got to stop this now. We've been doing this for 10 minutes. Someone's got to look away. After sort of the 5 minutes of a standing ovation, that's an amazing reception. I mean, but they've got twice as long to give.
8 minutes standing. Who's timing that? That's a guess, isn't it?
It could potentially. It's probably a minute.
Yeah, it felt like more than 5, less than 10. We'll call it 8.
Yeah, I can't fact check that.
Company-wide email going. If you're going to give a standing ovation, it's got to go beyond 5 at the very least. Our new signing is a pretty big deal.
he will inspire things. And I think it's really cool, you know, for the engineers out there, because, you know, people like you, Jolene, you get all the praises, you're the rock stars. He's our rock star.
He's a rock star, though, isn't he, Adrian Newey? He's more the engineer's rock star now.
He's the people's rock star.
Yeah, he's a big name in the sport, and you have to be a pretty incredible designer to become a public figure. But Adrian Newey has built so many rocket ships, designed so many rocket ships over the past with good teams, and he's going to have to. I think it's going to be a big process for him. It's not going to the work of one man parachuting in and changing the fortunes of Aston Martin. He needs a lot of change to get the correlation working from factory to track, to get the right people around him to help deliver some of his views to screen, paper, numbers, and then onto the car.
But I would say one person can make a huge difference. Again, I'm obviously biased, but you look at kind of Fred's arrival at Scuderia Ferrari and the kind of the revival.
It's all right, we'll edit that bit out.
Yeah, we'll get the thing. Sorry, there was Alpine on screen. I thought you could have plugged them up. But yeah, I do think a single person can make a big difference. I certainly remember when Seb joined the team, Scuderia Ferrari in 2015. Just like even him walking through the door before he even turned the wheel made a big difference to the vibe.
Vibe check complete in the commentary box. We can head down to the pit lane, see what the vibes are like down there with Bernie.
Well, the vibes are quite different down here in the pit lane, but I just wanted to show you some of the detail that the cars go into before they go into a long run. So we're stood here in front of Hulkenberg's car. He's over the side bench talking to his engineers, and you can hopefully see the mechanics going around and taping up the bodywork, and you can see it just looks like normal Sala tape that you've had at home, but no, it's very high quality aero tape. And what they're doing is they're taping up all of the little gaps around all of the bodywork, such that I guess before he goes into his long run he has a very perfect aero surface. This happens every long run over the weekend before the cars go into a race simulation. Anytime that you're expecting not to take that bodywork off again, you're just sealing up all those little gaps, because any little gap has the potential to reduce the downforce on the car. So the mechanics very digitally, you can see some cleaning around the car as well, just to get the surfaces in the absolute perfect condition before you start this long run, and try and get the best aerodynamics, the best downforce that this car can produce. So just a tiny bit of insight there into what the cars go through before they go into the long run. Hopefully we'll see Hulkenberg back out in the car soon. Over to you.
That's fascinating stuff there, Bernie. It's one of the things people say, does that tape make a big difference to the car? Putting a bit of tape over the cracks on the bodywork, how much aerodynamic difference does it make? Well, it's actually something I've been to the wind tunnel and played around with and put into the wind tunnel, both at scale model size and on full-scale cars. Can't name the cars, unfortunately, because it was on a previous life of mine, but it does work. The tape over the gaps on the bodywork does actually make a little bit of a difference to the overall drag. You can have a little bit of a reduction in drag, but also you sometimes find bits of, particularly around the floor, and the machining of perhaps a part of the floor hasn't worked as well. By sealing that with a bit of tape, that diffuser that wasn't working well when you hadn't got the tape on suddenly comes to life and starts to work. So those little tiny details do make a difference. And the first time I've seen the tape on gaps being used in history, well before my time, was on little tiny underpowered Fiat 500s in the Mille Miglia road race in the 1950s, and they'd get sticking plaster, put them over all of the gaps on the car, including the driver and navigator's door, and go off to try to make up as much straight line speed as they could on those long straights towards the end of that very long road race.
The history hit is now presented by Sam Collins in 2025. Love that story. Thank you, Sam. And thank you, Bernie, for the update down in the pit lane as well.
Third set of C3s that Hamilton's put on, and he's not improved. Fourth set is improved.
It's a C4, but he has also not improved. Similarly to the comments that Carlos Sainz said yesterday. But yeah, it does seem like that C4 tyre, which is, these tyres have characters, right? So if you ask, I'm sure Bernie would say the same thing. C4 is a bit of a diva, you know? he or she, or it, you know, sometimes is amazing and it gives you such great grip, and then every now and again, just when you start to trust it, it betrays you. So it betrays you either by kind of having some serious non-linear terrible problem, like, you know, graining, or, you know, it degrades more than you're expecting. But when you get it right, you know, it makes you believe in love again.
I knew the payoff was going to be worth it, and it was. The tricky tyre. Carlos Sainz didn't enjoy it yesterday at all. He's pretty negative about what he found underneath, but temperature's slightly higher today. Looking at Yuki Tsunoda. No two ways to put it. Passed over promotion, and Tsunoda trying to show the senior management that they got that decision wrong. And he started the season last year so motivated, carried it all the way through, and kept his drive in Formula One, which was under threat at the very start of the year. Kept it for the entire season, and got a new one-year deal as a result as he climbs there.
Do you remember last year, there was a lot of chatter about this team, and were they going to be the big surprise? And they sort of failed to deliver on it. Well, they massively did. I think we all thought they could be the bridge between the top four and the rest, and they fell away. Ended up being usurped by Alpine and Haas. They've been extraordinarily quiet this year. You said it earlier, Sam, that Yuki felt like he hadn't done as many laps. He actually had a really productive day on day one. Didn't do so many yesterday in a bit of the rain that was around when he was in the car. So 42 laps since he's been in the car. He's heading towards a race distance, and he is on a race run at the moment. So he is a bit like Alex Albon. He's out there and circulating. We just haven't seen him too much.
Something I think we haven't spoken enough about, or even at all as far as I'm aware, over the last couple of days and into today. Yuki Tsunoda's actually got a really interesting opportunity this year. Max Verstappen, due to on-track incidents last year, is right on the verge of a one-race ban due to driver penalty points. Yuki Tsunoda is the obvious choice to get promoted into that racing, even just for one race, putting Yuki Tsunoda into the Red Bull. That could be quite an interesting outcome if perhaps Max was a little bit naughty at race 2, because where would Yuki Tsunoda then be in the Red Bull? Around Suzuka, Honda's home circuit.
Sam will be keeping across all of the penalty points and the repercussions. Having Magnussen last year having to sit out. Ollie Behrman taking his seat and scoring a point in his first start for Haas. Almost kept Magnussen out of the car in Brazil for his second start for Haas, and he finally begins a full season with the team this year, having completed his time in Formula 2. 9 minutes to go before we hand over to Crofty to take us to the flag for pre-season testing. And we're watching Lewis Hamilton continue to circulate out there. George Russell's in the pits, and we are looking backwards at our replay once again. Gravel trap, the beginning of the gravel trap on the exit of turn 4 taking a battering. This is further round the lap, down the hill into turn 10 for Hamilton. Okay, let's head to Lewis Hamilton's old team. Bernie has made her way to Mercedes.
Yeah, just picking up on what you said there about George Russell being on the pits. We can see him here around the engineer's bench, debriefing what's happened in his, what we think were qualifying runs. We can see him in the garage and make some changes. Mechanics to the front of the car, trying to change some of the suspension setup, it looks like. Potentially dealing with something that they're not that happy with, because one of the chief engineers from a design and reliability point of view stood to one side of the car overlooking changes there as well. And in the back of the garage, hopefully he's still there and you can still see him, Valtteri Bottas keeping an eye on proceedings, listening into what's going on, maybe giving a little bit of encouragement, not sure, but quite a bit going on at the front of this Mercedes at the moment in terms of setup. Maybe a sensor that they're trying to get right in order to get this car back out again. But yeah, definitely George Russell out of the car, stood to one side, not maybe going anywhere anytime soon, but hopefully they can fix it pretty quickly.
Thank you, Bernie. Perfect timing. Max Verstappen has just done the fastest first sector around around this circuit where he has had so much success. Absolutely dominated 1 year ago. Verstappen on the C3 tyre, having had a bit of a difficult time rotating the car earlier on, has that fastest first sector and is heading DRS wide open to turn 11.
First time on the C3s today for Max. He's had a couple of scrappy runs on a C2, but the Red Bull looking much more poised on the softer tyre. Flat out over the crest. Slightly down on Gasly in the middle sector. The middle sector is where the bulk of the corners are. There's longer straight line stretches in sector 1 and 3. This is sector. No DRS into the final corner. He had loads of understeer on the C2 earlier through there, the hard tyre. Better front end on this one, and here he comes to the line, and he jumps up to third. Better, much better on the C3.
Yeah, more encouraging stuff for the world champion and Red Bull, as he tried to dial himself into the racetrack where he has multiple victories. And, job done with the lap time on the board, 1:31.43. Out there at the moment as well, we've got Pierre Gasly going across the line, Yuki Tsunoda, Esteban Ocon's out there, so is Stroll and Piastri, as well as the world champion who we just saw on the circuit.
Yep, and Piastri is basically doing a copy-paste of what his teammate Lando Norris did about this time yesterday. So he's doing a race simulation, also on that C3 tyre. We're going to assume that he's got a full tank of fuel, so 110 kilograms, and whatever sensors they ran on yesterday's car, we're just going to assume it's about the same amount of weight. But he is lapping, compared to where Lando lapped, about 0.8 seconds a lap slower in the first stint. Now, is that because the car is 0.8 seconds a lap slower, or he is? No, it's the track is so much slower today because of the wind and because of the temperatures than it was yesterday. Now, some of it might be other elements, but it is fascinating to see just quite how different it is and just how much the wind is around here. It always shocks me every year, even though I know deep down.
It's actually pretty good data this for the teams, because they've got a lower deck Bahrain in cooler temperatures. Now the temperatures are back up, and you can see there Oscar in the final sector just struggling with the rear coming round, and this is back to classic Bahrain deck. Abrasive track. It's certainly not scorching out there, 16 point, but the track temperature is higher than it was, and it's putting more energy through the rear axle, and so it's going to be back towards your closer Bahrain dead characteristics, and that is in part why everyone's slower, as you're mentioning, Ruth, with just the conditions more than any car changes.
Yeah, you're completely right. So yesterday, basically, Lando had 0 deg on that C3 tyre. So as a strategist, we would probably just say it was dominated by warm up and getting the tyre into the window. So 0.01 seconds a lap, whereas Piastri is doing about 0.06 seconds a lap, which, as you say, much closer to what we have in a normal Grand Prix.
And that was one of Andrea Stella's caveats earlier on. He said, yeah, Lando did a great run, but they were good conditions. We know we go well in cool conditions. It was also much less windy, so they were optimal conditions for the car. So now they've got a test of what it's like in conditions that are boiling out there, but it's breezy and it's hotter.
Slight change for McLaren in the bodywork department as well. They've gone for the tight, very tight tail section where the 81 of Piastri's number is, just around the exhaust, which is the newer specification. But they've gone for the older and slightly more open bodywork further forward, not the newer specification. So a bit of mix and match going on at McLaren with the bodywork packages, and that's what they clearly are feeling is probably the best solution for now. And they're not really working on the conditions for the circuit as it is now, because they're all thinking about what's the car going to do, not just at this track, but in Melbourne, in the first few races of the year, in Suzuka, building up through the rest of the year. That's what the focus is here. It's not on the fastest time now, though it is lovely to have it.
Yeah, and again, teams take different approaches on that cooling. So it's one of the things a bit like downforce level. You can tell a downforce level because the rear wing is bigger. You don't need a degree to do that. Cooling level as well is just how big the kind of the exit is at the back of the car. And actually, even from a pit wall, you can look and see how open or closed the cars are. And yeah, different teams have different approaches to that. So some will run the cooling that is required. Some will run more cooling than is required to get a reference, because there's lots of tuning behind the scenes. It depends a lot on your ethos as a team, your power unit, what your power unit provider needs to have, and yeah, every millisecond can make a difference. And of course, if you've taped it up properly with a good tape, that also helps.
Any more tape chat, Sam, as we come to the end of our run?
Just at the aero tape, the proper aero tape is really expensive, and some teams don't use it in different series just because it's too expensive, because the amount you get through is huge.
Highlight of the test, Sam Collins, that we've seen so far. Obviously 2 hours to go. Please still watch.
Yeah, for me, being slightly nerdy, it's the Red Bull and how mysterious that car still is, and how we've yet to see what it's really got. I think there's a lot more to come, and I'm quite excited about the Red Bull this year.
Ruth Buscombe-Divey, you've joined us for day 3, but I know that you wouldn't have missed a minute of day 1 or day 2. What's your highlight of the test?
Well, my highlight of the test has got to be Laura Winter's hair, because 1, she looked phenomenal. 2, it allowed me to talk about the wind, which is one of my favourite topics in terms of race strategy in Bahrain, and has segued into phenomenal wind chat for the whole day. So yeah, Laura Winter's hair, P1 for me.
Jolyon Palmer, your highlight of the test, please, with 2 hours to go.
Gasly unleashing hell in the Alpine this afternoon. Nice to see the shackles coming off that.
Anything else?
I think the whole test has just been so straightforward for everyone. I would say the power cut hour that we held brilliantly with nothing happening on the first day, or the rain hour that Chris McCarthy stepped into.
I thought you did very well both of those hours, where I might not have been in the commentary box.
So what was your highlight? Going home before the rain?
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed not having to do that level of broadcasting. No, seeing how bulletproof the cars are and how excellent they all are on track. Still getting used to that sight with Lewis Hamilton behind the wheel. My thanks to the whole team providing the pictures on site and in the commentary box. From us, for the moment, it's goodbye. Well, thanks to the whole gallery and to everyone in commentary, the tape chat from Sam Collins, Ruth, Jolyon, and this is the last from me, Alex Jakes. Let's hear now from Lewis Hamilton, moving to Ferrari and his thoughts about it.
Lewis, obviously a lot of the appeal about Ferrari was the romanticism around the team and the myth of racing for Ferrari. In your first few weeks, how has that lived up to your expectations? Has it gone way beyond what you're expecting in terms of the magic of Ferrari so far?
It definitely has, yeah. I think it's one thing seeing it from outside, but then when you're actually in it, it's pretty extreme. It's pretty incredible. Just from seeing, speaking to the whole team, seeing the whole team at the factory all in one space, for example, and just seeing how passionately excited everyone, walking around all the different departments, and people who just live and breathe Ferrari. It's what you grow up dreaming of getting to work at. That in those smaller places, towns in Italy, where they've grown up dreaming one day being there. So that how proud they are to work there, and how much pride they take in their work is really beautiful to see. And then it's the Tifosi, which you just can't. You can see. I could see it obviously watching the previous Charles and Carlos over the years, and with Sebastian. But to be on the receiving end of it, it's a new experience that I couldn't have imagined exactly.
Welcome back then from the commentary box, just in time to see Oscar Piastri on the C1 tyre start another lap. Oscar Piastri with the 6th fastest time of the day, 35 laps completed. His teammate Lando Norris has put in the 8th fastest time of the day, did 57 laps altogether. The most lappage today Alex Albon, unsurprisingly, as he's doing 2 shifts, 97 laps for him. Max Verstappen is also doing 2 shifts. He's on 59 laps, has the 3rd fastest time behind George Russell and Pierre Gasly. Karun Chandhok is alongside me. 2 more hours to go, Karun Chandhok, of this pre-season test. 2 more hours for somebody maybe to surprise, something to happen that we're not kind of expecting, and other than the lights going out and what we'll call the driver coach, the bus, nothing has really been that surprising so far, or as shocked us in any way, and a chance for us to look at some race runs and see who's looking in good shape ahead of Melbourne.
Yeah, it looks like Piastri's just starting his 2nd stint of his race run. He's done a first stint of 18 laps on the C3, and he's now switched. Esteban Ocon also on a race run, I think, at the moment. Yesterday we saw in this stint, Crofty, Lando Norris averaging at a 1:34.4, 1:34.39 to be precise. So,
and he was on the C1 tyres at that time at this stint.
I believe
he then went on to the C2 for the last stint.
Yeah, I believe so. So, Piastri there, 35.2, but it's only the first lap of the stint. So let's see as the fuel load comes down. Hopefully that will improve. But not a lot of cars on track. There's only 3 of them out there.
Yeah.
Ocon, Gasly.
Which kind of surprised me a bit, unless we're just about to see a race simulation in the next few moments on that one.
Yeah, we've got an hour and 55 to go. There's still enough time, isn't there, to get a race simulation done if you get going fairly soon.
Valtteri Bottas is practicing a pose that I think we're going to see much of this year. The standing at the back of the garage, looking interested, trying to ignore the cameras, and knowing that the lens is focused very much on him.
Yeah, I did see quite a funny comment from Toto Wolff saying that he's now that he's back to being a representative of the Mercedes brand. I'm not sure the naked calendars and the budgie smuggling ads are going to be making a return again.
Which is a shame, because he raised a lot of money for charity. So maybe we'll do the Mike Crack calendar and just have Mike there in various pastel jumpers over his shoulder.
Okay. I don't know where to go with that.
I think there is a.
Is there a market for?
There's a market for charity calendars in Formula One. And once we've had the Valtteri Bottas, let's do the Mike Crack calendar.
Well, if anyone in Aston Martin's listening to the commentary, you can text Crofty and let him know what Mike thinks about that idea.
Sure, he'll absolutely love it. just seen a great headline on motorsport.com. It says, Hamilton, I use negativity as fuel. Is he talking about 2026? Is that like the sustainability fuel for next year?
It's a new brand.
Yeah, negativity. But no, it's all about negative comments drive me forward. I know that feeling.
You know what? Should we pick up where our colleagues, Alex Jakes and co, were talking about before, highlighted the test? And I'm going to say, actually, it's been watching Lewis Hamilton get very comfortable in the Ferrari very quickly. He does seem at one with the car. He's sort of, you know, it feels like he's been tracking Leclerc in terms of pace. You know, when you look comparable tyres and stint lengths, he already looks very comfortable in that car.
He absolutely does. And he's smiling, and it's not so much looking comfortable in the car, the demeanour out of the car, I think is also telling. And his integration within the team and the way the team have integrated with Lewis as well seems like a really good fit, doesn't it?
And it was a sign of respect, wasn't it? Ted was highlighting before that John Elkann came out to Bahrain to see the test, and that is not something that happens every year. You know, I think that's a sign of respect from the wider Ferrari group for Lewis, and he's embraced that. There's David Sanchez, Executive Technical Director of Alpine, not just Technical Director.
Does that mean he gets to park closer to the entrance because he's part of the executive team?
Yes, must be. Max Verstappen, DRS Open on the C3 tyre. So they don't seem to be doing long runs here, do they? We haven't seen a full race distance from Red Bull.
No.
You didn't see one
He said he
yesterday.
did with Liam Lawson yesterday. We didn't see it with Max this morning. And how many laps has he done?
No, he's doing short runs. He's quicker than Gasly in this lap, so this is not race fuel.
No.
So he's, we saw Lawson do 2 stints yesterday, so 2/3 of a distance, 44 laps, and this is Max coming up to the line.
So is this what Red Bull will have put in as a normal run program, or with a lot of Flovis paint on the right-hand side of that Red Bull car, are they still just trying to understand it a bit and thinking the more time we spend understanding and working and tinkering away, the better off we'll be come Australia, and maybe we'll do that to sacrifice a race stint this afternoon?
I think that's it. We were talking about this earlier today. To me, if you are happy with your baseline car, you don't need to be experimenting with things. You don't need to be doing short runs and spending time in the pits changing things. You just go out there and pound round and round and wait for things to break and things to fall off. You're doing reliability testing, you're doing race distances, you're doing long runs. The fact that they're doing short runs and changing things in between, presumably, indicates that they still need to learn a lot. And that Flovis down the side, not only will their photographers be all over it, but every rival team will be taking pictures of that Flovis paint.
Does this kind of back up the noises we've been hearing from Red Bull as well about, and from Max? The car's nicer to drive, and that's fine. Every driver wants a car that's nicer to drive. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the fastest of the fast. You could have put in a bit more benign suspension that makes it easier on the drivers, but taking a bit of the ultimate pace out of the car in doing so. The trick is finding both.
Absolutely right. And the third element of that is finding a car that works at all circuits, because the beauty of the Formula One World Championship is that we have such a wide range of circuits. You're going from street circuits to ones peppered full of slow 90-degree corners like Miami or Baku or something like that, to then the more fast-flowing circuits of a Silverstone or a Spa. And you've got to have a car that works in every type of condition. And I think that's where McLaren were great last year. From Miami onwards, they didn't really have a weak circuit. Maybe Vegas, but I think that might have been symptomatic of the tires, them not being able to fire up the tires in the same way. But yeah, apart from that weekend, really, I think they didn't really have a weak circuit as such.
There's a lot of configurations in Bahrain. It's not just this track. We've raced on the outer loop as well, but there are various other configurations, including the one we had for the Grand Prix a few years ago that I hope never comes back as a Grand Prix track. It wasn't the greatest race ever. But would it make sense to run different configurations each day so the teams get a better understanding of the car over different demands and disciplines?
We used to do that with GP2 testing at Paul Ricard.
Really?
Yeah. We used to do day one, I think we used to do a 3-day test, and every day would be a different configuration. And I think it was great because it meant you could test for Monza, you could test for Monaco, and everything else in between as well. And Bahrain is unique, isn't it? It's the only track on the planet, I believe, which has 4 Grade 1 licensed layouts.
Yeah.
So they could absolutely do that, and I think that's a good shot, actually, is you could do, I remember even a GP2 test, we even switched at lunchtime one day.
Really?
We used to do a mid-season test. We used to do a 2-day mid-season test, and we switched from whatever it was to the Monaco layout, because it was pre-Monaco, and we did a high down. We all switched to high downforce package and did a Monaco layout.
Because at the very, just watch this, as Oscar Piastri gaining on Nico Hulkenberg down the straight, and passes him with ease. And Nico knew he was coming, saw he was coming, moved over to the left-hand side, and the McLaren carries on its way. I mean, yes, you'd have to install various different timing loops, but you can do that ahead of time. You might have to move the cameras from day to day so we can all get the best shots, but it's a test, and the teams, I think, would get a lot more out of it, even if you just ran the Grand Prix track and the outer loop. The outer loop could double up as a very nice Austria or Monza.
Yeah.
High high-speed track.
Yeah, I think the slight problem is that the bit you're cutting out, i.e. the middle sector, is actually the one that's most relevant.
That's true.
For the whole calendar. So that's the slight challenge, actually.
Well, maybe they can find a fifth Grade 1 circuit within all the configurations. What it does mean, of course, staying on the same track, is that Alex Brundle only has 15 corners to go and wander around. He doesn't have even more on the infield. So where are you? Oh, turn 13 you're at. Top of the hill.
I am. I'm at the only corner I've not yet visited over the 3 days of over the 3 days of testing. Lights are on, guys, out here, and it's always deceptive, isn't it, when you get the TV cameras, because it's darker out here on the racetrack than it looks. Interesting down here in turn 13. It's one of the biggest challenges of the lap in terms of the balance of the car. That's the second apex, so to position you on the racetrack, they take this second apex, but you kind of have to ignore the first king because they come into turn 13. They've already been through the flat-out turn 12. We're expecting Lance Stroll, who's on a relatively long run in the Aston Martin. What I'm seeing down here is one of the areas of the circuit that forms the final sector, and there's a huge difference actually in terms of tyre compound between those drivers able to get down to this final apex and those missing it. As the temperature begins to cool down now, you can really see something of what we saw in the race runs yesterday, where the softer compounds really start to make a huge difference to the amount of grip and purchase the cars have as they try to make this really tricky turn 13 apex. Some drivers able to be a bit more accurate than others. Albon has been pounding laps in on that medium compound tyre, looks relatively accurate. Piastri looking really dialed in here in that McLaren, following around with George Russell at the moment. But yeah, trickier and trickier track conditions you sense for those drivers on sort of any of the white wall compounds, the C2 or the C1 down here in turn 13. It's something I asked the guys in the comm box last night, Crofty and Karim, but I'm interested to hear your view on this, having watched 3 days of testing here. Which car would you guys want to be in? Because I think I've more or less picked the McLaren. I'm interested in your viewpoint, Crofty, in your viewpoint, Karun, on which car you'd actually want at this stage if you had to pick one for the season.
Do you think then, Alex, that the McLaren is the best car, and therefore that is the one you've got to be in?
Yeah, from everything I've seen, especially the race runs last night, yeah, okay, it was a little bit spiky this morning, wasn't it? Andrea Stella basically said they were trying things out. It wasn't the best conditions for the car. I would pick the McLaren. What would you guys have?
Karun Chandok, which one would you be in?
The McLaren, absolutely, because Alex Brundle's been at 15 different corners and watched it up close and picked it.
So. It's just so obvious. Why would you want to be in a McLaren? You want a car that challenges you. You want a car that you can make the difference for. That's maybe not the best car out there, surely.
No.
I would want to be in the Mercedes.
Because
we've got Valtteri Bottas standing by with Laura Winter, and I bet it's the car that he wants to be in as well. And if Valtteri wants to be in the car, that's good enough for me. Laura Winter, down to you.
Thank you, Crofty. That was quite the segue into this interview. Valtteri, great to see you. Thanks so much for coming out the garage and having a chat. Look, I know it must be a little bit of a weird feeling for you being at the test. How have you found it?
Yeah, for sure. Like especially day one, watching everyone doing the testing, doing the programs. It's strange to be on the side, but on the other hand, yeah, it's been enjoyable days with the team, and yeah, getting lots of insights of what's happening and how we can actually progress from here.
Yeah, of course, you still have a job to do. You're still part of a team that you had so much success with as well. How is this test looking for Mercedes? From the outside, it looks pretty good.
I think it's been quite straightforward. No big drama on 3 days, which is always good. Plenty of laps. So far, yeah, been through the whole program that was planned for the week. So I think positive start, and yeah, both drivers saying that they can feel the improvements that were targeted for this point of the season, and of course there's a plan for the race ahead.
So any of those improvements made over the winter to make the drive of the car more stable, more predictable, everything's moving in the right direction. That's the feedback on both sides of the garage.
Yeah, it seems like everything is moving in the right direction, but I'm pretty sure it's most likely the same case with in every garage, or at least 90%. But yeah, it's as always, it's still hard. And what people are going to bring for race one.
Yeah, we can't read too much into pretty much anything, can we, at pre-season testing, and certainly those timing sheets. How's Kimi settling in with the team?
Yeah, good. Yeah, he's like a sponge, taking information. You know, he's a nice kid. He has got a steep learning curve and ahead of him, which he's already started well. And yeah, you know, when you're approaching your first race, there's so many new things and information that yeah, it's going to be, for sure, you know, very exciting for him the next weeks. But so far, I think he's done a solid job, and yeah, I think he's going to learn a lot from these 3 days.
And for the team as well, Lewis Hamilton has moved on, one of the most experienced and successful drivers in the sport. You now have a brand new 18-year-old. You yourself have come back into the team as well. It feels a new chapter for Mercedes. What's that feeling like within the team?
It does feel different, of course. You know, it has been 3 years that I was back, but yeah, when a driver like Lewis changes, for sure, it changes the feeling a bit. But yeah, I haven't, obviously, I'm still yet to see the team in action in the race weekend to get a proper read. But one thing is good to see that winning mentality and that drive hasn't disappeared at all. So nobody is going to be happy finishing second, which is good to see.
How much are you enjoying getting to Melbourne?
A lot. I'm going early, of course, and yeah, Race of Champions next weekend already. So yeah, it's looking forward to getting back to Australia.
Great stuff. Brilliant to see you, Valtteri. Thanks so much for the insight. Cheers.
Valtteri's going to Sydney for the Race of Champions.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Down under it does. Well, yeah, it's his racing outlet, isn't it, for the next few months. I really hope that this is not the end of Valtteri Bottas as an F1 racer. We do see him back on the track. Racing in Grand Prix, not necessarily because I want George Russell and Kimi Antonelli to sprain an ankle or anything, but I want to see him back in the car for next year. And I don't think the last couple of years we've really seen him in a car that has enabled Valtteri to show just how good he is. Because I think he is a fine driver on his day.
Yeah, it is tricky, isn't it? Because if I look at the field today, it's a really high quality field. You know, you've got the drivers who finished first and second in F2, graduating to F1. You've got just a very, very good lineup of 20 drivers on the grid. So I think we talked about before, the obvious then answer to the Valtteri point is Cadillac for the following season. So we'll see, you know, watch the space, I guess.
Absolutely. Did you see the bird crossing the road?
Yes, very brave.
In front of Esteban Ocon. Very brave indeed.
Very brave.
I want to look this up. I don't know if that is the national bird of Bahrain. But it looked like a flightless bird because it wasn't flapping its wings to get out of the way.
Didn't seem to be running either.
Well, he had every trust in Esteban Ocon.
Yeah.
The white-eared bulbul, that's it. The national bird of Bahrain.
Good. Fun facts, as always.
I tried.
At least you haven't discussed the camel farm.
Natalie discussed the camel farm.
What, this
on the first day.
On the first day? Wow. That's normally your chosen Bahrain specialist subject that you reserve for FP1.
Let's camel chat go since then. And one thing we did miss whilst we were hearing from Valtteri Bottas and from Alex Brundle trackside is that Max Verstappen back in the garage now, but has got the fastest time of the day, and he's dipped into the 129s for the first time as well, 129.844 for Verstappen, so knocking Pierre Gasly off the top spot there. And then last we saw of him, he was in something of a committee meeting with Helmut Marko and Christian Horner and Gianpiero Lambiase.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not as quick as we saw yesterday, the lap time. So, you know, on the C3 tyre, yeah, it's a decent lap, isn't it? But it's not jumping off the timesheets.
It's half a second down on yesterday's fastest time.
Yeah, and the track, you know, is 22 degrees, pretty consistent. We've seen through the day, so the track's in pretty good shape. Yeah, the fact that they're half second down is, you know, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't it doesn't strike me as something this is, my God, a sign of dominance coming up.
I don't know if we've got an onboard actually of Max Verstappen's lap that he did. It would be interesting to see, because we can maybe get a feel for just how much fuel he may or may not have had in, just by the body language and the behaviour of the car.
Yeah, so Piastri on this stint, so he's done 13 laps so far, and he's still in the 135s. Maybe the circuit is a bit slower, because this was a point yesterday where Lando was firmly into the 34s. So maybe the circuit has lost a bit of edge.
And what have we got? A tailwind going into turn 1?
Yeah, but not super strong. 2.5 meters per second, so it's not particularly a strong wind. And you know, yesterday, let's think about it, we had a lot of drizzle, didn't we? A lot of rain on and off, and it wasn't great track conditions. But yeah, interesting.
I'm sure our onboard team can find that Max Verstappen lap. They of the pair drop fame.
Pair drop fame?
Pair drop fame. They're the ones that brought the pair drops into it. Sweets.
Oh,
you know what a pair drop is?
No, I didn't, but I've just worked it out.
Greatest sweets ever made.
I wonder, do you still have your personalised sweet jar at Alpine?
When Alpine debuted their new motorhome, they actually put a bowl of mix on the counter and labelled it Crofty Sweets. Woe betide anyone who goes and delves into it. I'm told that tradition is going to carry on.
Is it?
For this season. Right, tell you what, take us through this lap with Yuki Tsunoda instead, so just starting a new one.
Yep, lift and coast into turn 1, lifts at about 160 meters before the corner, on the brakes for about 80 meters. Short shift there, and then towards turn 4. Using a bit of width on the left-hand side. This is definitely a race run for Yuki Tsunoda, 36.2 on the last lap. And I had a couple of people saying, how do you know that it's a race run? When you say the car looks heavy, just look at the rate of input. He's not aggressive with the wheel, and equally the car's not darting around. It just all looks a bit benign, a bit lethargic. And that's
sluggish, is that a good word?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say something sluggish when they're doing over 200 miles an hour. But it's just a bit lazier in terms of the reaction when compared to when they've taken the fuel out and they're going for a quali run. So, especially, these change of direction sequences, you've got a whole lot of weight you need to shift from one side to the other. There's a pendulum, and but it looks reasonable. He's just sort of doing his race run, really. He's driving to a target of the tire plan and the target lap time that I guess the team have given him.
So what would that target lap time be? He's put in a 1:36.3 on that lap, which is only a couple of tenths of his best time of the day for Yuki Tsunoda.
And he's
that's kind of, well, at the moment Hulkenberg's doing a 1:36.6, so it's kind of start-off stint type lap. Max Verstappen's readying himself to get back out again.
Yeah, Piastri's now crept into the 34s, so he's, as the fuel comes down, but he's coming towards the end of this stint, so he's only probably got another 3 or 4 laps on this stint before he changes on. And he is a bit slower than, it's sort of half a second down on what we saw from Lando's race run yesterday.
But are we comparing oranges and tangerines again on this one? It might be hard compound tyres, but he's on the hardest of the hard.
The graphic says C2. No, that's his fastest lap.
That's his fastest lap.
Possibly.
Because I wonder if we're carrying on the trend where that C1 is not necessarily the tyre that most teams would choose. Bernie Collins, I can see, is
Bernie
reaching for her laptop.
Waving furiously at us with the answer to this point.
Hey, Bernie.
Hi, Bernie.
Hello, gents. Hello. I am just waving to say hello.
Oh.
Just waving
that's
to
it.
say hello. I'm literally just positioned myself in the commentary box after having been in the pit lane earlier on, and I am trying my best to fire up my laptop, and I shall get you the answer as soon as I can.
Oh, well, while it's firing up, Bernie, one of the points we're trying to work out is the circuit slower today? Do people feel the circuit's a bit slower today?
Yeah, from everything I looked at earlier, I definitely thought the circuit was slower. I think one thing I tried to look at was an overlay of Hamilton yesterday to Leclerc today at a similar time of day. And it did look like, I think at that point, Hamilton was 8/10 or something quicker, and you have to think that yesterday, he was 8/10 quicker yesterday, and you have to think they would have been on similar-ish run plans across the 2 morning sessions. So it did look slower. I put that down a little bit to it's a bit windier today, a bit hotter track temperature, particularly in the middle of the day. Now I think it should be coming back to us a little bit, but it's still a bit windier than it was this time yesterday.
Yeah, it's just interesting because Piastri's race time looks about half a second slower than Lando on the similar run plan, similar tyre. Track temperature 22 degrees is reasonable, isn't it? It's not super hot, but it seems a bit slower. So you think it might be wind related then?
Yeah, I think a little bit might be wind, a little bit certainly in the middle of the day was the higher track temperature we had today. One of the bits of discussion was obviously yesterday we had that rain and it was quite blustery as we left last night. So I don't know how dirty the track became overnight. It had a bit of reset with a lot of sand and stuff on it, but as we get to the end of the day it should be converging all the time, but we're still not quite there yet.
Oscar Piastri is behind Esteban Ocon, which, is testing. And these sort of things happen, but this will not be helping Piastri's lap times, or indeed necessarily the condition of his tyres, albeit providing very good data as to how the tyres handle when you're running as close as he is to a car in front. Now, a bit twitchy, the Haas, as Esteban gets the power down. If Oscar was to use his DRS, I dare say there's a good chance of getting past him, but Esteban has got his DRS open as well. This could be really frustrating unless that McLaren can dive down the inside, which he does. Just like that.
Is Ocon going to come back in and up into turn 4?
The old switcheroo.
Yes, Esteban.
Oh, this is going to be a bit tight. And tighter, I'm sure, than anyone at McLaren or Haas would have liked to have seen going into turn 4. And if Esteban Ocon was trying to come back, Oscar had him covered.
Good bit of racing.
How did you think that Esteban Ocon was going to come back in there? What led you to that conclusion?
Because he's a racing driver. And clearly, if he wanted to just let Oscar go past and carry on his run, he would have done so early on the straight. The fact that he fought him all the way to the braking zone made me think he's going to have another go.
Absolutely. Even in testing, you do not want to be conceding position. And that was a great bird's eye view. Down that's turn 1 was Alex Brundle. Come in, Alex Brundle.
Yeah,
you on the
not
track,
quite
Alex?
bird's eye yet, but I got an even better view sitting down here at T1 of that little moment between Piastri and Ocon. Incredible down here. The tailwind when we were down at turn 13 has turned into a headwind, of course, as we head down into turn 1. And it's just so late, the braking down here, well past 100-meter board. When you stand beside a racetrack, it always sounds like they're braking later than they are because the sound takes a little bit of time to travel. So, of course, it seems like they're on the throttle for longer than they are. Very bumpy, actually. The braking zone here, you see other formulas move into the middle of the track to break into this Bahrain Turn 1. Formula 1 cars just swallow it up. They got so much downforce. 3 days of running. There's been so much running here, look, that the skid blocks, as they go over the braking zone in T1, have actually polished the track as they go down into Turn 1. Interesting, when cars come out the pit lane, we were discussing potentially not using tyre warmers in Formula 1 earlier on. But in a corner like that, which in best case scenario is a 65-kilometer apex speed, when they make their way initially out of the pit lane, I know that we're only dealing with testing here, but the cars look so ponderous and difficult to drive. So yeah, great down here in turn 1. I am going to go for a bird's eye view though.
Excellent. Just while you're down there, Alex, question for you. They have smoothed the track on entry into turn 1. They've got rid of some of the bumps, but and I noticed this on the first day, there are still bumps there approaching the braking zone or into the braking zone, and I wonder if that is going to have an impact when we come to the race in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, it really will. It's always a factor down here, and it's one of the reasons why you can make a move down the inside of turn 1 quite easily, as well as having a big stop down there, because actually the offline section of the racetrack is a better surface to brake on than the online section. So good fun down here. A great turn 1 for the race as well, with that tricky tight switch back into T2 that always generates drama on the exit curb.
Right, off to the tower you go, Alex. We'll see you in a bit, and in the meantime, let's head down to the paddock. Lawrence Barretto is with the Haas team principal, Ayo Komatsu.
Thanks very much, Crofty. Ayo, thanks for joining us, jumping off the pit wall to have a quick chat. It looks like it's generally been a very productive test for the team so far, but there have been a few niggles, haven't they? Just talk me through it.
Yeah, this morning we had a bit of issue with bodywork, so that wasn't great. So it was a bit of a messy morning and really affected Ollie's program.
In terms of how Ollie feels, though, confidence-wise, he was talking about feeling like he was good in the car, could really push it, even if he'd lost a few laps. Doesn't that show how far he's come, really?
Yeah, but to be honest, even from day 1, we've been working with him. You know, he's always got good feeling in the car. His work ethic has been good. So yeah, and then this year's car, I think the baseline behavior is pretty good. So yeah, he's got good confidence.
How good do you think this car is, eh?
But this car, I think it's very difficult to tell because competition's so tight. You know, we're doing a race simulation now. If you look at our lap time against competition, it's really, really close. So yeah, I think it's a good starting point, but I think the competition's going to be really tight.
So I guess bare minimum, you're at least in the fight, and it's about how quickly you can add that performance going through, the rest of this run and then the first couple of races?
Yeah, not just adding performance, but just understanding the car and get most of it. So that's been that's going to be the challenge, I think. And also, you know, going to different circuit, different tires, track conditions, etc. So really adapting to new challenges and get most of the car.
What have you found from Esteban's feedback? Because obviously having an experienced driver, race-winning driver in the car, that maybe must help with the feedback and maybe making changes a little bit quicker?
Yeah, no, his feedback's been really good. And then we've been focusing on long-run performance. And then again, just testing some of the test items. And yeah, his feedback's been really, really good. And setting a good benchmark for Ollie as well. Again, in terms of tire management as well, he's been really good.
In terms of the test overall then, are you reasonably happy, despite all those niggles, with what you've managed to achieve and what you've managed to learn?
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for this morning, I'd be happier, you know, because the last 2 days has been really good and this afternoon's been going well, but this morning really wasn't good enough from us. So, you know, in this tight midfield, if we want to compete, we need to really step up. So.
And we've got this one more hour of running. What would constitute a good kind of learning from that period of time before testing ends?
Yeah, so like I said, we are in the middle of the race simulation, so finishing that race simulation, and then we have a couple of sequence of a pit stop practice, so really once we finish on the high is a good pit stop practice.
Anyone that surprised you out there today? Because Alpine, you know, we're putting in some decent times. Lots of the teams that you've been battling now for a year or so are looking very strong.
Yeah, again, like I said, because this is the last year of the stable regulation, you know, I didn't expect any slow teams this year. You know, then Alpine, Williams, they both look competitive. I think honestly, it's interesting for the fans because each race we go to, you know, somebody's going to be more competitive than some others, depending on a track, depending on tires. So yeah, it'll be really interesting. Of course, it's challenging for us, but that's what we're here for.
Great stuff, well, I'll let you get back to the pit wall. Thanks very much for joining us, and I'll throw it back to you, Crofty, in the comments.
Yeah, thanks ever so much, gentlemen. When Ayo gets back to the pit wall, he might want to see what just happened there. 34 laps in to Esteban Ocon's race simulation. Looked like he'd been called in for a pit stop and then told to stay out again because he was coming into the pits and then had to veer at the last moment back out onto the track again, which if he did that over a race weekend, I would imagine would be a penalty because he'd gone way beyond where the bollard is.
Yeah, absolutely. Late call, wasn't it, to stay out, but fortunately for him, it is not a race weekend, so he's okay. By the way, I was looking at the you know, just listening to Io there, Max Verstappen went faster.
He did.
By a tenth. Alex Albon also improved. But George Russell's race run, also in the 36s. Yeah, it's just, it's weird, isn't it? On a day where we haven't had rain, the track does seem to be slower. You know, these first stint times yesterday we were seeing in the 35s, and everyone's just going a bit slower.
That make Piastri's times seem a little better to you then, if the track is... Do you reckon the track's about half a second slower?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of assumptions, isn't it? You're assuming that Piastri's driving as well as Lando Norris is, and you know, capable of doing the same stint. He's coming for a pit stop, so we'll see his final stint. Because yesterday, Lando's final stint, he was down in the 32s.
Sorry, just career highlights there. I love the fact that Lewis Hamilton's average grid spot over his career is 4.4. Car 44. Huh. Average grid 4.4. 356 race starts. That's the sort of numerical symmetry.
Yeah,
you've got to expect. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, no, just trying to work out. So now I'm just saying, in the last stint, Lando yesterday was in the 32s. Piastri starting off in a 33.9. So let's just keep an eye on that as the stint unfolds.
We shall. Do you want to have a look at the Esteban Ocon moment?
Sure.
Come in, stay out. Come in, stay out. While we were hearing from Ayu, and he's definitely coming in. He's definitely coming in.
But he would have literally threw the ball out, wouldn't he?
Now, do you reckon that had anything to do with Oscar Piastri pitting at the same time? Because I'm trying to think why, necessarily, they would then send him back out.
Well, he's come in and put another set of tyres on.
Yeah.
But maybe, I don't know, maybe they just wanted to do one more lap in free air, maybe?
Potentially.
Maybe they thought, you know, we'd go on one lap at the end of the stint in free air without Piastri. But the problem is, they're coming in and out of the pit lane, he lifted down the straights. So actually, it's, you know, it's not clearly representative, but you get a balance check anyway in free air.
So here's Oscar Piastri then. First lap was 133.9 on the C2 tyre. Powers his way down that main straight, across the line with 133.667. Now, obviously there's no speedo on the dashboard of these cars. He doesn't know what speed he's doing.
Some of them do.
Some
of them, yeah, they're on speed. Some of them do have speed on the dash.
So I was going to say, how do they know? How do they judge the speeds down the straight? Is it always with that delta reference that they've got?
Yeah. You also just get a feeling, you know, having done so many laps, you do get a feeling. You get references like shift points. It's, you know, you'd come out of the corner and you'd see where you're shifting up the gears. And that's generally a good way to tell, you know, when you get a tow or you get a gust of wind or something, you'll see the lights, the shift lights come up faster or slower. But also, drivers like Piastri and Russell and stuff, they would be so in tune with the sound of the car by now. They'll be able to tell if they've got a couple of extra 100 RPM. At that same point, they'll know they're just coming a bit quicker into the corner.
You know, it says in the rules, in the sporting regs, the driver must drive the car alone and unaided at all times.
Yeah.
Is there an argument that says when you've got the lights on the dashboard to tell you when to shift up, you're not driving unaided?
I mean, you're opening up quite a philosophical debate there, because then you're saying...
Well, we've got time.
Yeah, but then you're saying all of the information on the dashboard is in aid to help them. So should we go back to completely plain steering wheels with no electronic dashboard?
Excellent idea, and H-pad gearboxes, as we all know, rule. But my point is on this one, if we're looking for ways to spice up Formula One from time to time, and to take some of the engineering out of the live sport equation, and you rightly say that drivers are tuned in to the sound of their cars, and the best drivers will be more tuned in than others. If you took those lights out of the equation...
Well, also, they use beeps.
Yeah, and take those beeps out of the equation.
Yeah.
would it make things interesting? Because sometimes you're short shifting and sometimes you're on the limiter a little bit longer because you're not using the beep or the lights as a reference. And would it make the racing better?
It'll make it more challenging for the drivers, but again, I always think the cream will always rise, and I don't know if it will make the racing better. I think if you went to manual gearboxes, you could make the racing better, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it's a massive challenge to drive, you know, with just one hand on the wheel at places, and you really have to think about what gear to use where. Fernando Alonso getting ready?
Talking of gear,
Yeah.
Fernando Alonso's got his racing gear on. Now, if you remember, if you were here earlier, we were telling you that Lance Stroll didn't have the greatest of nights in terms of sleep, and wasn't feeling 100% and a little bit rough, and has been out for 34 laps this afternoon. He was meant to do the morning session, didn't. Fernando jumped in, and it looks like Lance isn't fit enough to carry on this afternoon.
So that's the work that's going on. It's changing the seat and pedals back to Fernando's seat and pedals.
Now this is not ideal on many levels. First and foremost, I hope Lance is okay and it's nothing too serious. And I'm sure he would want to be in that car if he could possibly do it. Secondly, from a team perspective, you're losing quite a bit of time while you're changing over the seat and the pedals, and you're going from Lance Stroll cockpit to Fernando Alonso cockpit.
Yeah.
So what you were planning this afternoon, which I would imagine is a race simulation for Lance Stroll, obviously hasn't happened because he's only done 34 laps, and you're losing out on the time to do it with Fernando Alonso as well.
Yeah, and there's been no communication from the team. You know, they're normally on the ball in terms of sending sending out updates and information on their information channels. But yeah, nothing from the team. Quite clearly, we can see Fernando Alonso and his seat about to go into the car. So I think all of our assumptions are correct. Piastri 34.6. Pierre Gasly's done 34.1, but his tyres are much fresher. George Russell, he's in the 37s, and that's a long way off his stint. Bernie, you look poised and ready, microphone in hand, like you are about to jump in.
I'm not necessarily jumping. Never jump in over you, Corinne. Never jump in over you. Yeah, I think it's interesting that a lot of the teams are into the long runs, and like you say, it is disappointing for Aston to see Alonso getting in now and that disruption to their day in this very, very important final day of testing. Looking at the long runs, I'm trying to get a proper read on the difference between Norris's long run yesterday, which we discussed a lot, and how quick that looked, even compared to McLaren the year before, compared to most others that were running yesterday. I think it was over 2 seconds faster than McLaren achieved during the race here last year. Obviously that wasn't their best performance, and the car did improve a lot through the year. Looking at Piastri today, I think Piastri is in the region of 6 to 7 tenths slower first stint to first stint Norris, so that is a read on where the track is, because as we know, those two are reasonably close at times in race pace, let's say. So I think the track, particularly the first stint that Piastri done, he's now on stint 3, was a long way off. So once we get this final stint that he's on now, we will get a better read on how the track is, if the track is coming closer to what we had towards the end of the day yesterday. But that makes it reasonably complicated for the strategist to take apart, because the track improvement through today will be very, very different to the track improvement through yesterday. Today's track improvement will more closely match what we had in previous years related to the high track temperature in the middle of the day, but we're still quite a way off. You know, today we reached a peak of 33 track temperature. Last year this time we had 39, so still 6 degrees off, but that 33 today is a full 15 degrees hotter than we had yesterday. So it's a big difference in track improvement, a big difference in lap time, and that means that yesterday in the cooler temperatures fit to push a little bit more in those tyres with not so much overheating.
So let's just put that succinctly if we can, BC. The track's about 0.6 of a second slower, you reckon?
Something like that, yeah.
And I reckon the track temp is about 6 degrees hotter. So 6 degrees warmer, shall we say, is worth 0.6 of a second slower.
Yeah, I think at this point the track is that much hotter. At the middle of the day when this comparison maybe comes, it was more than that, so it was more like 15 degrees. So maybe 2 degrees of track temperature to a tenth of lap time. Let's do something like that.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah. And I think that's where there's something even more strange going on, because Piastri's last stint, and now the track is down to 21, which is, you know, yesterday I think it was down at 15, 16 for Lando's third stint. I think your point earlier, Bernie, about the wind and maybe some other factors blowing the dust, I don't know what it is, but, you know, Piastri at the moment, 33.6, 33.7, you know, at this stage, Lando was firmly into the 32s. You know, we're 8 laps into Piastri's final stint, so it does seem like the track is further away.
6/10, that's the number to remember. That's what we reckon is going on. Track about 6/10 slower than it was this time yesterday.
I think might be even more. We'll see. We'll see, as Bernie will have a tremendous amount of data to crunch through and tell us, because there'll be an offset. Come on in, Bernie. What do you think? I mean,
I was just going to say my flight home is going to be a real toss-up between sleep and crunching numbers, correct?
Where's your commitment, Bernard?
Did you just use Bernard?
Well, you just used BC, so there's a whole range of names on the go today.
I just thought
you're going to be Dave soon.
Well, I just thought we got BC, DC, and KC, and it sounds like a Eurovision Song Contest entry, quite frankly, as the worst band name ever. But you know, let's bring it in. It's testing. We're testing things out, Bernie.
Well, yeah, maybe we should do a vote. We should do a viewer vote, which name they would like to be carried forward for the remainder of the season.
You can have BC, Bernie Collins, or Bernard. It's entirely up to you.
Oh dear, I'm going to regret that, haven't I?
You certainly are. Meanwhile, we sent him to the tower, and we're going to go to him in just a moment, but I have an update. I have an update from Will at Aston Martin, ladies and gentlemen. Following an initial session in the car today, Lance subsequently felt unwell. Fernando will finish the test today.
That's a shame.
Get well soon, Lance. And I hope you're feeling much, much better when you get to Australia. Meanwhile, at the tower, Alex Brundle.
Yeah, this is what happens when you profess to have visited every corner on the track. They send you up the tower. I'm not too sure that Bernie has too many numbers to crunch, because I reckon she's nailed it actually. With a warmer day, the track stays hotter for longer because it obviously maintains the temperature. But having come up here, it's much windier now. The tailwind heading down towards turn 11, much stronger than it was even earlier on when I was down in turn 13. Visiting turn 10 again, interesting to see Piastri on a decent long run. They take this really wide line in and roll through the middle of the corner. Russell still pounding away at race runs. We'll have to do all of the... we might have to do a little bit of number crunching actually. Maybe Bernie can do that on the plane home to see what these race runs actually look like in terms of an average, but we'll get a feel for it at the end of the day. What a place, hey? 495 light poles, 5,000 lights on over F1's traditional testing venue. It's been a pleasure. That's the last you'll hear from me, guys. I'm sure I'll see you through the season. And
where are you going? There's an hour and 10 minutes to go.
Later on in the year.
What's he
I'm
doing?
off, mate. I'm off. I've got the lift's broken in the tower, so I've got to climb all the way back down again.
Also, your hair gel is clearly doing an excellent job. It's not been moving. People complain that I've got Lego hair.
This is the compound you need. This is the compound you need.
Do you know what there, Brundle? I have not seen such a work-shy attitude since your dad said to me at the end of a race last year, right, traffic's really bad. You can cover a bit after the champagne, after the national anthems. I'm going to get on my bike. Honestly, I see he's passed out all the tips to you.
Sorry, I'm working on the circuit.
Outrageous. But it has been an absolute pleasure to be with you for the last 3 days. That's just appalling, isn't it?
I mean, over an hour to go. I think we need to get another text to Brundle Senior.
Honestly.
Have a complaint.
In the words of Pierre Gasly, ooh, Alex Jakes, ooh, Ruth Buscombe-Davey. Where is Jolyon Palmer?
They've done their shit.
Ooh, Sam Collins. Ooh, Alex Brundle.
They've done their shit. They've done their shit.
What is going on, Karun?
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, it's the 3 C's.
We are, well, you know, we are 22 hours and 52 minutes into testing, and Bernie's just turned her laptop on. There's the commitment. There is the commitment.
Yes, the
she
woman
doesn't
who never
work
went
for a
to a
race team
test.
anymore.
Yeah, never went to a test, but now being made to stay until the bitter end. Fernando Alonso's out, but Lance Stroll's out, sadly for him. But Fernando Alonso's in. It's like cricket, isn't it? You're out, you're in, you're in, you're out. But he's, yeah. On this, his first run, he thought he'd put his feet up for the day and had finished, basically.
Lucky he didn't go back to the hotel or the airport.
Yeah, I'm told, I said this earlier, Lance had a really rough night last night, got very little sleep in, and actually did well to get to the track today. Was, in all seriousness, wasn't feeling at all well. Clocked up the 34 laps, but couldn't carry on anymore. And his team principal, Andy Cow, and the rest of the senior management decided that no point continuing on with Lance if he didn't feel up to it. Not when you've got the young rookie Fernando Alonso standing by and raring himself for action. But the upshot is, away from the personal side here, Aston Martin have lost a fair bit of running that they would have been expected to get in.
Yeah, I mean, the car's been sitting in the pit garage for about an hour or so, hasn't it? So, yeah, absolutely. Valuable track time lost. Who is out there, Crofty? So, Piastri, 33.8 last time. He's now done, where are we now? His particular Grand Prix. He is 39. He is 50 laps into his, 51 laps into his Grand Prix. So, he is, 7 laps away. He's come in, actually. He's cut short the last stint, so he's not quite done a full Grand Prix distance. McLaren clearly feel they got enough information, so he has come in. Esteban Ocon in the 35s. It's a bit confusing, this, isn't it? Because Ocon at the moment, so he's in his final stint, less fuel on board. Russell in his middle stint of his particular Grand Prix, and he's in the 35s as well. So Russell in the 35.4 last time round. Piastri was in the 34s, so the high 34s. So Russell's race stint is still looking a little bit slower than Piastri's. You know, if we disregard yesterday's times, it still looks like McLaren's race pace a bit ahead of the Mercedes.
I think that Lando Norris stint yesterday is going to be like the headline race time of the session.
Yeah, but I think there's enough. Yeah, absolutely. But I think today we got Piastri, Ocon, Albon's done like the first 2 stints of the race. He's done 39 laps. Russell's on a race run at the moment. So there's a few people out there. There's only 4 of them with some race run data from today. Red Bull's a question mark, though, isn't it? Red Bull is absolutely the question mark. We've seen 1 double stint from Lawson, and that's it. It does a long run analysis.
Which means that the first time we get to see a Red Bull this year, do a full race distance in one go, will be in the Grand Prix in Australia.
I mean, Bernie, I'd love to get your thoughts on that, because, you know, in your sort of former job, that's one of the things you'd look at, wasn't it? Is you know, I was saying earlier that the race runs are useful because then you know the fuel load. You know, you kind of work on the assumption everyone's 95 or so kilos. What would you know, put your team hat back on? What would you do in terms of trying to understand Red Bull's performance and where you think they might be?
Yeah, I think you're totally right, Karun. From this stage of test and everyone, we look, you know, at the headline numbers, who set the fastest lap time on what day, but from a strategist side, from a team side, your best data is when teams do the 57 laps that would make up a race at Bahrain. And there's different ways of doing that. You know, most of the people that we're talking about today, Piastri, Norris, for example, they've done, you know, proper beginning at race fuel, ran it down across the stints, done proper like pit stops in between. A few days ago, we'd seen teams that, you know, refilled at each pit stop. So they might have done 3 stints to get to 57 laps, but they'd done them all at 60 or 70 kg. So it wasn't proper race start fuel to race finish fuel. And as a strategist, that's hard to pick out the exact number. What you want is a 100 kg race start all the way down to 0, and it's clear in the data when that's happened, and that's reliable to take out. There might be a little bit of engine mode here and there, but the difference in engine modes now is small, much smaller than the fuel effect. So that is what you're looking for. That is the ideal situation when you get that. Now, with only 3 days of testing, such limited running, often teams don't do the full race distance. We know these cars are much more reliable than they used to be, so teams often don't feel they need it, or they do the other situation, which I said, is refuel in between, and then they sort of hide their fuel load from those of us trying to work it out. So you have to take as educated a guess as you can do. Some of that is based on how many laps they've done, so you know their minimum fuel that they have in the car. That's one end of the range. You can see what their lightest fuel that they maybe ran over the weekend was, what their best lap time was. So that might give you a maximum fuel that ended up being, because you know that could only be a certain level. So you're trying to work within these bands of confidence and then try and make a feel for how the cars are ordered. We use GPS way more now than we've ever done to look around this track, look at how cars are performing low, medium and high speed, and then maybe, cut and shot, if you like, a lap together, put that into Melbourne. Where do we think that car will perform at Melbourne in the low fuel? But at this stage of the game, there is a lot of estimation of car pace, and that makes qualifying in Melbourne particularly difficult, because you don't quite know how easy it is going to be to get through Q1 or Q2. You don't quite know how confident you should be in your tyre set selection. As you go through the initial races, you become more and more confident of where your car pace truly lies.
Yeah. So in Melbourne, you've probably got to be in it to win it, rather than saving a set of tyres. Now, Ted Kravitz. Haven't heard from Ted Kravitz for ages. Not that he hasn't been a busy boy. Paul Aaron has been in touch with him via the Twitter, and Ted has actually posted a chocolate cookies recipe for Alpine and Paul Aaron. Is that what you've been up to for the past couple of hours, Ted? Baking?
Hello, Crofty. Hello, Karun. Hello, Bernie. Yes, hello, everybody. No, Crofty, I haven't. I've been making TV programs for
cookery programs.
I've been busier. No, that was one thing I did for about 30 seconds in reply to Paul Aaron, because he's a nice chap and we gave him a little interview earlier. I've been busier than Steve the horse wrangler down here, Crofty. So don't you ask. You'll find out what I've been doing when you watch Ted's Testing Notebook on Sky F1 later this evening, and then when you watch another program after that called Development Corner.
Wow, not Development Corner.
It's back again. Exactly what I've been doing. It is. And I've been listening to, speaking to Charles Leclerc and Fred Vasseur. But let me tell you what's going on here at Aston Martin. And keep an eye on this lap time of Fernando Alonso. This is a brand new set of tyres. And let's keep it at, just you pick it up and see him across the line. Because then we'll see.
He's on
they are very keenly... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, he's on a race set, mate. Or he's not on low fuel. He's on the C2 tyre, is Fernando Alonso. So
well, that's what I thought. But then you have a look at all the mechanics who are eagerly anticipating the result of this lap time.
Yeah.
And it did make me think, because they are all looking at the monitor like they know something special is going to happen. And if it's on the end of a race run, which indeed looks like it is.
He's done a 1:35.7.
5 seconds off
without DRS.
Yeah. Okay.
He's not. He's just started.
Very keen to.
He just started a run 10. He's literally.
Good.
It's his first lap on the tyre, so yeah.
Okay, good. Well,
they're just very keen on race running.
They really are very keen on race running, because they're happy to get him out again. The story is, as you said before, wasn't feeling. Lance had a rough night, wasn't feeling 100% this morning. He went in the car, did 37 laps, but then felt unwell, and Alonso is back in for the happy hour and a half. What else would you like to know? Would you like to know the top lines from the Fred Vasseur, Charles Leclerc press conference, or do you want to carry on with Aston Martin?
Oui, that would be lovely.
Right, well, maybe it was a matter of grammar, or maybe it wasn't, but Charles Leclerc said that they are very focused on winning, or on being world champions, plural, this year at Ferrari, and that was something I picked up on with Fred Vasseur. I said, look, are you stung, you might say, Crofty, by the loss of the Constructors' Championship to McLaren last year? Are you focusing, is that the primary focus of Ferrari this year, given how you got, you know, the most successful driver in F1 history, Lewis Hamilton, together with the star of Ferrari for 7 years, Charles Leclerc? Is the Constructors' Championship your focus, or are you going for a Drivers' Championship with one or the other of the drivers? And he said, well, of course, you know, they both drive for Ferrari. Our focus is doing as well as possible. We'll have to see when the season gets going, and then we'll see how it progresses. But I'm just wondering whether it is that Constructors that's kind of job number one for Ferrari. What Vasseur did say on the development of the car, which I thought was particularly interesting, was that this low XRP car, this design with the pull rod suspension, it does have a higher ceiling, they believe, they can tell from the data so far, than had they just developed what they had last year. And that, Crofty, is a key bit of information and good news for Leclerc and Hamilton.
Yeah, no, it is. And if they're starting to talk about we are focused on the championships, then that means they've had a good test, and they're not feeling they might get caught out by that sort of chat.
Just been just sort of trading messages with somebody who's number crunching today, just to try and get a sense of it. Yesterday, Antonelli in the Mercedes, his race run to Norris in the McLaren, about 4 tenths off on average, 4 and a bit. And today, Russell's first stint, he's still in the second stint, was about 4 and a bit off Piastri's comparable first stint. We'll see what this is. So it does seem like
that's what
the actual number is different, but the gap is still McLaren a little chunk ahead of Mercedes, with Ferrari and Mercedes yesterday at least it was similar. We haven't seen a long run from Lewis Hamilton today.
Ruth Buscombe, would you concur with my learned colleague, Mr. Karim Chandler?
Would I concur? Well, actually, I think Russell's maybe even a touch up slower than that.
Is he?
Yeah, I mean, it's, but yeah, they're definitely behind. We can conclude that. Yeah, and at the moment, it looks like, once again, it's the degradation difference towards the end of the stint that really opens up the pace. That McLaren, once again, a bit like Lando's run yesterday, is mighty compared to the field on deg, even though actually Piastri compared to Lando yesterday is poor. Racing is a relative exercise.
Yeah, but I think just maybe to explain to what people at home what you were saying, it's about, is the fuel effect outweighing the tyre effect, is what you were saying with the McLaren, you know, in terms of as the fuel load comes down, the car gets lighter, and that negates any degradation of the tyre. Seems to be the case with the McLaren, less so with the Mercedes. George Russell last time round 35.3, and you know we quite clearly saw Piastri at this stage of his running 30 laps into the 34s. Crofty.
Alex Albon has just gone fastest through the first sector.
Well, they're doing performances. I've just been looking at
replacing Max Verstappen, who just gone fastest in the first sector. So we'll leave tyre deg chat for a moment and just focus on the out-and-out pace of Max and Alex, who are the two drivers that have done a full day today.
Yeah, do you hear the wheel spin coming out of turn 10 there? Oh, a massive amount of understeer there at 11. That's pushed him out wide. It's not able to pick up the throttle as early as he would have liked. And look at the lap times bleed away. Understeers just kills lap time. And then the rear snaps there on the exit of 13. That Red Bull does not look hooked up to me. That is not a car that is, again, it's not connected. It's got understeer some parts, and that I think creates some of the snap oversteer, but 13 he had braking and entry at real instability, wasn't understeered. So
that's a ball that doesn't like being pushed, quite frankly, the way that's looking.
Yeah.
C4 tyre for Alex Albon, who has now gone quicker, 1:29.6, 10th and a half clear. Of Max Verstappen. Williams, who were fastest yesterday with Carlos Sainz, now fastest at the moment with 54 minutes to go with Alex Albon. I turn to Ruth to my right to ask, what's the difference in tyre compound between the C3 and the C4 per push lap, would you estimate?
So,
see, I like that, an evolving answer.
Yeah.
At the moment, what have we evolved into?
right, so at the
Because I'm
moment,
not taking your strategists, I haven't got a clue.
you're basically
answer on
treating
this
me like I'm your race engineer.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do some live
Welcome to our
analysis
world.
for you. So it's about 4/10 on Albon's run, C3 to C4. He's in the middle of a qualifying simulation. Looks like he's got onto his Q3 effective Q3 run, and the majority of that game was in low speed. So about nearly 3/10 of it was in those big braking into low speed corners where the extra grip from that C4 tyre is helpful.
So tyre corrected then, we can put Alex Albon round about where George Russell is in fourth at the moment. If we're tyre correcting.
Yeah, he's sort of Gasly territory, which is where Williams Alpine sort of similar territory, isn't it?
But yeah, George Russell did his 1:30.0 a fair bit earlier, am I right in saying? So the track conditions were a bit different. We saw the big lock-up from Max Verstappen into 9. He's aborted that run plan now.
Yeah, and one of the things we spoke about.
It's the first time you've ever nodded your head in my company ever. So thank you for that.
Big day for you.
It is the highlight of my week.
If you think about a Q1 session, somewhere like Monaco, we've seen World Championship level cars getting knocked out for 18 minutes of track evolution. It's a significant amount, and now we're trying to compare things an hour apart with more tyres and more rubber on track. So track the same air and wind is quite a lot, even from the rubber, especially as we get to this glory hour.
The glory hour. Are we in the glory hour?
I believe we are in the glory hour. We've got 52 minutes left of a glory hour.
Love it, glorious.
You're missing all the glory.
Meanwhile, someone's just said into my ear, Bernie Collins charts. So I don't know if this is popular music or graphs.
Sing, Bernie, sing.
It's a chart chopping 3 C's, no? 3 C's and Ruth.
Yes.
Ruth and the 3 C's almost, I would say.
Ruth and the 3 C's. Now we like that.
That's how we're going to go with it. So, unfortunately, Crofty, you're going to be absolutely blown away by strategy chat in the next few minutes when me and Ruth get going. So maybe you can have a cup of tea or something. But what we're going to do is we're going to introduce a chart, and it's going to hopefully show the comparison between Piastri, who's a solid orange line on the chart, and Norris, who's a dash line. Now, Norris's dash line long run stint was yesterday, and you can see that, it's flat line roughly between 92.5 and 93 seconds. And Piastri's laps from today, okay, lap 3 looks or lap 4, very, very similar, but then he suffers much higher degradation. The final laps of the stint are much slower, up towards 94 rather than the 93. And that, I think, is very important. That, I think, is a function, and Ruth can jump in when she disagrees or agrees as she wishes, but that, I think, is a function of the slightly higher track temperature today. That higher degradation that we're seeing, that is very commonplace in Bahrain. And that's why I think when you look a few laps into the stint for any of the comparisons that we're looking at, the lap times look slower. So the track has potential to be quick for that one lap that we see with Piastri. Maybe he was trying to match Norris's time, and then the tyre went off very quickly after that. I don't know what you think, Ruth.
Yeah, I agree. I think yesterday we had a very atypical Bahrain, didn't we? Where, at least if my memory serves me well, about 0.05, 0.06 deg is pretty normal. So the deg we're seeing from Piastri is a lot more standard to get a 2-stopper race around this place. And actually, it's showing just how good the conditions were theoretically yesterday for racing. But yeah, I completely agree. I think we've had a lot of races here where the temperature's gone up, the degradation goes up, temp goes down, deg goes down, because the mechanism's pretty thermal. And as you say, the other thing is the wind, which even if it doesn't impact the drivers going off track, does dump a load of sand on this track overnight, which I saw you do the investigation earlier. No rain to wash it away, and a bit of sand also increases the degradation here.
When we come back here, the track temperature could be up around 40 degrees, if not over, couldn't it, during the practice sessions in the daylight, because we're in, it's either end of March, beginning of April, where we're racing in Bahrain this year. So a lot of what the teams are learning is not going to be relevant for the Bahrain Grand Prix this year. because it's going to be a completely different track. The track being a living, breathing organism, basically.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think, well, you, Bernie, I'm not calling out your age here, but you'll also remember, like me, when we used to go winter testing in Barcelona, we'd often have an extra stop in the winter test, even though the lap times were faster because, cars were faster, but the degradation was higher. Usually the tyres were suffering from an effect called graining, which increases the deg, which then disappeared by the time you got to a lovely sunny May in Spain. So it is a living, breathing thing. Best example from recent years was when we did 2 back-to-back races in Austria in the 2020 season, same compounds, different strategy, a week apart.
Yes. Big thunderstorm, and we had a lot of rain on the first one, second one.
Yes, we did in between. I got very wet.
It was coming down literally with the cats and the dogs, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Bernie, and thank you, Ruth, and we're on board with Oscar Piastri. The pit. Now, Paul Vine, I didn't see this, but I'm sure our magnificent onboard team might have seen this. Look at who's got the monocular out in the background as McLaren make their pit stop there. Did you see something? What, like a telescope?
It's a big day, isn't it? The
planetary alignment. Yeah, you're coming around for fish and chips and we're watching planets, remember?
Big day.
No, someone was actually spying on the McLaren pit stop there in the background. I'd like to see that again as well. But did anyone see? It says Paul Vine, Max start to turn onto the first pit garage when he came into the pits. Not this year, my friend. Says Paul on that one. But it is testing, and he has been in that garage for the last few years, the first one. So it wouldn't it wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if he did get a bit confused at some stage this year.
And he won't be the first world champion or the last to get confused. We've had a couple of incidences
Lewis,
over
Jensen.
the years. Jensen and Lewis. I remember my dear friend Valtteri Bottas. I had to keep reminding him it's the other end when he moved from Mercedes to Sauber. And I'd say it's not just drivers, engineers do the same thing. I spectacularly walked straight into the completely wrong garage off of a pit wall to my next door neighbour's house when I was my first day at Sauber. So we can't just point the fingers. Those are glass houses. It's very easily done.
Were you on your phone?
No,
were you
I was
doing the classic, I've got my head down
I was
and my phone?
focused on getting back for the debrief just into the wrong team.
That's very good.
I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often when people just on their phones looking down all the time, not looking where they're walking. Pet peeve number 463.
Well, I was going to say, nobody would do that in your presence, Crofty, because we know how much you hate a phone dawdler.
Well, it's just, I don't understand. If you're walking somewhere, look where you're going. You know, don't expect everyone else to get out of your way just because your Instagram is more important than not being somewhere flying.
I think it's the ultimate source of shame, isn't it, to kind of be on the world feed getting nearly run over by a car. So I think that's got good feedback loop to not to always look where you're going. It's a bit like crossing the road, kids.
Look where you're going and find out where the cameras are and who they're focused on before you make a move. Most embarrassing moment on the world feed ever? You've been on the world feed way more than we have because cameras used to zoom in on you at every pit stop.
And isn't that lovely that we're getting less and less shots of women on pit walls because there's so many of us now.
Correct.
It's not actually particularly interesting, but I will say what is interesting, we're having a world feed shot, which we had today, which is in our 75th birthday. We have our first female race engineer, Laura, down at Haas. And hopefully in a few years' time, that's boring too.
Well, no, but it is the ultimate sign of progression.
Yeah, exactly. You can't count them on your fingers anymore.
Exactly, when it becomes the standard.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I think the same thing with female race drivers. When I first started in the sport, I could name all three, always name drop, and now I never dare to because I have too many friends that are female race drivers, and it will sound like I'm picking favourites, just like with my male friend race drivers. So.
You've got favourites.
Yeah, but you should never say. It's a bit like a parent. You've got a favourite kid, but you shouldn't say it.
Were you ever the favourite kid?
Oh, I was absolutely the favourite kid. Especially my grandparents. It was and they would make it blatantly obvious as well. my brother and my cousins, they're quite scarred from this actually. We'd go around to my grandmother's. I'll tell you a quick story. Mango season's a big thing in India. We'd go around for lunch, and my grandmother would go, "This is a special mango. It's come from this amazing farm, whatever." And that is for Karun, and the rest of you can eat this. Yeah, genuinely, I was absolutely the favoured golden grandchild. Very funny.
Karun, the mango Chandok, as he will now be forever known.
Absolutely. Yeah. My wife, when we got married, she got given one of the special mangoes. She was riding on my coattails.
But that's the ultimate sign of acceptance from the family, sure.
Well, she was just in shock. She tried to share it with my cousins because she felt bad for them. I was like, no, that's mine.
They're not worthy enough of the special mango.
The special mango? We are losing the plot here.
Just under 44 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. You've stumbled onto Mango Chat this afternoon. Didn't think we were going there on that one, but I love it.
We are into the 23rd hour of testing for this pre-season. So,
did you ever do Le Mans? You didn't, did you?
Yeah, five times.
Did you? Did you ever finish Le Mans?
Yes, 4 times.
So you actually concentrated for a whole day? I find this strange. I really do. Especially considering you're low on 22 hours into this testing coverage.
Oscar Piastri, what is he doing now, Crofto?
I didn't know, by the way, you'd done Le Mans. I was just trying to set you up with
pleasure. So he's done his race, and is he going to do some performance runs here? This is a new set of C3s.
Well,
no,
let's have a look as he gets to the end of the first sector and he's half a second down, I hope.
Yeah, standby caller. I believe he's doing a bit of homework with aero flap adjust. He did an out in. We shall see whether or not he pits at the end of this lap or if he continues.
They did this yesterday, didn't they, with Lando?
Yes.
Lots of in and out of the box and pit stop practices. They did some practice pit stops. In fact, we actually saw one of them, didn't we, with the spy that you mentioned, Crofty?
There was definitely a spy.
Yeah, but Lando, I mean, he's pushing on, isn't he? Look, we saw Lando yesterday doing... Remember he went purple, middle sector, Lando, and then boxed. You see Piastri, their personal best in the middle sector, a 38.8 compared to a 38.4 from Verstappen, so some way off that. Ruth is going to tell me how many laps these tyres have done. I don't think they're new, are they? He's carrying on. He's going to finish the lap here.
Yeah, they do look new. Yeah, that is a brand new tyre, doing a 30.6. So this does look like the beginning of a mini qualifying sim to finish off the day.
Although he's looking in his mirrors, side by side, to see what's going on.
Yeah, he was quite wide here. We're about to see a replay. Look, at 11. So he turns in, carry that understeer. He tries to pick up the throttle, but it's just understeered wide. He's still flat for the next one, but clearly dumped a little bit of lap time with that. Look at the rear floor, Crofty, just bouncing off the ground. It's so impressive to watch, just how much energy goes through these cars.
Jean Alesi, James Hunt. As you know, my favourite stat, this one, the 2 drivers that have won on their birthday in Formula 1.
Yep.
And as I quite often remark with Jean Alesi, it's a shame he didn't race more often on his birthday. He'd have won more races. This year, we have 2 opportunities for drivers to join the special James Hunt Jean Alesi Club, starting with the Chinese Grand Prix and Alex Albon, and continuing the week after with the Japanese Grand Prix and Oscar Piastri.
Okay.
And I dare say, one if not either of those 2 gentlemen. Alex is fastest so far.
Yeah, let's be
tyre corrected, he should be 4th.
Yeah, Verstappen's on a quick lap here, so he's done personal best first sector, bit down, about half-tenth down on himself in the middle sector, but we'll see what the last sector of the lap does.
The McLaren looked pretty mighty in the middle sector yesterday. That seemed to be its dominant sector, I think, on this track. The Red Bull, okay, in the middle sector there, but not necessarily mighty, but good enough in the final sector for Max Verstappen to put in a 1:29.566. He goes fastest on that C3 tyre.
Wasn't that the sort of trend of last year? Is the McLaren, when you had corners or sort of 4th, 5th, 6th gear corners between 150 to 220 kilometers an hour, that sort of range, the McLaren was just devastating, and the middle sector of the lap is made up of that here. The Red Bull's clearly got good efficiency, good in sectors 1 and 3. We'll see. This is the replay, Max?
It is a replay of Max while we watch this, and that's Max going wide, so that would have been deleted.
Disallowed.
Let's go down to the paddock. Laura Winter with Pedro de la Rosa.
Thanks, Crofty. Someone's let me in the pit lane, actually. So I'm pit lane side, and Pedro has, very kindly joined me. Obviously, the news at the start of the day was that Lance Stroll wasn't very well. He would come in the afternoon session. Fernando Alonso's now taken over for the running. How is Lance doing? Because it must be bad for him not to complete a day of running like this.
Yes, I mean, I think well, he's okay, but he's obviously feeling really unwell. It was good that he managed to get in the car and we had a very good test with him, actually trying different things in the suspension, and it was very positive, but he couldn't continue. He was really struggling. He pushed himself to the maximum. We had Fernando available, and who, by the way, is not feeling great either. I mean, he has a bit of a cold, but obviously feeling much better than Lance. And now he will finish the day, which is good. We also had Felipe Drugovich here as well, so we were, let's say we were covered as a team, but we wanted, to give Lance and Fernando the most equal number of laps as possible.
How tricky, how challenging a test has this been with what's happened on this final today, and also, of course, losing a bit of time on day one as well?
Sorry, I didn't...
How tricky has this test been for you guys with today and losing some time on day one?
I think it's been tricky for everyone. The weather has played an important part. I think that part of the reason why Fernando is not feeling 100% as well is the weather. It's been tricky in the sense that there's a lot of things that will not be relevant for the race here, because we will, by April, the track condition will be much higher up, much more, So there's many things that we have tested, we have prioritized, really, that are for just the handling of the car rather than a race simulation, for example, which we decided not to do, mainly because in these conditions, they're just too cold, they're just too fast, they're just too good for the race in April here in Bahrain. But it's been extremely useful, in many other senses, and we have been doing quite a lot of tests in the setup that are pretty extreme, and you would never do in a race weekend.
Okay, good stuff, good to hear, and do send our very best wishes to Lance Stroll to get better as well. Thanks, Pedro, for your time. Enjoy the last 30 minutes or so.
Thanks, Laura, and thank you to Pedro as well. So Lance not well enough to drive. Fernando also not feeling 100%, which is it something? Is there a bit of porpoising coming back on the car? Is it bouncing away, or are they just eating a couple of dodgy lasagnas for lunch? I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we've spotted any of this porpoising, which, if you're a new F1 fan, is bouncing, caused by the fact that in 2022 we changed the aerodynamic regulations, and we have ground effect, i.e. we are generating a lot of our downforce by making effectively a pocket of downforce, and when it pops, the car goes up, and then the car gets squished back down to the thing, and it goes pop, and it does that loads and loads of times, so the car bounces like a porpoise, if you are a SeaWorld fan, which is not very nice for a driver. But there are now metrics that mean that the drivers, that you cannot operate bouncy enough, so you can't have a car bouncing up and down. So if it is bouncing, I would assume it is within the tolerable allowance. But,
In other words, it is like the driving equivalent of attending a Metallica concert. The metrics stop it becoming a Spirit Box concert. If you know Spirit Box from your Metallicas.
I mean, I've still refrained from going to the Download Heavy Metal Festival with you, and so...
Love it. You would love Download. You, me, in a field, a few thousand, tens of thousands of other friends, in the mosh pit, having fun in the sunshine.
No thanks.
Certainly love Spirit Box. Mega band. Anyway, Paul Vine said, did anyone see Max Verstappen turn into the first pit garage? On behalf of Paul and anyone else, let's have a little look. Here's Max coming in to the pits. Pit limiter on, 80 kilometres an hour. Where shall I go? Tell you what, I'll go into the first one. That's where I always go, isn't it? Oh, Max, that is not where we go now. I'm afraid your team finished third in the Constructors' Championship and you're a little way down. He did go into the first pit box, didn't he?
Tried to, anyway.
And then
I actually think he was trying the second one. I think he went past McLaren and nearly went into Ferrari, it seemed like. So, but yeah, they're going to be third now, so...
But it isn't a race. Jensen did do it, 2011 Chinese Grand Prix.
Yeah.
And that was a race. So it is worse to do in a race, and it is testing. So if you're testing where you're... I always forget where I park. I don't know, I think it can happen to the best of us.
I mean, you just told us how you walked in the wrong pit garage here.
Yes, maybe I shouldn't be a world champion driver. Okay.
Do you not use what 3 words?
Well, maybe that's what we should tell the Formula One drivers when they change their garage. Instead of saying box, you can go like, you know, penguin left 42, and then they'll never drive past the wrong one again.
What 3 words? You're too slow.
Oh, how many?
That'll be what will come from the pit wall. No love lost.
But it is a real. I mean, Bernie made a lovely hit earlier where she was kind of demonstrating the advantage you get from the P1 garage. P1 being the first in the championship, that you get a straight shot in. So usually that's a good couple of tenths advantage, and some pit lanes are narrower than others. The narrower it is, the more of an advantage it is. And of course there is the other end of the pit lane. So P10 also gets an advantage in most tracks around the season.
Yeah, why is it not more of an advantage to be first out, as it were, especially in qualifying, where you can see when other people are starting to come out to wait at the end of the pit lane, and you can then just zip out in front of them?
It is at some tracks.
Right.
So historically, I believe, it was chosen by the championship, and now there's kind of like an established kind of preference order. So I think if we go to a new track, the championship leader chooses. So a track like Suzuka, for example, the championship leader is the other way around, where there is more of an advantage. So it really depends on the exit layout, because we do get some tracks like Silverstone, where between the final pit box and the pit lane speed limiter there isn't that much time. So even if you don't need to put the pit lane speed limiter on, but you don't actually get to the 80 kph before you get to the end. Then there's other ones like Monaco, for example, where it's actually quite a significant advantage to be the last box, because you can get out in front of somebody, and you cannot technically unsafe release because you're never in the pit lane.
But why would you not, if you were Red Bull, why would you not last year, or McLaren this year, why would you not choose the last pit box in Monaco instead of the first?
Because the first is also great, because it means you can get in and you generally gain more. And then we also have kind of right-of-way rules in the pit lane for releasing. So there is a right-of-way thing that if you're racing the person next to you, you get right-of-way. So generally, it is better to be first. And of course, most importantly, forget this championship nonsense. If you're the first pit garage, you get access to your freight with more space significantly earlier, which means all your mechanics get to pack up and go home about an hour and a half earlier.
Which the biggest
advantage, yes.
The biggest disadvantage if you're the first pit box is if under safety car pit stop the train comes in, you come in first. Let's say Oscar Piastri, we're riding on board, but comes in, he's in the first pit box, he's one of the lead cars, pits, they can't release him. His team will have to wait for the whole train to come in under a safety car pit stop.
So as Martin Brundle points out, because he's just sent me a message going, Crofty, remember Lewis on the grid on his own in Hungary, because Mercedes were first in the pit lane, and he knew he'd have to wait forever for the pack to pass him if they came into pit. So he stayed out on those intermediate tyres when everybody else bundled in.
They have changed quite a lot of the regulations. Well, actually, Jonathan Wheatley, when he became the man with the #1 pit box, obviously, you know, it's a battleground of politics and making sport to work for you. So quite a few of the disadvantages were negated, because obviously if you've used them against other people, second they are your disadvantage. And then there's all sorts of things about, you know, weighing scales and coming in and qualifying.
Well, that's the other point. The weighing scales are right by P1, aren't they?
Yeah, sorry, Piastri's on a quick lap. He's
not
gone
interrupting
faster
at all.
than
Now's a good
anybody.
time to talk about Piastri.
Yeah, I've just been watching it, and the car just looks so hooked up in that middle sector. Once again, as we were saying before, that middle sector where those, you know, high-speed corners are, the McLaren comes into its own, and not as quick as the Red Bull, or indeed the Williams in sector 1 or 3, but the middle part of the lap, Piastri very strong. His sector 1 was a long way off Alex Albon, actually 4/10 off Albon in the first sector.
Is that a bit of sandbagging? Is that them not pushing as hard in 1 and 3?
Maybe not wanting to take too much out of the tyre, but I mean the Williams is very efficient, you know, and sector 1 really is one long straight up to turn 1 and another long straight up to turn 4 with a hairpin in between.
Engine turned down a touch then?
We'll see.
I'm just wondering why, if you're setting the best time in the middle sector.
Well, that's where most of the corners are. So if you've got more downforce, then yeah, it could be.
Now, I'm totally guessing, but just trying to play Super Sleuth without the numbers. Ruth has got Super Sleuth with the numbers. Hit me.
Yeah, so in terms of the gap between Piastri and the fastest lap set by Max Verstappen, a significant amount of it was on the straights. So 0.15 seconds is on the straights, which would imply
Engine turned down.
But, however, Max does have a genuine advantage in low speed corners from about 0.2 on that run, because and nearly a tenth in the medium speed, so could just be a bit of a better lap. But remember, 0.3 is 10 kilograms of fuel or equipment, so that could just dominate all of that, because if the weight of the car is slightly different, which it can be because we're not in a real qualifying and the teams aren't incentivized to make it, on exactly where it could be. It's in the noise, boys, is what I would say.
Karoo.
Yeah, just look at it. If you look at the straights in sector 1, Max absolutely is gaining. Sorry, people at home can't see if I'm looking at the data here that it's got. But on the other sectors, it's actually a par. So some of it could be. There's also an element of wind. There's certain, Max did the time about half an hour earlier, so it could be a difference of wind there that. The people on the ground like Alex have been talking about how that's affected, so could be.
And track evolution, because as we were saying, track evolution in terms of at this point where it's golden hour, track is getting better, track is getting rubbered in. It always really frustrates people because they say, what's the ranking? And as a good engineer, the answer is you can't really give one. You can just give really rather annoyingly large error bounds, which I'm sure Bernie has the same thing. It was always my least favourite job of the year, because we're used to having very accurate numbers, and if you get it wrong, you find the answer after qualifying.
Yeah.
Wait 2 weeks now.
Yeah, I was just looking. It's just 2 straights that he gains on, and that's got to be another factor rather than. Yeah, it's a bit strange, but anyway, all part of the intrigue, as you say, Ruth. Lots of unanswered questions, which is kind of good when we get to Melbourne. That's actually.
Yeah,
I
it is
switched
nice.
off when Ruth said I was right, to be honest. I didn't hear the rest of that.
I said you could be right. No, it's,
I
going
switched off before you said that as well, then.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that what we can say is that there's no evidence to suggest that they're not in the fight. That's really what you're worried about as a team going into testing, is if you are a margin off. We can work out. I remember kind of being in a team that was P10 in the pace rankings, and even if you assumed that everybody else was on the absolute lowest fuel they could, you could see that there's no way that you'd be faster than them. That way, when you add all of the kind of track evolution and the offsets, and I think Bernie explained it beautifully earlier, where you say you kind of work out bounds of minimum and maximum, and then honestly anyone can just put their finger in the middle and say, I think it's that, and generally just listen to the loudest person or the person that's paying your wages.
Yeah, often they're one and the same.
Yes.
Kareem's just put his hand up.
No, so I was just pointing to myself. I was just looking at Russell's carrying on his race run. He's now firmly into his final stint. He has done 48 laps, so he's got 8 laps to go for 6. What is it? 57, is it? The race here?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So he's on 48 now, so he's into that final stint, and on his last lap, 34.0.
Oh dear, we have a spinner. Esteban Ocon has come something of a wheel of a cropper. He's just moving his house out of the way. There'll be a couple of double waved yellows down there, down at turn 1. So before he even got into the kink of turn 2, as he just overcooked it and tried to stay too tight on the track to try and make turn 2. We'll see it.
Will tell us all.
Just speculating as we do, but is that the first real spin of the day?
Yeah,
I think it might be, to be honest.
Yeah. What does that tell you?
Most
tells me that
is headwind or tailwind rather than a crosswind.
Well, it also tells me that teams have got on top of cars their basic setup and giving the drivers every chance to enjoy and stretch their legs.
That was a strange one.
That is a strange spin.
It's just like the rear axle just locked.
Yeah.
It was past the apex as well, wasn't
It looked a little bit weird when we first went to him, the position he was in, to be fair.
Yeah, very strange.
This brings me on to my next question. Is there anything to suggest that there isn't a huge difference in the pecking order from the end of last season? Now, Alpine, way better than they were for the test last year, for obvious reasons. The car's not overweight, and you know they're not struggling as much as they were. Williams, way better than they were at the test last year. Do we think it's the pecking order from the end of the season, or do we think that Red Bull might be a bit closer necessarily? Or I mean, we're looking at you, Ruth, because you're normally the person we go to with honest answers to speculative questions.
I've had this chat with him already, so...
Yeah, well, I think we know this regulation between, you know, kind of, what, 80 days ago in Abu Dhabi and now is evolution, not revolution. We're at the last year of this cycle. So, you know, there is a lot of carryover. So physically, the cars are not completely different cars. You know, we've got teams like Williams, it's actually, they haven't even made a new chassis. So the actual kind of like heart of the car is the same as it is last year. Which is why, you know, if you're kind of going into the testing, people's favourites were McLaren, because McLaren was the fastest car. And there's, you know, you have a bit of a, we call it an anchor bias, but basically it's just what happened before is likely to happen again, unless you see some like massive evidence to say it's changed. So yeah, broadly speaking, I think the biggest changes is the drivers, and you know, when we see the difference that teammate pairings can make, you know, I think if you look at between Max and his teammate last year, was 0.63, I believe, percent overall in the season in terms of qualifying. Now, on average, the gap between, you know, fastest and slowest team was 1.3 in the race. Actually, a good driver that can bring a couple of tenths of percent is a massive difference. You know, a way that you operate the tyre, or your understanding, or your setup, or the tyres dropping out the window, as we see a lock-up.
That's quite a big one as well.
It's a big lock-up, isn't it?
He slid that through the corner. I don't know whether he went skiing or not in the winter break, but that was akin to trying a bit of skiing.
I think it was golfing, isn't it? Because his other half's a golfer.
He absolutely does the golfing.
So yeah, I think it's down to people like that man there, Liam Lawson, entering his first full season in Formula One and his first season with Red Bull Racing. And well, isn't that great that it comes down to, you know, every single individual in the teams, a kind of incremental effort, and of course Mr. Lewis Hamilton, and whether or not he can close the gap. And then you look at the other side of the field, you know, Williams. They've obviously got Carlos Sainz, a proven race winner who ended the season on form. And, you know, even if there isn't a huge delta in that team, actually, you know, even bringing, you know, a couple of tenths is a massive, massive difference. We've seen big teams get knocked out of Q1 and Q2 because
of that. Think that Williams we haven't really covered, Karun. We've talked about, you know, the fact that Carlos was winning races, you know, as near as Mexico, but it's the qualifying. If Alex Albon was going, there's Max. Was at a spin, same place.
Do we think the wind is increased?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I wonder.
Well, we'd know if Alex was still there, but he's, you know, clocked out, apparently gone to the airport.
Shocking.
Shocking, really.
We needed him up the tower still to see just how breezy it was. We'll see a replay of Max, I'm sure, in a minute. But if Alex Albon was getting into Q3, was kind of upsetting the order a little bit. Here's Max right now. So
he was quite deep as well, wasn't he?
He was deeper.
It's deeper and wider. It still shows a headwind down South Philistray. Doesn't look like it's turned crosswind. But he's clearly decided to put those tyres in the bin as he lights them up and leaves some dark lines.
So let's get back to qualifying. Alex Albon, if he can get into Q3, we know he can. Carlos Sainz, we know he can get into Q3 because he did it a lot. Now he's with Williams. That's two Williams cars that might get into Q3 at the expense of others that would be fancying their chances for a Q3 run. So the likes of Haas might be disadvantaged by that. Alpine towards the end of the season might be disadvantaged. One of the Red Bulls was struggling last year to get into Q3. Aston Martin were struggling to get out Q1 at times, to be fair. But the pressure then gets on Liam Lawson even more, that you've got to be right up there in qualifying. And I'm not saying for a minute he can't, because he can. But that really does start to put pressure onto the drivers. Love it.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, the reality is, I think we can all fairly surely agree the top 4 teams are locked in, isn't it? So in a normal situation, if Lawson delivers on what he's been signed up to do, that's the top 8 places locked out.
Yeah.
So then you got a whole gaggle of teams, and look at the back end of last year. The last couple of races, Sauber qualifying into Q3. You know, they had some turn of speed. I think they introduced some bits in the last few races, and they unlocked some speed. So, you know, suddenly you've got basically the other 6 teams fighting for those 2 places on the grid.
That's going to make it. Q2, absolutely fascinating. Q1, back end of, absolutely fascinating. And then you got the run for pole, which makes qualifying a do not miss appointment, I think.
Which is exactly what racing should be. You know, racing's a relative exercise, and we should have it that, you know, on their best day, you know, even the slowest car can achieve. And I think, you know, okay, they weren't the slowest car last year, but you know, you look at the Brazilian Grand Prix, you looked at what Alpine did together as a team through excellent driving, decision-making, execution of the race, and that was worth 3 championship positions in the season where the gap between fastest and slowest was the smallest in our 74-year history. It was about 1.3%. So, you know, I really hope we get a really tight field, one where, you know, we've got really tight fight at the top, but then if anyone makes a mistake, you know, the outsiders can get in.
Don't want to be doing that too often, as we see Max Verstappen.
He doesn't really, does he?
Another replay of that sprint, to be fair, he doesn't. Bernie Collins can come back and join the conversation. Where do you want to start, Bernie?
I'm back, Crofty. I'm just trying to catch up, actually, after the disaster recovery tests that happened here. So good to see that Verstappen spin again.
Hang on a minute. Don't leave us hanging. What disaster and how did you recover?
Did you drop your drink?
No, it's not a disaster. It was a test, like what would happen if there was a disaster or we lost some network. So tests continuing on this side. But it just meant that, Crofty, for your information, if you were here in the commentary box, I lost comms to you guys. I could see some images, but not a lot, and I couldn't hear you guys. So not great if you were in the commentary box at this end, Crofty.
Do you know the last time we lost all connection through the commentary box with our usual, we have like a fibre optic cable that runs the TV compound, and we also have a backup line if we lose all connection. And I'm going back a few years to the Canadian Grand Prix, and the last time we were in the old commentary boxes at the Canadian Grand Prix. You remember the ones, Bernie, right by the final chicane, that condemned wooden structure?
Oh yes, I do remember.
The most unsafe structure in Formula One history ever. The one that Karun Chandok and I sat in 2014 with that 4-hour race, and had the best view, and actually the roof didn't leak for a change as well. Either way, we're in there, Martin and I about to go on for the qualifying hour, and then 2 minutes before Simon Lazenby was due to hand to us, everything went. Everything went in the commentary box. Jimmy, who was our sound supervising engineer, went as white as a ghost, and there were lots of buttons flashing on his panel. He had no idea what had gone on. We had no idea. We had to go onto the backup line, so we had no team radio, we had no timing screens. Apart from one, we had one world feed screen that was coming through on a different network to normal. Had no sound effects, nothing. And eventually, after about half an hour, it all came back on again. The reason for the loss of connection, somebody had dropped a portaloo onto the fibre optic cables going back to the TV compound. A man had turned up in a low loader, taken the portaloo off the back of the truck and plonked it down on our cables.
Most technologically advanced sport in the world.
Yeah, correct. We were taken off air because of a toilet. Make of that what you will. You can pick up.
Not making anything out of that, Bernie.
Oh, sorry, I was. And another World Crofty, but I was reminded of.
She was bored of your toilet story,
No.
She tuned out.
Bernie's like, I'm not doing toilet humour today.
I didn't know where to go with that one, Crofty, but
neither did we.
I think that is.
Especially when he removed the toilet.
I think from our side, you know, that is, we talk so much about testing these cars, proving out any suspension aero setup, for example, but one of the things that we don't really talk about is the teams proving out things. And, you know, I've had it at Silverstone when I was with Aston Martin, Force India. That is the closest we will ever be to our factory. And at one point in qualifying, the pit wall went down and the link to the factory went down. and we had no data, no timing. So I remember on the pit wall counting the number of times our car had went past the end of our pit wall in order to see what sort of run plan we were doing in qualifying. And to add to that, it was wet, but that was one of those situations where you can't be any closer to the factory. You can't be in what you think is a more safe position, and yet still the systems go wrong. So there's lots of important tasks going on in the background here that we don't necessarily see all of them, but we do when something goes wrong.
Yeah, no, I agree. My pit wall got too hot in the Malaysian Grand Prix in 2017 and everything turned off. I'd written out like a paper kind of, you know, like lap chart every race for the last 100 because I was told to do that, you know, as backup, and I was actually quite happy I finally got to use this piece of paper. We were last, we started last, we finished last, but I knew where the car was on track and I boxed it to jump a blue flag, and I was really rather proud of myself. And I was so happy that I finally got to use my paper backup. But I had a very high phone bill because that was the only way I could get anything kind of resembling like a page one timings of the screens that we were using the comms box to even see where we were was by using phone data. And I don't think it got reimbursed in expenses.
What? It's outrageous. You need Dr. Croft. He's the master of reimbursing.
But yeah, I can understand the fear from everybody. It's just it's the worst thing in the world where the numbers all go black on the screen.
We do rely on these screens a lot. Unlike a lot of sports, you can't see the whole field of play in front of you, or if you're sat in the pit wall, anything. I know you need to be there, you know, to be in the thick of the action there in front of the cameras and stuff.
But you know what is funny? Listening to these stories, it's like the worst thing in the world, and the cars are still going round and round.
Yeah.
That's actually the most important bit. It's when you have the, like what we had the other day. That was properly scary when the circuit lights went down.
Correct.
With no backup. To me, that is when everybody's lost, because the drivers will have no. It would happen now, considering how dark it is. They would have no idea where they are.
Well, and I did say that yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, when we were talking about it, and there surely must be a backup system that would kick in straight away. Otherwise, we shouldn't really be doing nighttime races.
Yeah. If they follow the rail lights, the first one gets lost into the oasis. They all follow him into the oasis.
Bernie,
Go on, Bernie. Come on in.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, you know, unfortunately, I'd just made my way to the edge of the track to watch some track action at that point when the lights went down. And like you say, there didn't seem to be any backup track floodlights. But the one thing to say to people at home who are thinking about it is all of the panels, so the light panels that show the red flags or the green flags as it would be, we've often seen them on either side of the track to give the drivers information. All of those still worked because those are generally ran of individual generators at each light. So they are on a very separate system. Now that wouldn't be enough to guide you around the track at this sort of level of darkness, but it was enough to give the driver that red flag information. So some of the safety systems to the car, particularly those light panels, did continue to operate. So the floodlights did all go down, but some of the other systems did remain up.
Yeah, absolutely. They're on a different system, and at least they were still working. But I think the important point you make there, not enough to, you know, give the drivers any sort of decent light. So if you're barreling into turn one and the lights go out at the wrong moment, you're slamming on the brakes and hoping that you're stopping somewhere safe in time.
I know I took us down this particular rabbit hole, but I will take the opportunity to pivot us back, Crofty, because we're into the final 10 minutes. So I feel like we should...
Well, we are in half a minute, yes.
We should be, you know, summarising or...
Well, I did start kind of doing that when I asked the question, do you think the pecking order's changed much? But
yeah.
Where do you want to go on the summary?
I think, should we have a couple of takeaways?
So we used to play a game
at
the end of which we can now play together. So because again, it's about, you know, obviously P1 to P10 is boring, is what everyone asks. Is who do you think is the happiest team at the end of testing, and who do you think is the saddest team at the end of testing? So that's obviously about your relative improvement. So I think that's quite a good one.
Good game.
Good game to play.
Will you go first then?
I'm in charge, so I'm going to go
Oh, right,
last.
that's just like, I'm asking the questions. I bet you do that with family Christmas quizzes, don't you?
I've actually been banned from all of them, so yeah.
Okay, I will go. I think the happiest will be McLaren, because it's a circuit where historically they've not been great at. Admittedly, it's a colder, run of days than we've had and we'll have when we come back for the race, but in general, they've carried on where they ended last season. So I think they would go away being the happiest.
I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay.
I think they're the most satisfied, but I think happiest, because I think relative to what they would have expected, happiest Ferrari.
Okay.
Because there's a big integration at Ferrari with car number 44, and it's all gone very well. He's happy, the team are happy, the headline times have been good, the race runs weren't too bad either. I think Ferrari are the happiest.
Okay. Bernie?
Yeah, so I'd agree with you, Crofty. I would say that I think Ferrari are pretty happy. I think that Lewis has settled in there really well, and a lot of the lap times look really comparable between Lewis and Leclerc that I've seen so far. So I agree Ferrari the happiest.
Okay. Ruth, I know it's your game.
Yeah, I think it's tough between Ferrari and McLaren, but I saw a rather smirky Lando Norris.
Smirky ladies.
Yeah, he looks like a happy chappy. Yeah, so I'm gonna go for like marginally pip to the post. I'm gonna say McLaren marginally the happiest
So
time.
now you know what happens now. We have to go in reverse order for the saddest. So
Saddest
you go
team,
first.
I believe, is Aston Martin, because both of them, they've not really got the mileage that they would have liked to know. They don't really have a good reference on either high fuel or low fuel, and it's a really pivotal year for them going into 2026. So obviously things can change, but I think at the end of the test, they're going to be the saddest team on the plane, which needs to be fact-checked by Bernie, by the way. So you actually have to let us know.
Before we go to Bernie, Oscar Piastri had the chance to give us a headline time right at the last, and he went too wide in the final corner. He lost a fair bit in the final sector, and third fastest is his best effort. Bernie, saddest.
I'm the saddest, or you would like the saddest from me?
I'd like the saddest from you, please. You're never the saddest.
I totally agree with Ruth. I think Aston Martin appeared to have had a struggle this weekend. There was glimmers of hope on day one, I think. Particularly the garbage looked pretty settled. But just with the limited run-in, Lance not really getting the time in the car that he might have liked. Their only thing is they've kept their driver lineup, so they should know where they need to go for race one. But I think so. And just to clarify Ruth's point, I will not be fact-checking it, but let's see. You can tell a lot, I think, by airport lounges sometimes.
George Russell, if you see him in the airport lounge, might be smiling, will be smiling. He's just popped in at the last moment, 2 100ths up on this man Max Verstappen with the fastest time of the day, 1:29.545. I turn to Carlos Sainz's times. We're still outside of the fastest time of the test overall, which was set yesterday. But George Russell has got the quickest time today. Saddest team. And I think Aston Martin, our two strategic experts here, might just have nailed that on the head. And today has kind of compounded the sadness a little bit with the inability to get the race run in that they would have wanted to do. Saying that, I'm not sure from where they finished last year, Aston Martin were expecting a big leap up to be 5th best team, which they were in terms of the overall.
But why?
Mercedes.
But why not?
That's
what I look at. This thing of they weren't expecting to be better. Why not?
Well, because of where they finished last year and knowing how much they had to make up because they had dropped back so much. I don't think this year for Aston Martin is a year where they think we're nailed on or we can be 5th. We'd like to be 5th, but I don't think they feel that they're nailed on to be 5th because of how far back they went. So whilst I agree with Bernie and Ruth, I am going to pick another name, and I'm going to say Racing Bulls, because I don't think Racing Bulls, I don't think they're in desperate straits, but I don't see anything that makes me think this car will come alive and be electric and be on the fringes of that top 10 for a Q3. which is where I think they want to be.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've not seen anything magical on the Racing Bulls long runs and things like that. And Hajar's runs, the car still looks a bit edgy and a bit scrappy. He just you know, needs more mileage, I guess. But yeah, I mean, the Aston thing is confusing to me though, because you know they lost their way clearly in terms of development direction last year, but at that point, you know, you're midway through last year, you're losing a direction. You know the next set of rules is so the next season is the same set of rules. Surely the objective has got to be to just come back, try and course correct, because if you've got a fundamental correlation issue with between the design and the execution on the track, that's whatever the rules are, that's going to be a problem that you need to resolve.
Yeah.
And so to me, I would view this year as an absolute opportunity to try and course correct it somehow.
But I'm not sure it was a correlation issue.
Well, I don't
think it was. I think it was a directional issue, as in they took themselves down a direction of development that wasn't working, and then tried to compound it by going even greater into that direction. Yeah. And everything they were saying about this car was reversing away from that direction that they were going down last year.
Yeah, but I mean, Bernie, I'd like to, you know, bring you and Ruth in on this. I mean, I look at it and go, Austin, for example, right? They brought a raft of new bits, and they've spent 8 weeks probably in the run-in from design to manufacturing.
Yeah.
You know, validating those parts, 8 to 10 weeks producing those bits. In a cost camper, you know, you're not going to produce physically those things and stick it on the car unless you had information from the tunnel or CFD that told you was better, right? Like, why would you go through the cost of making it or the time and effort of making it if you didn't think it was going to deliver performance?
Bernie, come on in.
Yeah, so annoyingly my camera's not come back up, so I can't see you guys to make sure I'm not speaking over Ruth. But yeah, I do agree with you, Corinne. You know, at the moment we are not in a position where teams can make 2 front wings, for example, and then test it on a car and carry forward the one that's better. They should only be making components if they believe they're bringing performance to the car, and we've seen that time and time again from teams. So, you know, that does scream of correlation issue. Potentially it also screams of a team that feels under pressure to bring upgrades to the car, even if they maybe aren't sure that they're going to definitely bring performance. So, you know, it's not clear really which way. We never are privy to that information. One, you know, slight thing is, Ted's mentioned a few times, I don't know if he's still online or not, but Ted's mentioned a few times about how maybe plain the Aston Martin looks. So maybe it is leaving scope for development when said aero designer comes online next week. You know, and
he's going to have to get drawing fast if that's what the intention is.
You know, but if your car is more a clean sheet of paper, then you can very quickly add to it. Whereas if your car is quite complex, you end up having to change your rear wing in order to upgrade a front wing. Whereas if it's clean sheet, you can just add bits to it continuously, and maybe that's a quicker development direction if that's what you're thinking of doing. But you know, it's not clear to me. I'm not an aerodynamicist, so I'd rather not get too far down that road.
Thanks, Bernie. Ruth has got some race simulation traces for us.
Yeah, wise words from Bernie as always. And yeah, we've looked at today's race sims. Now, yesterday, all of our big 4 teams did a race sim with Lando Norris out in front of the Red Bull with Lawson, with Antonelli, and with Charles. Today, we've only had 2 of the teams of those big 4 come and do the race sims. Once again, it is Piastri out in front. And actually, the Piastri to Russell gap is about 4 tenths a lap. Yesterday, the Lando to Antonelli gap was about 5 tenths a lap. So even though we can't compare, as Bernie showed earlier with our strategy tag team, that the track is very different day 2 to day 3, actually the shape of today, at least between the McLaren and the Mercedes, is pretty similar. Now, there's no red line on here, and there's no thing, so we still have a question mark over Red Bull and Ferrari going into Melbourne Grand Prix.
Lewis Hamilton only did 47 laps in the afternoon session, so you know, whilst Ferrari are happy, that's probably not as many as they would want to have done. Your basic headline is that whilst the conditions, whilst the location might have changed a bit, the story's the same in terms of race runs today. McLaren have a decent 4/10 advantage over Mercedes.
I think Ferrari have had some sort of problem because he's not run for the last little while, has he? You know, he did a 5-lap run and then he's not been seen on track for the last hour or so. We saw the screens up. We haven't had any information come from Ferrari what the problem was, but clearly they've had to cut their running short, which is suboptimal. I think just looking at that graph that Ruth presented there, you can see the first stint, you know, Russell dropped away, but actually the gap, you know, at the beginning and the end of the second stint wasn't opening up too much, and a little bit maybe in the third. But and we know they started on the softer C3 tire, went to the harder one. So clearly, in terms of tire deck, and that's what I can sort of surmise out of this, is Mercedes was struggling more with a softer tire in terms of deck, but actually on the harder tire, they weren't that far away from the McLaren. They was able to sort of track the pace.
And also, let's just recap a little bit here. McLaren and Mercedes both got both drivers to do a race sim. Red Bull had neither driver doing a race sim. Liam Lawson yesterday, did he do a race sim?
No, he only did 2 stints. He did a 20 and a 24. He didn't do a full. Right. He did 2 stints on the hard. Right?
So neither driver did a race sim at Red Bull, and at Ferrari, Charles Leclerc did a race sim. Lewis Hamilton didn't manage
Hasn't
that.
had a chance yet.
So that
my headline is advantage McLaren, but there's still 3 teams that are pretty close, so you can't count them out.
every year we sit here for 3 days and we promise answers.
We said advantage McLaren. That was a conclusion.
That was a conclusion. But it was a conclusion with a but. George Russell's going to do a practice start on the grid, as they are entitled to do so. What the last 3 days has done, of course, is just to whet our appetite even more for the start of the season, and it is coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, in Melbourne, we are going to be there very, very soon. The weekend of the 14th, 15th and 16th of March. The Australian Grand Prix, back down under for the first race of the season. As lovely as it is to be in Bahrain for the first race, that is one heck of a festival down in Albert Park, and a fine, fine place to have a first race of the season to kick off the 75th year celebrations. Let's have a listen to George Russell's race starts. Oh, let's not. Let's go off board and watch it. Let's take this time. Pretty good. Not too much wheel spin.
No.
Seemed all right to me. Fernando Alonso decided not to do a practice start on the grid. He dived into the pit lane. Don't forget, Ted will be with the notebook rounding up everything today, and I'm sure on his way to Ferrari at the moment to see what the issue was. We saw the screens out for Lewis Hamilton. Lappage of the day goes to Alex Albon, 137 laps in terms of the individual driver. Max Verstappen had 81 laps. He was doing the whole day here. George Russell put 91 laps in, so it's 152 laps across the two Mercedes drivers. Esteban Ocon, 103 laps for Esteban Ocon. So despite the little spin we saw towards the end, he got an awful lot in. Max is still in his car, starting the debrief, having the chat, just having a few photos taken while he sits in that car with Tomo, the Red Bull photographer, getting up close and personal, as they say. 85 laps for Oscar Piastri this afternoon, 84 laps for Pierre Gasly, who had the fastest time at one stage, but the darkness has descended, the lights are on, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is that for testing. 3 days in Bahrain, unseasonably cold temperatures. We even had rain as well. George Russell, fastest overall today, 0.02 of a second clear of Max Verstappen. Alex Albon, a 1/10 of a second back in third place for Williams. Oscar Piastri and Pierre Gasly completing the top 5, who were separated by half a second. C4 tyres for Alex Albon, by the way. C3 for George Russell. Lando Norris in the morning session 11th fastest overall. Lance Stroll was due to come back this afternoon and do a full afternoon. He didn't. Fernando Alonso had to step in after Lance had put in 34 laps. So we wish him the best. And, well, let's recap on an exciting 3 days of testing here at the Sakir circuit, where you can see to the left-hand side the Sakir track that we raced on back in 2020. Various configurations here, but it's the Grand Prix circuit that we were testing around 3 full days. It's Carlos Sainz who had the fastest time overall. George Russell ended the day on top for Mercedes.
Close to the vicinity of a microphone will be accommodated to analyse what's ahead. It's another windy day at the circuit and the weather. I'm delighted to say there will be no rain in Bahrain today. It is 17 degrees, the track temperature at 30 and the humidity at 37%. Earlier on, Charles Leclerc top of the times ahead of Kimi Antonelli. It was Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, Jack Stewart, Alex Albon, Isaac Hadjar, Fernando Alonso, Gabriel Bortoletto, and the most hair-raising moment of the opening 4 hours, the bodywork delaminated on the Haas, which interrupted Oliver Behrman's running. We also had a red flag towards the end and some fun procedural stuff to close out the final 4 hours. We have fans in the grandstand for this last stint of pre-season testing, and plenty of giant flags waving in the breeze. Jolyon Palmer, we've got 4 hours to go. We've got Charles Leclerc on top of the times. Who needs a big final 4 hours ahead of the opening Grand Prix of the year in Melbourne?
I think McLaren have got to troubleshoot some issues. Lando Norris was in the car earlier on and did a decent amount of laps, 57, which is exactly a Grand Prix distance in his 4 hour stint, but the car looked just pretty difficult on the rear end throughout a lot of the running. The best of the running earlier came in the first hour and a half. The track temper's since got up, the wind has got up as well, as we've seen, so actually the performance of a lot of cars was getting worse and the times were not troubled. Leclerc and Antonelli's top times, but it was the handling. I thought the McLaren wasn't great, and Piastri's back in the car now, so Norris is done. We'll see him in Melbourne. Piastri's in, and I don't think Oscar's had a great run of it so far in the McLaren. Lando has actually had the better of the running, so he'll be in. He'll do a race sim, and we'll see what that's all about. Hamilton back in the Ferrari will be interesting to see his last test to see how he's going to compare. And we heard from Carlos Sainz earlier explaining how difficult it is to know how to push different cars. He's used to Ferrari machinery, so Lewis is used to Mercedes, and he's been studying, he's been looking in and listening to what Charles Leclerc has been doing this morning. He's got to put that together for his final 4 hours.
There we go. Switch my microphone on. Pre-season testing in the commentary box as well. Ruth, what are you looking forward to in the next 4 hours?
I'm looking forward to my favourite session, which is the final one. For 3 reasons, the lap times are just going to get more and more exciting. So track temperature now is 30, and unlike when we used to go winter testing in cold Barcelona, the track gets better. So it should get faster as we go through the session. Secondly, this northern wind, this Shamal wind that offers us the nice braking into turn 1, is going to drop. It normally drops throughout the afternoon session, and across lunchtime that will have dropped some of that dust from the sand dunes onto the track. And I think we're going to see a couple of race sims, some teams repeating some race sims, applying the learning that they had from yesterday. We're potentially going to see that C1 compound in its operating window for the first time, because it could be pretty good. And then probably some qualifying simulations as well. A bit of everything going into the final hour for the glory hour of Formula One testing, as we call it.
Ocon back in the Haas. waiting for the green light, and it's about to go. Their first gear, and away goes Esteban Ocon. Haas, as you mentioned, Ollie Behrman, the bodywork flying off that car, still did 59 laps and was closer to the pace of the rest of the field as well. New set of C3 tyres for Ocon jumping straight in. So I wonder if we're going to see a bit more.
Tailwind has picked up a bit into turn 13.
More wind chat. Laura Muller on the other end of the phone to Esteban Ocon, Ocon's new race engineer for 2025 as he switches to the American team. We'll be hearing that voice a lot more as the season progresses. All the drivers being updated with the condition of the wind, which has been affecting them across the circuit as well. I promised you more names. Here's another one. Alex Brundle has been trackside. He's been in the pit lane. And now, Alex, they've finally let us commentate together again.
It's been 20 cumulative hours, Jakesy, of broadcasting over the last 2 days. This is the first time we've been in the commentary box together. Now, I'm not saying that is that is any kind of comment on the content we might be able to produce.
I think people might have had enough, Alex. It is possible. It is possible that the combination has run its course.
I've traipsed across the desert, and I've thank you for making room in your inn for me here in Bahrain. It was really interesting this morning, standing beside the racetrack. I went down to turn 11. Palpable difference between the cars when the temperature started to come up. As soon as there was a little bit of heat haze coming up off the circuit, all of a sudden everything was moving around so much more. Out of turn 11, and also when I bent down to the exit of turn 8, things started to skip and slide. It took a few moments for engineers just to make that adjustment to a car which is trying to generate, from a car I should say, which is trying to generate the maximum tyre temperature. We heard Carlos Sainz earlier on when you had your great chat with him say, this is the first time ever in Bahrain I've struggled to generate tyre temperature. It's normally an outlier in the other direction. But from cars that were struggling to generate that temperature, two cars that were moving around and sliding very much in the way that McLaren did. And actually I think it was an interesting session to uncover the tendencies of some of the cars, because we've had rather miraculous conditions over the last 2 days. Really cool. Yeah, it's been windy, a little bit of rain falling. It hasn't affected running that much. But we haven't had those hot conditions which were affecting teams like Mercedes and various other teams all the way through last year. So illuminating, Mr. Jakes, in the early phases of well, as we move through the morning session.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what we get in the next couple of hours when we're on the microphone. Have you got to go trackside again, Alex, or are you down in the pit lane? What your busy rota?
I'm going to commute down to turn 13, I think, because it's mainly because it's the only place around the circuit I haven't been, but secondly because it is an interesting one here. It's one of those corners, turn 12 I should say, it's one of those corners that as a driver you ignore, but as an engineer you really don't. It's the only 150 mile an hour plus corner on the layout here. So for winter testing concerns, although the drivers will simply drive through and tell their engineer it's easy flat and shrug their shoulders, the engineers will be looking really closely at the loads and the slip that's going on through the middle of turn 12, and then the tyre energy, the amount of temperature in the surface of the tyre as they try to brake and turn into turn 13. It's why when the track temp comes up like this, as Gasly gets himself nice and wide to start the session off, but it's why when the track temp comes up like this you see drivers struggling into turn 13, because it's where the tyre temperature actually peaks around the whole layout here. It's at the end of the middle sector. This section we're coming up to now through the mid corner of 11 and then 12 is where that left front temperature peaks.
Gasly continues on. Sam Collins, been recording in your lunch break, I saw in the gallery earlier on. Enjoying the content you were laying down for everyone?
As is the case with I don't do lunch. You should know that. I never have lunch. I'm always working. I'm either staring at photos or recording something. Actually, talking of lunch, some of the teams do seem to be taking slightly longer lunches than maybe others. Alpine out on track and Ocon out track in the now repaired Haas. It's like an Alpine track day from last year or something. But a lot of the teams taking a bit of time just to get their cars ready, get them in their final configurations they probably want to test. Maybe a few upgrades going on. We know Red Bull have got upgrades on the car, new engine cover, new nose we saw earlier on. And I think a few other upgrades are going to be sneaking in before we see those fast runs at the end of the day that Ruth was talking about. However, some teams, there was an interesting moment, we just looked into the Williams garage with the car in a state of very much undress, and a lot of the mechanics sitting around the car almost waiting to touch it, which sometimes means somebody's working on something high voltage and they don't want to go near it. But I don't know, it was a bit of a strange one. It's like they'd all been told to freeze frame while the cameras were there, but sort of the brake calipers were hanging off and
act normal, they're looking at us.
Exactly, but it did look like they're quite, you know, we're not going to see the Williams for a little while. We're not going to see, well, I was about to say, we're not going to see the Ferrari for a little while, but it's become rather more complete than it was just a few moments ago when we saw it last time.
It's really impressive down there, actually, when you wander up and down the pit lane. And maybe time is just passing a little bit quicker than you think. It often does when you're surrounded by Formula racing cars. But you walk past a garage and the thing just looks in bits, absolutely in bits. No concept that it would be going anywhere. You come back what seems like a few moments later and it looks for all the world like a Formula One car again. The speed with which the changes are being completed up and down the pits has been something to behold. All test as Esteban Ocon comes in and heads out again with no specific changes on the Haas.
Yeah, and winter testing is actually one of the few times the kind of garage procedures get properly checked in terms of turnaround times. Now, hopefully you don't have to use all of them, because they're often, what do we do if we have to rebuild a car to a certain number of pieces? But we actually do quite a lot of our prediction of how long it would take to take this thing apart and put it back together again. And then lunch times or in the evenings across the nights are a good way of testing that. Depending on your driver and the configuration and the complexity of the car that kind of regulation year, it's not kind of discommon that you would use more of your lunchtime. And in fact, we play it differently in Bahrain than we did in Barcelona, because in Barcelona, the bit in the middle of the day was the absolute best part of the day. And so you would put your big setup changes maybe at the first thing in the morning, whereas in Bahrain, actually, in terms of conditions, it is okay to swap. And then when you're swapping drivers as well, that also involves swapping parts, unless, of course, you're Haas, when both your drivers are the same height and basically the same shape, which I imagine means it's easier for them to change over all the parts.
Well, it is a quick change for them, isn't it? And similar for Alpine.
Red flag. Why do we have a red flag? Asked the commentator, looking at his timing pages.
The cars are all circulating.
So Gasly, we're about to join Pierre Gasly for an attacking lap, we hoped. We've got Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly, Yuki Tsunoda has just left the pit lane. And we have an interrupted session with all cars required to come back to the pit lane.
Check the windows, check the lights.
And an unspecified interruption at the moment. It's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing Pierre Gasly circulate around the circuit. And
Yuki Tsunoda's not getting much luck in this test, is he? Every time he seems to go out on track, there's either a problem with the car or seems to be a problem on the track, which means his laps just aren't getting in there. I just get the impression he hasn't had that much track time in these 3 days, and maybe a little bit on the back foot, but the car seems okay if not a little twitchy.
all right, everyone's coming back to the pits. It wasn't exactly frenetic out there anyway.
Oh.
Wow. That's wow, it's an amazing bus tour, but not one that we wanted to see at that moment.
Do you remember last year Logan Sargent had a really high-speed spin at that part of the circuit? He'd have ended up in the side of that bus.
Well, there's massive runoff area down at turn 10, but you never want to see that, and that's why the session was interrupted. And back to the pit lane we go with everyone. Okay, so let's get it back on topic and talk Formula One in 2025. Laura Winter had a chance to catch up with Andrea Stella with that Constructors' Trophy under his arm from 2024. They caught up a little while ago.
I'm joined by Andrea Stella. We've just been discussing what we had for lunch, but we'll spare spare you that chat. Andrea, pre-season testing for McLaren appears from the outside looking in to be going very well. That long run stuff yesterday certainly grabbed some headlines. What can you tell us from within?
What I can tell you is that so far testing has gone according to plan. We haven't had any major problem with the car, so we could spend pretty much all the time we had allocated on track. Even if some work we did on track was some very fundamental aerodynamic characterization, so not necessarily performance running, we had to ask our drivers to be a bit patient and do some work for the team, which they did very diligently. And then once we went into performance running, we saw above all that the car behaves as we expected, which is not to be given for granted, because we applied some changes to car layout over the winter, and we definitely came to the testing here with some question marks that we wanted to resolve. So for me, the main takeaway so far is that the car behaves as expected, and I really want to take the opportunity to praise the work that has happened from an engineering point of view, in this case specifically, because innovating a car that was already quite competitive, taking some risks, it wasn't an easy decision, but we did it based on the confidence we had in our engineering department, and they look like have been able to do a really good job.
That must be a huge relief coming into pre-season testing, because you don't know until you get that car on track exactly the work that's been done over the winter. We were seeing Lando Norris's lap times in that long run. People were saying up to a second quicker a lap, but with all the usual caveats of testing. He is talking about some instability at the rear of the car, though. We are seeing a lot of gusty winds here. Is that track-specific and condition-specific, or is it something you're looking to iron out further?
In terms of the long run pace yesterday, I would really be very careful, because the conditions were conditions that we know our car enjoys, you know, cold conditions, not much challenge coming from the wind. So I think we were in a sweet spot for our car. In terms of the balance issues, you are right. We would like to have more rear grip in general, but being in Bahrain, that's pretty normal, I would say, because it's such a demanding track in terms of braking stability and traction. Today, day 3, at the time of this interview, I think we are seeing the normal Bahrain, where the temperatures are higher, there's a lot of wind, and definitely driving the car is much more challenging. And those comments that Lando and surely Oscar as well in the debrief made about car balance today are quite a lot amplified compared to what they experienced in the previous 2 days, but in reality this is more normal for Bahrain.
Oscar Piastri in this afternoon. I'm figuring they're pretty aligned in the feedback you're receiving, and what is the plan for Oscar in the final 4 hours?
So very aligned in terms of comments on the car, which is always very useful and reassuring for the engineering department, because it gives us clear objectives to focus on, to improve the car, and we do have to improve the car. In terms of Oscar today, the work will be more focused on race preparation. Oscar has been doing some fundamental car development in the previous 2 days. Today will be more about performance runs, and then a similar long run to what Lando did yesterday. But today will be more difficult for the driver in these conditions to go through the 60+ laps of a race simulation.
But we are not wishing away the sun, are we? Because it has been so cold.
No, we take it, and I'm sure everyone welcomes this kind of sunny conditions.
Thank you so much, Andrea. There must be a lot of confidence in McLaren heading into this season. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Laura Winter in conversation with Andrea Stella, who achieved every team principal's dream at the preceding race in Abu Dhabi, when it was nervy, given a retirement. Fernando Norris would have put Ferrari in position to win the title, but McLaren claimed it their first since 1998, and now we're on board with the still novel sight of Lewis Hamilton driving a Ferrari behind the wheel. He's been making positive noises all the way through his pre-season, including in the lunchtime press conference, slight alteration through turn 13 as he waits for the car to comply through the corner, but Hamilton adjusting to new surroundings. What's that journey like with Buscking Diving when you join the Ferrari team and you make the transition?
Well, I went from, I can't say I was a Formula 1 driver or a 7-time world champion, but I did go from being a McLaren fan to my first job being at Scuderia at Ferrari, so pretty similar in the scope of things. And all I can say is it was one of the most welcoming families and places you could ever be. It was absolutely brilliant, the way that kind of they say, sports are a family, but it really is. And to see the smile on Lewis's face, to see him reunited with some old friends in his physio, Angela Cullen, once again. I can't wait to see what he's going to do. A change is as good as a rest,
as they say. Sam Collins.
Ruth, I've got a bit of a question for you, because you say sports teams are like a family. Ferrari, Italian, they love a good family. Now, you've worked for Ferrari, you've worked for Haas, you've worked for Sauber. They've all got Ferrari engines. How close is the linkage between those Ferrari-powered teams? We know Haas buys a lot of bits from Ferraris, but in terms of the people, because I know you've worked your way through all of them, how close are they?
So we have the same power unit engineers, so it's pretty difficult to tell unless you know who's who, because everyone wears the same uniform, which is important. But the power unit engineers that each manufacturer, so not just Ferrari, supplies to run their power unit are Ferrari employees or Mercedes employees, and those people effectively now I've worked with them for kind of 12 years on the trot, and they kind of do tend to rotate every couple of years between the customer teams. But yeah, beyond that, they're kind of three very distinctly different teams, of which I can confirm that the pizza and the pasta is significantly better in Scuderia Ferrari.
Whilst we're on Grill Ruth, what's the culture differences like between Ferrari fighting at the front, huge team based in Italy, Haas, the absolute opposite end, based in the UK, tiny team, and then you've got Sauber, based on their own in Switzerland. When you actually just walk into the building and just the day-to-day, is there massive culture differences?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's difficult because of kind of the passage of time. Obviously, I was at Ferrari pre-cost cap era. I was at Ferrari when, the president was Luca, and it was still no longer a Fiat group company. And there was you could see it was a winning machine. It was a team with a lot of resource, a lot of history, a lot of pride.
Can you feel the pressure or the tension of having wins demanded on you there?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's the highs are higher and the lows are potentially lower in terms of the win itself. Winning at Ferrari is truly an absolutely phenomenal, special feeling. I'm very glad that I was able to do it with Seb in Malaysia 2015. Losing, yeah, we got that in before 3 hours 41 to go. Excellent. But I would say losing with Ferrari also really hurt. But again, that was my first reference, and I would say that every team is in a battle to win or to lose, and crossing the line P5 in Bahrain with Haas and with Romain Grosjean felt like a win to us, to quote Romain as he crossed the line, and was a combination of a significant amount of work for a lot of people in Haas, and coming P6 in 2022 with Sauber, kind of defeating the giants of Aston Martin. I think the Brazilian Grand Prix this previous year is a perfect example of the sports stories of the fact that you have Max coming from P17 to P5, the 5th time in 1,121 races, and how amazing and glorious that is at the top end. And then you have the Alpine story, 3 championship positions, and those two kind of, and the whole team working together. And I think it's when you look at it, sports really is all around.
So if we accept that working for Ferrari is quite different to working for a Haas and a Sauber, Alfa Romeo, what is the contrast between Sauber and Haas? If someone was to walk in the door and it was one team and then the other the next day, are they feeling a difference of vibe and of you know, comparable teams there?
Yeah, I think all of the teams do feel like a different feeling, and if you speak to kind of people within the teams, there's kind of a culture that's kind of like, you know, slightly defined. But I would say even, you know, look at Mercedes, you look at Red Bull, you know, like kind of Mercedes are kind of like Daimler, and you know, it's still kind of quite strange to see them wearing you know, Adidas after so long of kind of wearing suits. You go to Red Bull and they have kind of like more music and stuff like that, but you know, it really does depend on the kind of the culture. You know, Switzerland, it has its own culture, has its own identity. You know,
good cheese.
It's phenomenal.
You having cheesy lunches every day?
I don't think I could. And I'm allergic to chocolate, which was an absolute nightmare.
Oh, there's no cheese.
That's actually why I left Sauber, guys.
I was about to ask you, because the lifestyles between those teams is it's different from working their point of view. Because I've been to Hinwil, where Sauber is based, and well, if you like mountain walking and mountain biking, it's wonderful. But there's not much else there, and Zurich isn't exactly a party town. And then you've got
Zurich Slam from Sam Collins.
And then you've got to look
wow.
at. Then you've got to look at.
You're not going to the right bit.
And then you've got to look at the middle of the UK, where you're going to see a lot of the people from Haas, though they have a few people in North Carolina and a few more people in Italy. And then Ferrari, the big difference to Ferrari and to Sauber, or as it's about to become Audi, is it's all in one place. It's all in one small Italian town that's quite a nice place to go. Also not a big party town, but a nice place.
Sam clearly doesn't know where to go in Modena.
There's lots of good pizzerias and pasta places, but I'm in bed far too early for anything else. The question is, though, because we had James Key talk about it yesterday, that it's hard to recruit people to go and work in Hinwil in Switzerland, and a lot of engineers are English and they're not so keen and necessarily able to go and work in Italy as well. So they've had to Audi are opening up a facility in the UK as a result. But from your point of view, someone who's worked for all three, and I know at one point you were commuting on a crazy journey to work, I think, for Sauber at one point, and living in the UK, it was it was quite a heavy job. So I mean, what are the pros and cons in terms of staff recruitment, technical staff recruitment for these different teams?
I think it just depends on what you like. I mean, I lived in, I'm English, kind of grew up in England, and you know, moved to Ferrari the day I graduated from university, and you know, probably wouldn't have gone if my wonderful boss Giacomo Tortora had told me the truth, which was that I did need to learn Italian, which is when I got there I said, why didn't you tell me? And he said, because then you wouldn't have come, which was.
I thought you were going to say you replied in Italian and
no,
you could
I
work
had
out
no
what his answer was.
And you know, I will always be ever grateful for the kind of the experience. You know, I wouldn't be in Formula One without someone opening a door for me. That was Scuderia Ferrari. I wouldn't have a skill without them, and I've learned so much and grown so much because of that team. And that, you know, probably, you know, as it's always part of it. And then you go to Sauber, and you know, ultimately, you know, I was a head of race engineering for 8 years, and I learned how to be a manager, and I learned how to kind of take care of people, and you know, balance your own personal, you know, gain versus being a leader of men and women, and very grateful for that experience. And I think everything's just a chapter that you know, you get to the end of one chapter, and now I get to hang out with you as you insult me, so this is the next chapter.
Alex Brundle, Racing Cultures. What can you tell us from your career?
Racing Cultures. Goodness me, that's a long book, isn't it? That's a book I think every single race driver or engineer or even mechanic could write. But you know, you get different flavors of the same kind of person that you always end up working with. Very intense, very driven, very data driven, very factual. But then it's great that those are kind of coloured by the different nations, the different teams in which you're installed as a driver. Of course, we move around even more readily, don't we, than the sort of engineering staff. George Russell having a bit of a spicy moment with the Alpine here on exit of the pit lane. I also spotted, by the way, while we're just to drop off the racing culture topic momentarily, while we were chatting away on Grill Roof momentarily there, Lewis Hamilton. George Russell giving Lewis Hamilton a bit of a wave. Did you spot that on the way down towards turn 11, old teammate?
Is that your sort of thing? Wave to your old teammate?
Nah, none of them will talk to me. No, I would do. Of course. And well, we spend quite a lot of time with each other, and we're all friends, of course, in sports car racing because we all have to share the same car. So you've got to kind of like them, otherwise it gets very, very difficult indeed.
When you think about it, Sauber is such an outlier in Formula One. We're talking about their heritage that everyone knows about Ferrari. The UK and a lot of the teams based nearish Silverstone and Brooklands and your original sites. And then you've got Sauber on their own in Switzerland. Switzerland, who haven't had a Formula One Grand Prix since 1954, Sam?
At Bern Bremgarten, out in the forests near the city of Bern.
In 1954?
I think in 1954. There was meant to be one in 1955. It was on the calendar, but Switzerland then banned motor racing as a result of the disaster at Le Mans in 1955. So that race never took place.
Okay, so it gets even more dramatic. They've not had a Formula One Grand Prix for 71 years, and then they banned racing, and yet there's this Swiss team that Peter Sauber founded in 1991 onto the grid, and they've been an ever-present since. But we're so used to the history of Formula One and it running in the blood, particularly in the likes of Ferrari and the passion that Lewis Hamilton and so many drivers have to go and race for these historical teams. And then you've got Sauber, who are building their own history, but kind of out of nothing on their own in a country that banned motor racing.
Sauber are an interesting one because they've been a privateer enterprise. I mean, obviously badged to various manufacturers, but they've been a privateer enterprise for so long. Of course, now going to become an OEM team. But I really think the privateers in motorsport, or privateers in Formula One, we need, because they're the entry point, aren't they? They're the entry point, especially for young drivers, where you have got, a figurehead who can say, yeah, I'm going to give you a chance, rather than a sequence of people at the head of a major enterprise. You've got your Gene Haas, you've got your original privateer team boss who can go, I'm going to throw this youngster in the car, and if it doesn't work out, then it's on me. I think if we lose that entry point into Formula One, we'd lose, and had a sequence of OEMs that were effectively always locked in to running the established drivers on the basis that, granted, what Mercedes have done for Antonelli this year is pretty much in contrary to that. But I think Formula One would be a rather different landscape without them.
Well, there is your Eddie Jordans from days gone by, isn't it? Giving Schumacher a chance on the grid, and your Ken Tyrrells giving Martin Brundle a chance on the grid. We'd be so much worse off without them.
Some of us would be, yeah, definitely.
I think the broadcast teams would have had to work slightly harder through the last couple of decades as a result. Fascinating.
So, Alpine aren't going to be very happy with us because Gasly's just got to the top of the times whilst we've been blabbering on about Switzerland and Swiss cheese.
We can reboot it, it's fine. It's the joy of testing.
Oh, Gasly's gone top.
What a great lap time from Pierre Gasly. That's a 1:30.657 on the C3 tyre. The man, the team leader at that outfit. Enstone-based team. Their last year as a full works entry before they take on Mercedes power units in 2026, and Gasly has rocketed to the top of the times.
And not only has Gasly rocketed to the top of the times, but our friends over at Alpine, who we definitely did not forget about whatsoever, are doing a qualifying simulation. So they're actually running to the times as though they were in an hour qualifying session, or as close as they can get to it, which is useful both kind of operationally. Sometimes you have new people, you've got new groups of people working together. Also, they typically do a compound sweep. So at the moment, he's on that yellow C3 tyre. Sometimes, because they want to actually understand a back-to-back-to-back without the track changing too much, you'll then see them go up in compound steps. So you might see them do a C4 in the equivalent of their Q2, and then sometimes even a C5. But it does look a little bit too warm for a C5. But expect more big things from the Frenchman in that Alpine.
He's on track again in the background, so we'll see if he can improve on that.
I was interested yesterday in the race running that was done with the full simulation Grand Prix that were being driven by various front-running teams, that actually in the cooler conditions,
the team's shifted a compound a lot from what we normally see here on a race weekend. And if I was standing here as Pirelli, watching that, as Hulkenberg gets an armful of understeer in the final corner of the lap, but if I was sitting here as Pirelli watching that, I'd think, well, you know, how soft can we actually get away with this year in Bahrain in terms of the tyres that we're going to bring to the Grand Prix? Because these race teams appear to be able to simulate these Grand Prix distances, albeit in much cooler conditions. But why don't we give them a bit of a softer compound to deal with when we hit the track? Dealing with something as well. Red Bull's still with the covers up, aren't they? And not out on track yet.
They're already locked in the tyres, aren't they, for the early rounds of the year?
Are they locked in?
Yeah, also I'm gonna go wild and disagree with you. I think the C1, 2, 3 are really quite well positioned for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Bearing in mind it's going to be slightly later this year, and also bearing in mind that we've got this new C2, which may not make my fellow comms people very excited, but it makes me and Bernie Collins very excited because we've been talking about it, because he's now close to the C3 and it blows the strategy options wide open, boys.
Well, the other thing is, we heard from Carlos that he put a C4 on, which is the softer tyre, would be a sort of super soft if we were running, and he said it was actually no better than the C3, and he duly spun at the first corner.
I just like to watch the tyre manufacturer trend as soft as possible. I think it gives us better Grand Prix. I think it adds strategic options, and I think that it adds jeopardy as well, because there will always then be a couple of drivers that don't get the tyre quite right. As soon as, for me, it's a key deciding point when I first open Pirelli's document for the weekend, and I look at it. If there is a tyre which is hard, very hard in the compound range, I think, no, they're going to lean on that tyre for the whole of the Grand Prix. We're going to get a one-stopper, and it's going to detract from the weekend.
Beautiful lap from Pierre Gasly.
What a time, Pierre Gasly. Over the line, and it's even faster still. We got to practice as well. Get back in the groove.
You should have done the Pierre Gasly.
This is going to sound extremely unhinged for people who tune in at very specific times.
If people are watching with it on in the background and just getting on with the tasks, and they're just hearing us shout about Pierre Gasly, let's have a look at George Russell making his way down the hill.
Standing earlier on. Big inside front lock-up for George Russell. It's looked stiff at the front, that Mercedes, all weekend. Saw Antonelli as well, making loads of sort of similar errors, didn't we? We put it down to inexperience, but perhaps the front axle of that Merc is just a bit tricky in the braking zones.
Yeah, I haven't seen Russell have so many lock-ups or scrappy moments, but that will definitely chalk up as one. The tyre, the soft or hard compound is a big ethical question, isn't it, about racing, because this is when Pirelli were brought in back in 2011, and that was kind of the mandate, was the Bridgestones. Vitaly Petrov did the whole race in Abu Dhabi on a set of Bridgestones, and it was like, we need degradation for better races, we need softer tyres. And then you get to a point where you have loads of management, you have thermal degradation, which is the antithesis to good racing, which requires management and eventually pit stops, or you have the hard tyres, and then the drivers are kind of happier in many ways because they can lean on it and lean on it and lean on it, but there's no deg, and you don't get the tyre offsets to promote the racing. So finding a balance is the hard bit.
So yeah, I agree with you. I mean, on driver sort of enjoyment of the races, yes, important, but once you've agreed and been paid to be a Formula 1 driver, at that point you deal with what you're given,
yeah,
right? And if that, you know, this is not a track day. It's not a load of mates driving around on some solid.
What I mean is, what makes good racing? What do you like to watch? Do you like to watch drivers nursing tyres, and then eventually they go off dramatically F2, GP2 style, and you get wacky racing and that sort of thing? But it will also require a lot of management of various phases and tyres going off in dirty air. Or do you like to see maybe fewer overtakes, but drivers pushing lap on lap on lap because they can? And finding the balance between that, I think everyone has differing opinions on it as well.
I would split that by track, actually. I think on a prepared circuit like this, potentially to entirely contradict what I said earlier, which I'm sure will fall to the notice of no one, I'll say that it's nice to watch the drivers push, but around a street circuit, I like to see them go soft. I'm a proponent. I've proposed it twice in this commentary box. I've only been in it twice. That
say it again.
I'm going to say it again until somebody listens. That I want them to get rid of the hard tyre at the street circuits as soon as we know the softest two compounds are safe.
Well, good news is someone has listened, and there's now a C6 this year.
There is.
We're going to go softer on compound.
They'll still go round and round and round on the C4 or whatever the hardest one is, won't they?
Is introduced to try and give the Alex Brundle high deg street circuit feel.
Brundle effect.
Sam.
Well, I've got a question for the two racing drivers in the room and the race strategist in the room. I don't really not going to ask you, Alex, but you can answer if you want.
I will answer first.
That's you're right. What do you think about tyre warmers? Because there's been a lot of discussion about getting rid of tyre warmers, and I've not really come down on a personal position on it, so I'm just curious as to what you all think.
Go on, Ruth.
Well, you know, I used to be a purist F1, but I had my first endurance experience this year, and I did a 24-hour race in Daytona, and they don't have tyre warm-up. So they don't have warm-ups. They have like significant tyre warm-up, and there was so much strategy in the crossover between the difference between the warm-up of the medium and the soft tyre. It was absolutely fascinating. So if you'd asked me in Abu Dhabi, I would say don't do it. But now, having enjoyed so much the jeopardy, the calculation, the trade-off of degradation and warm-up, I'm all for it.
Trust me, Ruth, some of those sports cars don't have tyre warm-up either, as well as tyre warmers.
It was 17 seconds on a medium and about 7 on a soft. So it was a lot of warm-up, but everyone had to do it. It reminded me of that Imola Grand Prix where we had a lot of different warm-up on the Inter. But yeah, fascinating from a strategic perspective. So I'm not going to block it in case I had the vote, the final vote.
Alex did a faraway look.
I think we can get away. Yeah, I think we can get away with it. There are other series who are having exactly this discussion at the moment with regards to environmental issues and whether we should be taking tyre ovens and tyre blankets around the world. And they've eventually fallen to the no tyre warm-up rule, and there was much gnashing of teeth. To begin with it being sort of considered dangerous and difficult. There were various accidents and incidents, but now it's just been incorporated into the nature of the series and how they run. And I think it's actually that crossover period which is the difficult bit. I'm not sure Formula One would actually cross that bridge without binning it. I just think the pushback from teams and drivers would be too huge for it to actually ever occur practically.
I love the idea of getting rid of tyre blankets. It makes so much sense from a racing action point of view. It's still the same for everyone. There would be definitely some strategy implications, and it would be hard going wheel to wheel coming out with no tyre temperature. And I had it in my whole career until I got to Formula One. F2, GP2, no blankets. You're in the cut thrust of a battle in the race. You come out of the pits, you've got your rival next to you, and you've got to judge somehow where to brake. And it's challenging, it's fun, it's a good spectacle. The problem is in Formula One, getting heat into this compound or these compounds of tyres, it's so difficult that you actually need the blankets to get the car working at all. And if it's in scorching temperatures, maybe you generate it eventually, but going out on stone cold tyres that are designed for a Formula One car, the weight of the car, the stresses that they've got to deal with, the compound is built differently. And if you just leave the pits, there'll be some races you just never generate the temperature ever, and you're driving around with 1,000 horsepower and it becomes a bit of a joke show. So it would need the tyres to change to accommodate it.
Yeah, it is important to note that it's not a case of just sticking the tyres on cold. It is an entirely different product, as you say, Paul. So that would be an issue. To be honest, you know, the times I've done that in professional motorsport, I have had a radio message that's asked me to do a burnout, and when I asked how much of a burnout they wanted me to do, they said as big as possible, and I do it just for that out of the pit lane to get rear tyre temperature.
All right. So I think everyone has nicely answered Sam Collins' question there, posed to the experts in the commentary box. One of many issues ahead of us in the 2025 season. One of the main narratives of the year, the new wave of talent we have joining us in 2025. And some of those rookies were talking about the step up to Formula One in the lunch break, in the press conference.
Question for the four rookies, for all four of you to be stepping up from F2 at exactly the same time. Like, how nice is that to be sharing this together? How strange is it? Like, just what are your thoughts on that move?
Kimmy, do you want to take that first? Shut the mic down.
I mean, it feels great. I mean, Gabriel, I know him since karting, so it's nice that you know, we've been coming up the ladder pretty much. We were a bit upset because when he was in junior, I was in mini, but I mean, it was nice. But then also with Ollie last year, I think we got along pretty well during the F2 season, and also with Isaac in F2. So it's nice that we all got the opportunity, and it's really nice that we are all sharing the F1 track together.
Gabby?
I think Kimi said all of it. It's amazing. It's cool to see young drivers getting into Formula One now. For I think some years already that, you know, there was always one or two coming in, but finally a year that a lot of us managed to get the opportunity, and I think all of us deserved, you know, good results in junior series, good results in testings that we have done. So yeah, looking forward to see what we can achieve on track and the fun battles we can have as well.
Great stuff. Isaac, anything to add?
No, it just shows the, I would say, we have a strong generation, obviously, and yeah, it just highlights this, and it's good to obviously raise guys I know already, so it's a bit more familiar once we get to it on track, you know.
Great stuff. Ollie, I'm going to call you a rookie as well. I don't know if you want to answer that question.
Yeah, I'm a kind of half rookie, but no, very happy to be sharing the track with people I shared the track with last year, and it's good to know that I'm not the only one in the rookie camp. At the start I was the only rookie for a while, and then the others got announced, which was a nice feeling. You know, we're all going through the same experiences, new tracks for us this year and stuff like that, so it's nice not to be alone on that side of things.
The rookies talking to us ahead of the new season. Interesting to get their thoughts. They have, as they were explaining there, we're looking at a replay of Oscar Piastri, sparking over the bumps down to turn number 1, but they have grown up together and they've made it to Formula One in the same year.
In a fraud to producer Joe, but also to tell everybody at home, it's interesting, McLaren have reverted their rear bodywork to the original specification they started this test with, and not the new specification that Lando Norris was running with yesterday. So that's quite interesting, considering what we were saying about expecting to see the fast runs here. I've just been told I can actually show you what I'm talking about quite neatly using our tech pad here in the studio. So here you go. This is the McLaren on the first day of testing. On the right-hand side of your screen, as Lewis Hamilton is having a moment with the Ferrari on the left-hand side of your screen.
Omni commentary from Sam Collins.
Exactly, but have a look at the cooling exits here in the centre of the car and on the rear of the car. I'll magnify that so you can see what I'm talking about. These little cooling slots on the exits of the car, just here and then just around here as well. Now, yesterday, McLaren came out with this version for Lando Norris. I've been given the wrong clip. And I will show you shortly the correct version with the upgraded McLaren that's a little bit different. But for now, we'll have a look at the Williams going around the track. But I'll bring up that clip in a moment.
I honestly absolutely love it when TV goes wrong until you're part of it, and then appreciate you highlighting the changes that McLaren have made at this stage of the broadcast. Sam's still wrestling with the tech pad as we're on board with Lewis Hamilton, who set a personal best in sector 1. He's continuing on down to turn 11. You've got the live speed there at the right hand side. Let's have a look at the drone, how the rotation of the Ferrari is looking. It's
he
Jake, see that Ferrari looks really difficult to drive this afternoon. I was watching it a little earlier on. Exit of turn 4, entry of turn 11. Look, way wide through the mid-corner of turn 13 as well. Anywhere where it's got its tail to the wind, Hamilton's really struggling to get it into the apex. This is going to be a better lap for him, but it doesn't look happy. Big understeer through the mid-corner. It's probably one of the better corners of the lap. Let's see what he does across the line here, but it looks really, really nasty behind the whatever they've done to that Ferrari for Hamilton, whatever they're testing. Of course, you take avenues, they don't always work, but that's
Lewis Hamilton checking his mirrors to see where everyone is. See into the garage as Hamilton continues on in conversation with the team back in the garage. He's on an Alpha.
Do I see that as a new set of mediums for Lewis Hamilton as well on the tyre screen?
Getting a thumbs up, Brundle. Getting a thumbs up from the other side of the commentary box. So, yeah, not
performance run on a new set of mediums.
Not dialed in.
Didn't look great at all.
It's interesting.
Test 1, 2, 3. Hello. 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 Pero Hello.
Seconds. 5 seconds remain.
Hello.
Prepare for battle. Seconds and counting. First blood is on the ground, and we're already looking for more. Eiffel Tower.
What the fuck?
Attacks your top tower. Protects your bottom tower. Your bottom tower is under attack. seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Let it be all that we see. Prepare for battle. Just 30 seconds. Like those odds, do you? I have a feeling. This is the very definition of first blood. First blood. And so much more shall soon be spilled. The crucible of greatness awaits. Let's get the future off to a good start. This is all very well. As needed. It is every loss. Oh, endlessly. Can one ever be sure? Right. As if. That is one possible course. Is that why? If is all. Test your formula. Consider the possibility. If you insist. Wish. Say I feel you anything. For once again. So good. And any foe of Slyrax Savior would be a welcome young leaves to me. So many paths to choose. It's all one. And what if I don't? Easy middle. That is one possible course. This must be decoded. Double kill! Bottom tower is under attack. So many destinies. Could go either way. Oh, imagine so once again. This must be decoded. Is that wise? Can one ever be sure? It is ever killing spree. Haste. That is one possible course. I see. Or do I? Oh, endlessly. Defending itself. Don't mind me. It's not worth the enemy attacks your bottom tower. Life is not victim. Your bottom tower is under attack. That which protects only large protection. Bottom tower is gone. The enemy's top tower has fallen. It is all I descry a bright future. Not yet. That is one possible. Consider us. Exactly as planned. 10 minutes all along. Is that wise? Can one ever be to your bottom tower? As planned. Tower is under attack. It needs I see a rope. Thanks, if you insist. And what if I don't? Killing spree. Once Killing spree. Triple kill. The enemy attacks your middle tower. The instructions are fortified. Middle tower is under attack. Right place. Is it free? If is all. As if. That is one possible course. And what if I do? Once again. All is what one wants. This must be decoded. Oh, imagine the outcome. As if. Oh, endlessly. Once again, at the game. Wish fulfilled. Once the enemy attacks your top tower. There is nothing left of your top tower. As needed. Is that why? Your top tower is under attack. Look to your top tower. Is that why? Your top tower must be overcome. Look to your top tower. This is all. I will see you in the shadow of a verse. Your top barracks are under attack. Top barracks is falling. Your top barracks exists. So many paths to choose. It is all right.
What? Thank you.
This will be just fine.
Oh, imagine the outcome. This is all very well. So good. One would hope so. It is everyone.
one possible cause. Killing spree! 30 seconds to battle. Absolutely nuclear. Fortified their structures against attack. Yes. The enemy's top tower.
That's taking edge off. What's over there? Let's go.
The enemy's middle tower
That's over there.
Yes.
Killing